Vegas is a good team. John, they're on a back-to-back. Vegas played the night before. They're down 2 goals in the third. Squash them.
Yep. And I put this one on the vets on the team. When you heard that from DeBrincat, right? You've got Dylan Larkin, you've got Patrick Kane, you've got Alex DeBrincat, you've got other guys that aren't in their first year. They're not even in their first contracts. Right. And those are the guys that are supposed to, at this time of the year, in March, say, you know what? We can't let a point slip away. We can't miss this opportunity. They're all vital.
Yeah, and that's why you go, well, they got a point. I thought Ken Daniels made a great point in the passing at the end of the broadcast. He goes, they gave up a point.
Yeah, it's exactly right. They gave up a point. They gave up and on the heels of, hey, you're tied with Washington and you don't get in because you lose the tiebreaker. Like, every point matters.
Yeah.
So it's more frustrating at this time of the year because we know, and even if Todd doesn't want to talk about it, what has happened the past 3 Marches, trying to get back into the playoffs and force your general manager to make a move at the trade deadline. And now we are, I'm not going to do the math on air, but 30 hours away-ish?
3 o'clock tomorrow. So, yeah, close enough.
Close enough, yes. It's frustrating when you give up a point at this time of the year.
Right, and it is only one game. Like Gator came in and did the crosstalk with us earlier this week. Each one is only one game. Yeah, it's only one game, but we're looking to see them string together quality performances to alleviate any anxiety. Like, I would have loved to chalk that one up as a win. 2-0 in that world to start the month, and now we're looking at the deadline to finish things out. Now, John, I mean, I don't know. We are counting down the hours. Deals are being made. Other teams are actually acquiring right shot defensemen, and I'm sitting here wondering if Steve's going to make it happen or not.
Well, I mean, they have, depending on where you look, they've got right around $13 million worth of cap space.
It's not an issue.
They've got as much flexibility as anyone else in the NHL, and they have clear needs. So why not? And again, we talked about this a couple of years ago when it was the NFL trade deadline. What is Brad Holmes waiting for? And then at the last second, all of a sudden you get Zadarius Smith. All right, sigh of relief. Mm-hmm. And so this is going to be a Monday conversation for us because we'll be off the air before the waning moments of the trade deadline. But I would think tonight they're not playing.
Right.
Like, let's get something done.
What I really, really, really don't want to do on Monday is after a long weekend, Yzerman will likely meet with the press. I don't want to be reacting and playing audio from him talking about how prices were too high. Because we've done it year over year over year. You want to talk about being sick of March? I'm sick of Yzerman telling us, well, you got to understand the prices were too high. The Red Wings have, in addition to a bunch of cap space, John, as competitive a war chest as anybody in hockey. They have all of their picks. They have a bevy of young players. Start making some tough decisions and add some tough hockey players so you can get in, not just to make the playoffs. There are people out there who are not rentals who would be here for a playoffs this year and presumably a playoffs next year. So it's not acceptable to go to the podium at the end of this week and go, boy, did you see what guys were going for? I'm not going to hurt our hockey team like that. Well, you are hurting your hockey team if you don't give them a boost here.
Right, and it's when we talk about individuals that we want to go get, I'm not asking him to go get Pettersson, who to me is, what does he got, 3-4 years left on his deal, and it's $11 million a year. His production's dropped since he signed the contract.
Bit of a head case.
Yeah, like that's not what I would want them to go do, because it does handicap them. Like, the price for that one isn't what you have to give up. The price for that is what you have to pay to keep the guy. And that's ridiculous. But there are other guys where, okay, you pay him this year, you pay him next year. And most of them are in the $5, $6, $6.5 million range. So it doesn't handicap you for a long time. You got plenty of space to go do it. It makes you better. Go get it done.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk through some of these names. And we do want to hear from hockey fans. 248-539-9797. Clearly you can vent about last night. I don't like seeing that. Not in this month, not with what's on the line. And these guys know it. The other part is, who's the top target for you as we count down the hours until the trade deadline? you talk right shot defenseman, a bunch of guys were dealt yesterday, including Tyler Myers, who the Wings wanted. He goes to Dallas, second and a fourth. Parayko gets dealt in division to Buffalo. Weegar goes to Utah, and Connor Murphy went to Edmonton. These are all second pair-ish right shot D-men that are being dealt while Yzerman waits. Names still available. Justin Falk of the Blues.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's your guy.
That's the guy I want to go get.
Why?
Well, because, again, it's for the rest of this year, next year. 33 years old, plenty of experience. It's only $6.5 million. And he's a guy that can provide some points from that blue line.
Yeah, he's not just a defenseman. He can generate a little bit of offense and get the puck moving.
And where have the Wings struggled? Like, okay, their front line, that's where they get all their points. Can you add a little bit on the blue line and get some offensive production out of it? It's a two-way guy.
What I like about him, plays power play and penalty kill. Not that they'd need him on the power play here, but just showing you the versatile skill set he's got this year and next year. Plays 22, 23 minutes of ice time. This is a guy that can come in and stabilize the second pair with Sherratt. So you're not playing musical chairs. So, yeah, he's still available, Justin Falk. Rasmus Ruusalainen is available. He's playing big minutes for Philly. He's a giant blue liner, right-handed shot. 1 year left at $5.1 million. And then the guy I brought up the other day is Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who's got 2 years left at 3.5. He's a left-hand shot, but he can play right. He also kills penalties.
There's good options.
There's dudes out there that don't require you to trade 2 firsts and Danielson. Like, Robert Thomas is out there, of course. I'm not saying that's Robert Thomas or bust. I think from those pool of guys on the blue line, those are the guys you target. And I think Trocheck's another name if we're getting off the blue line.
Get out a gold medal.
Sure, add a gold medalist. You can make the Team USA line, put him between DeBrincat and Kane, and you bump Cop to your third line, and now you're stronger down the middle. You're a better 200-foot, 5-on-5 hockey team. Trocheck played for the Plymouth Whalers. If he's going to waive his no-trade clause, this would be a decent spot for him to go from a sinking ship in the Rangers to a team currently in the playoffs for the Red Wings. He's 32 years old. He's not signed for just next year. He signed, this is year 4 of a 7-year deal. And his contract is only 5.6. As the cap goes up, that's more than good enough for a second-line center.
Yeah.
There's names out there for Yzerman to move and shake. And if you got to move a first to do it, pay the price. It's 97.1. Okay, guys, talking about paying the price. If you get a new roof, windows, or siding, those are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company you can trust. Talking about Shaner Roofing. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner, and they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. They're local, family-owned, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and other places will talk about it, but you got to be about it, and you got to be in business long enough for that to matter, and for over 30 years, Shaner can say it. Every roof they install comes with that warranty, 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of happy homeowners, and it's not bought, that's earned. Decades of doing the job right. If you're in the market for a roof, of course, but windows and siding too, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing. Windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Pathetic. This team still hasn't learned, apparently. Blow a 2-goal lead in the third period against a team on fumes on a back-to-back. Just a lot of chip, dump, and chip. Don't challenge. Sit back. Beg the other team to beat you. And Vegas, good hockey team, did it. John, they pick up a point, but save it. They gave up a point is a better way to look at it.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say pathetic. It's disappointing.
Is it too harsh? Can't we just say that is pathetic?
You could do whatever you want. It's. I was going to ask you this question. Which was worse? The Pistons lost to Cleveland when they had basically been called out that they're not in the same class, or the Wings game last night. Now, there's no rivalry between Vegas and the Wings, but they had the 2-goal lead with less than 9 minutes remaining.
I think it's the Wings. I'd hear the case the other way.
Maybe more costly.
That's what I was going to say. The stakes, I know the stakes were ramped up with talk with the Cavs and the Pistons, but the stakes are this hockey team needs to finish in March, and they famously haven't, and last night didn't. That stings more. Like the Pistons loss, we talked through it. There's some things that concern you, some things you got to tighten up. You'll have the chance to do it in the playoffs. I don't know if the Wings are going to have the chance to do it in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's a bunch of semantics, right? But I thought the game against Cleveland was more embarrassing than last night. There's less riding on it than there is for the Wings because the Pistons are in a better position. They're better. And I think it was more disappointing for me for the Wings. And I'm not going to sit there and say it was, a huge embarrassment. It was disappointing because they had such a great opportunity. They had done the work. They had set themselves up, and then they let their foot off the gas.
And that way the games were reversed.
Yes.
The Pistons made a push, got within one, showed fight to the finish, and ran out just shy. The Wings should win that game 10 out of 10 times. You're up 2 goals, 9 minutes to go. I'm a little perplexed that it still hasn't sunk in.
Right. How did that happen?
Yeah. Names. We'll get text 248-539-9797. Names you want to see for the trade deadline for the Red Wings. And again, Yzerman's got to do something here. Not just because of the game last night, but their coach came on our station and said, we've done enough to be buyers. I'm watching right-hand defensemen get traded left and right yesterday. There are still several on the market. Make a deal.
Well, it's on the heels, too, as from what Dylan Larkin said after the end of last season. Like all of that stuff is hanging over this team right now. It's over this, not this team. It's hanging over Steve Yzerman's head right now, as well as if they don't make it. You did the bit at the beginning of the season, the double-digit disco on the Red Wings not making the playoffs for an entire decade. There is a lot that is riding on this, and should that affect ultimately what Steve Yzerman does in terms of pushing him forward to, it's been 9 years, we can't go 10 without making the playoffs. I don't believe that, but they're in a position to actually take that step.
Yeah. I mean, it's not all 10 would be him, but the majority are. Like we can only hold the sins of Ken Holland
for so long.
I mean, when you've had 7 or 8 years here to do it your way, and your way is like, John, I want you to consider this. For Yzerman to land a player of some significance, it doesn't have to be Robert Thomas. For him to acquire someone who makes a difference, a Trocheck who plays on the second line or a Falk or Rustalainen who plays on the second pair. For him to get a deal done, he's going to have to do something we have rarely seen. Him win a bidding war. Think about it. Raymond and Sider were guys they had on restricted deals, and he negotiated them tough and got a good deal, really good contracts for the team. When they added DeBrincat, it was worst kept secret. He wanted to be here. You had leverage in a restricted free agent and a player who only wanted to be here. When has Steve Yzerman gone out in free agency or a trade deadline as a buyer and said, I will outbid 2 or 3 other teams and give up more than market value to get something done? He has not shown that he can win bidding wars as the general manager of the Detroit Red Wings. And he's going to have to win some bidding war at the end of this week or they're going to have nothing.
Seems like other than the Tigers, and I'm not going to put Trajan Langdon into it yet because it's only his second year, but he's got a little bit of a case of the Brad Holmes.
Oh, God. We're going to talk about that at 6:35. Seeing what his former team does.
We got some guys that are really good at drafting. But when it comes to free agency and it comes to trades, we just can't find a way to make that big move.
Tex says, guys, the Pistons have playoff equity. The Wings haven't earned it yet. That's what makes the Wings game more embarrassing. Talbot's killing us, 100% screwed us. If Gibson's out, we're in trouble. John and Milford. Sounds like it's not going to be an extended absence. I would have liked to see Kosa just get dropped in. He's played so well in the AHL.
Oh, then we could have blamed him.
I wouldn't blame a guy on an emergency basis as a rookie getting thrown into the fire, but Talbot's a veteran goalie who's just not playing well.
Yes.
Let's get to Brian and Holly. Brian, good morning.
How you doing this morning, guys?
Good. How you doing?
Just a little bit irritated with the fact that Yzerman, when he was playing, Illich would bring in some grit to protect him, which he was our star player. In Larkin, with that hit on him last night that he took in front of the net, I just don't understand why he's not bringing any support for our star player now. It's getting tough to watch.
It certainly is frustrating, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Because they put the guys that they. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Watching Talbot give that game away with the 2-goal lead. I mean, yeah, it's a little on your defense, but that last shot, that was right in front of him.
Who do you want him to get? Who's the number one guy?
Falk would be great on D for us.
Yeah.
I think he's got a little bit of grit.
I think he does too. I think he'd make a lot of sense. To me, it's him and Rustalainen at the D spot. If you want a true right shot guy who can play big minutes and keep shaking both trees and see what you can make happen.
Yeah. I mean, and he said it there, like, okay, you could put Talbot, the spotlight on him, but the defense in front of him, that's what we have talked about needing to get better. And there are guys out there. Falk is just one example.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can go and grab one today at 7-Eleven. A Pontiac high school teacher has been fired after being caught on video swearing at her students. So it was a mom of one of the students that actually posted this video to social media, and it kind of went viral. Here's a bit of it if you haven't heard. If you could hear any of that between the bleeping. Anyway, so the video shows the teacher, yelling, using some inappropriate language at her students. So the mother of the student who posted this video also claims that there's been multiple incidents with this particular teacher. Anyway, the school district responded to the video saying that the behavior of the teacher does not reflect their value or standards they expect from their staff. They said that the teacher involved no longer works for the district and the well-being of their students remains their highest priority.
She reached her boiling point. No
she
kidding.
did. That's exactly what it was.
Can certainly push you to it.
She sure did. Now, a teacher in a different district just pleaded guilty to criminal charges after sleeping with one of her teenage students she was tutoring.
Oh, oops.
Yep. The 27-year-old former Waterford teacher pleaded guilty to 3 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. So here's the backstory. In 2023, the teacher worked at Oakside Scholars Charter School, and after sleeping with a 16-year-old former student that she was tutoring, she confessed to another teacher, kind of said, guess what happened? Well, that other teacher decided to go to school officials and law enforcement. And the teacher now is obviously facing some serious charges. She is now going to be required to remain on the Michigan Sex Offender Registry forever. And she is looking at a maximum of 15 years behind bars.
Jeez.
Yeah, yikes. Get ready, you guys. Daylight savings time apparently hits Metro Detroiters harder than any other part of the country.
What?
Yeah.
Why, should we just celebrate more?
No, it has nothing to do with that. So obviously when we spring forward, everyone is going to be impacted by the time change, except those that
live
I
in
guess
states and areas that don't.
that don't
Yeah.
spring forward. But for us, we live on the western edge of the Eastern time zone, which means all year long our sun rises and sets later than people living on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So here's an example. Sunrise in Detroit when we spring forward will be at 7:02 a.m. But in Boston, it's 47 minutes earlier, 6:15 a.m. So we're kind of already not getting as much of that morning sunlight.
benefit.
Yeah. So it shows there's studies that have found that people who live on later sunset sides in the time zones tend to get less sleep on average, show higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. Others found that cancer rates increased gradually from the eastern edge of a time zone to the western edge. So we're kind of already at a disadvantage. Then when you spring forward, we're basically compounding all of those things even further.
Should we be Central Time?
Now you want to switch time zones
I'm
too?
asking because then we would be
I think
on the
Central
early
Time
side
Zone is
of the-
amazing because college football starts at 11, NFL football starts at noon.
I mean, there is areas in Michigan.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe a lot of this stuff. I think it's a conspiracy.
Oh no.
Oh no! So here's what you need to do. You need to shift your bedtime by 10 to 15 minutes a day starting right now. You
Or
need
just stop whining.
you need to limit your screen time. You need a consistent morning wake up routine throughout the weekend. So
John,
We get the same daylight hours as everyone else in the country, whether it starts at 6:15 or 7:02.
did it happen to you yesterday? I got a bunch of
What?
people sending me moon landing videos and
Oh no.
yeah, no, just me.
Yes.
Heather, you too?
I got some too.
Awesome.
What, to text messages or
No, like
Social media.
Social media messages.
Yeah.
I guess
Hey, did
I'd
you
have
see
to
this
look at my
video?
social media to care.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, apparently the apple does fall far from the tree. Are we sure Brad Holmes came from L.A.? It's 97.1. Apparently, the apple does fall far from the tree. Are we sure Brad Holmes did his undergrad out with the LA Rams? We'll get to that in a second. They make a move. Bold, aggressive trade, a first-round pick. 248-539-9797. Get to the phones. Kyle and Macomb, you want to weigh in a little bit on our hockey team? We started this show talking about the loss and trade deadline targets. You're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks, guys. Yesterday's game is exactly what we needed. We needed the Red Wings to be exposed. We needed Talbot to be exposed. If we win that game yesterday, there's a chance that Yzerman does nothing. There's a chance that he's okay. He feels confident. We don't do nothing. But no, we lose that game in an ugly fashion, in an embarrassment of a fashion. And as fans, it's good for us to see this and wake up. We could call him out right now on the radios, on the press, on the broadcast, and actually maybe he will make the move that we need to, because I was scared that we were...
Kyle, let's just start with this. It doesn't matter how many times we bring it up on the radio or what anybody tweets or anybody posts. Steve Yzerman doesn't give a damn about what we think. And I don't think he should make his decisions based on what the talking heads say on the radio. And I actually think, Kyle, it's been the opposite. When they're bad before the deadline, he just shifts it into park and says, well, there's no reason to go for it. Like, I would rather them keep winning and force the hand of, hey, you feel like you can capitalize with a move at the deadline.
Right, but to Kyle's point, they're coming off a nice win, and they had a 2-point lead, a 2-goal lead.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, to Kyle's point, they get exposed. They're in good position to make the playoff now, and they lost a point. Yeah, I know they got one because it was an overtime, but they lost a point, and they did get exposed but they've been exposed all season long for their weaknesses. This is just the most recent one.
Yeah, and you know what? Shame on the NHL last night for allowing that cross check on Larkin, because they're going to pony these USA players around and congratulate them at all the stadiums. But you got a game like this, and you got a guy that gets cross checked in a crucial end of the game like that, and for them not to protect them and make the call like they would with the NFL or the NBA really bothered me, regardless of the outcome.
Looked like a nasty hit too. He didn't see it coming. He got crunched, squeezed. Yeah. I mean, I take it as a great sign he came back on the ice in overtime, because I mean the way he left the ice, I'm like, yikes. 248-539-9797. Few texts coming in. Guys, Yzerman's biggest weakness was not getting Quinn Hughes. And on Twitch, they point out Quinn Hughes, since being traded, is on a 100-point pace, won an Olympic gold medal, has been featured on SNL, and was on the Fallon Show. He's the best defenseman in the world. Thanks, Steve. Look, we could relitigate it. It's one I'm not killing him for. It's one I wanted him to be more aggressive and take the risk to do, though.
Yeah.
I get why they didn't, because there's no extension. Quinn can't even agree to an extension. But if he wanted to be here, I wasn't going to hang on to Edvinsson when that guy was available.
100%.
Okay, what else? Yzerman, I'm not sure. I'm sure Steve is going to want to make his decisions based on what you guys want to talk about on Monday, DJ at work. No, he's not.
He's not listening, and if he was, he wouldn't care. It's probably all comedy to him.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets a chuckle out of it. Says, guys, here we go again. Cookie's dramatic because one of our teams lost a game. Shame they are undefeated and perfect. I don't feel like we rip every loss. That was a bad loss. I think you got to be able to call it what it is. I don't think we need to be as soft as this texter. That's a bad loss. You're up 2 goals, 9 minutes to go. You've had disastrous months of March because you can't finish. And what does your team do? They lay down like a sorry bunch of bums and lose the hockey game. We can call it what it is. It's a bad loss.
Yeah, and you got to show that you are able to do something different than you've been over the last 3 years. Now, not every guy is the same, but you have veteran presence on this team. And you have guys that consistently over at least the last 2 years who have seen playoff leads dissipate.
And I think how and why matters. If that's a 2-2 hockey game, back and forth trading goals apiece, they go to OT, you lose because you pick up a penalty. Like, it's different. But, John, yesterday was a microcosm of the Wings. Good enough, but not good enough to finish.
Right.
So I think that's part of it optically. Guys, Tyler Myers is a -29 player. We didn't want him anyway. But I'm really tired of Detroit teams unwilling to get better and make big moves. Fans here deserve more. That's Matt in Novi.
Well, it's not all Detroit teams. Scott Harris has made some pretty damn big moves, and you should be excited about that.
Well, and let's use this as a chance to move on from the Wings and talk about other teams. So you had it in your prep. I sent it along, too. Everybody saw what the Rams did yesterday. They traded a first-round pick for Trent McDuffie. It's their big glaring need at corner. They give up a late first to upgrade. You dig a little deeper and you realize the Rams have not used their first-round pick very often, John. 9 of the last 10 drafts, they've traded their first-round pick. Well, that seems silly. You're not going to be able to sustain success that way. That's Brad Holmes' skin would crawl if he did something like that. Well, what have the Rams done in this stretch where they haven't had first-round picks? They won a Super Bowl. They've won 10 playoff games. They've won 4 division crowns. They've sustained success while making bold, aggressive moves. Am I missing something? This is where Brad Holmes apprenticed. This is where he learned the basics of front officery, was from Les Snead and the Rams. Why have we seen none of that transfer over? I'm not saying they need to trade pick 17, John, but we don't see any of that mindset with Brad.
Well, it's frustrating. And I mean, when he was there, he was the director of college scouting. And since he's left, they just decided, well, we don't have Brad Holmes anymore, so we're just not going to draft.
Okay.
That's
Sure.
been their theory. Now, it was going on before that as well, but it is frustrating when you watch other general managers. We've talked about Howie Roseman. We've talked about Les Snead and the whole F them picks, because then they're having the parade in L.A. for a Super Bowl celebration. And then on our side, we've got a guy that came in, and what did he have to do? He needed to increase the talent level. The instant way to do that, if you're really good at college scouting, is the draft. And he, in the first 3 years, knocked it out of the park. The general manager position is one that is, unfortunately, it's learn on the job. Mm-hmm. You don't really get a feel, even though you're director of college scouting. There's a lot of different paths to becoming a general manager, but once you become a general manager, yes, you've got to do good at what your specialty is, but you have to learn on the job. You've got to find different ways to do things, and Brad Holmes has refused to learn on the job. He hasn't been able to acquire impactful players in trades, other than I'll give him the Zadarius Smith at the trade deadline, because that was a guy that everybody was after. He found a way to get it done. It was a position of need. Now, not a huge impact, and it obviously didn't last very long.
No, same thing with Carlton Davis, to be fair, 3rd round pick to get him.
Yeah.
But only 1 season.
Correct. This is the deficiency that Brad Holmes has. He's really good at scouting. He's really good at drafting. And not everyone is going to have the A grade draft every single year. His positives greatly outweigh the negatives. But in the draft,
yeah,
you've got to find a way to acquire talent in trades and in free agency. And he has refused to do that. Let's take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs. What do they continue to do? They continue to draft really well, and they get guys like L'Jarius Sneed, and before he gets paid, they trade him. Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing with Trent McDuffie. Before they have to pay him, they trade him, and they acquire a lot of draft picks. Now, they can use those draft picks to make their team better. Now, we got 9 draft picks. I don't know that we need more draft picks. I'll take more first-rounders, but there's in that trade, you saw 2 different ways of going about it. And it's Brad Holmes, who drafts, develops, and then falls in love and re-signs his guys to monster contracts, where you have, Brett Veach, who drafts, develops, but then before they've got to pay him, trade him away and get more first-round picks to repeat the process.
Another name they did that with is Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
So, yeah, to put more gas on the fire, you're making a good point here. We'll get some phone calls in the mix on this. I don't have to fight you on everything. I think we're on the same page here, man. It's that Brad Holmes has a really good job drafting players. Like his hit rate on all pro and Pro Bowl players is well above average. The problem is when he had no needs 2 years ago, or seemingly very few needs, they didn't do anything. And now they have too many needs to justify trading a first, but it's the overall lack of aggressiveness using all the tools at your disposal. The Rams have not compromised or sacrificed long-term stability by being aggressive and effing them picks. 248-539-9797. We got the $2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Dear John at 7:35. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's not even close. I'm going to give you a few examples. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal. For power, first competition. It's really not. You could choose from a Rams award-winning Pentastar V6 or Rams legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Lots of power in both of those engines. And in the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to get the work done you want. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is one test drive, and you'll feel how much smoother a Ram is than the competition. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are exceptional, so there are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into a Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Big trade in the NFL yesterday. Kansas City Chiefs trading Trent McDuffie to the LA Rams for a first-round pick. And John, you illustrated both sides of this trade and how Lions fans can look at it.
Yeah, and it's Kansas City where you player acquisition and you develop those players. And you mentioned Tyreek Williams. Tyreek Hill. And I talked about L'Jarius Sneed, now Trent McDuffie. Before you have to pay them, you trade them away. And for the Lions, it doesn't mean that they still paid, obviously, their quarterback in Mahomes. They've paid their tight end. They've played Chris Jones, their defensive tackle. They've paid guys, but they don't pay all of them.
Right. That's falling in love with your own if you pay everybody.
And it's okay to draft really good and get the best out of a player up until years 3 or 4 and then trade them away for other first-round picks. And then on the flip side, from where he came from, Brad Holmes came from the Rams, they have the thought of, well, we don't necessarily need our first-round picks because we're going to trade them for proven commodities. And then we'll pay them. That's where, we hear Dan and Brad talk about, well, you know most about your guys. Okay, you are 100% correct, but there are other players in the NFL that you may not know them personally, but you turn on the film and you see that they are studs. Go get other studs.
Yeah, the Rams side of things, they have traded their first-round pick in 9 of the last 10 drafts. Has it burned them? No, they won a Super Bowl, and they've won 10 playoff games in that stretch, 4 different division crowns, only 1 losing season during this stretch where they've burned their first-round pick. There's that school of thought that the Lions don't use, which is puzzling to me because Brad Holmes was under less need. And then I think it's a great point by you to point out Kansas City. That's the don't fall in love with your own.
Right.
We don't see either side of that
trade. And they've been somewhat successful, haven't they?
A little bit, John.
I know it was a little bit of a down year last year, but they've got an aging tight end. Their quarterback got hurt. It wasn't their year.
How about this? I didn't do the math on it. I bet you they've won more than 10 playoff games in this 10 years, and they've won a couple Super Bowls. So, yeah, it's worked out great for both sides of those mindsets. But we don't see, and that's what it is. It's not us saying Brad needed to trade the first to go get McDuffie and get a corner. It's not us saying Brad needed to trade J-Mo before they paid him, for example. It's saying we don't do any of it at all, ever. It's one way and one way only. If we don't draft the greatest football team of all time and pay all of them, we're not going to win a Super Bowl. And that's general managing with an arm tied behind your back.
Well, and let's just take, how did LA get to their latest Super Bowl championship? And how were the Lions able to rebuild? It was they acquired a quarterback, the Lions, and 2 first-round picks for Matthew Stafford going to the Rams. Now, that Matthew Stafford, they were willing to give up. That was the impetus of them picks. It took them to a Super Bowl. If right now, and I'll just give you this proposal. Now, none of us believe this is going to happen, but if Brad Holmes said, you know what, I'm willing to give up 2 first-round picks for a Max Crosby, do you believe that puts them closer to a Super Bowl conversation?
Yes.
All right, how was that different than what the Rams did of acquiring Matthew Stafford?
No.
You go out there, you get a Max Crosby, you put him opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and you terrorize opponents' offenses. Now, you're still going to have to find a way to field an offense. You still have all the skilled guys, but what did we see Jared Goff do last year? One of his best years while under duress. So you move Tate Ratledge to center, and you go out there and you sign a B-level guard. You make yourself better up front than you were last year, but not like you were a couple of years ago. It's always a give and take.
Yep. It's always a moving target. But if you're only willing to move one way, draft and retain, if you're not willing to sell high and do what Kansas City did or buy aggressively like the Rams did, yeah, we have some envy as we sit here today as those guys, Veach and Les Snead, are general managers doing it at a higher level. Let's get to Kevin and Macomb. Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so I think that, there's a few blue chip organizations. You got the Chiefs, obviously. You got the Rams, the Eagles, and they all basically do the best thing to put their team in the best position to win.
I'll throw San Francisco in there as well.
Yeah, San Francisco too, exactly. But with our team right now, I mean, what really rubs me the wrong way is I really think that Brad Holmes has the biggest ego out of any GM in the NFL. And I really do think, the draft with Gibbs, when that happened, was a couple of years ago. And this is a league of what have you done for me lately? If his soul, if he is a protege at scouting, these last two draft picks are a real indictment on that reputation because he hasn't found any impact players in these last two drafts. And it's just to build on with the other day when he's saying how, we're just going to put Tate Ratledge at center. And it's like the average fan knows that's not going to work. And it's like, I got a season ticket, and I'm pretty sure if they don't make the playoffs again this next season, I mean, I'm probably going to be done. And the other thing, too, is for as much as I love Dan Campbell, I honestly feel if they don't make the playoffs again this next season, and for just how much of an ego Holmes has, I would fire both of them, honestly, because I just don't think Brad, honestly, this team was like a player or two away from winning a Super Bowl, and he refused to do anything because he didn't want to be wrong. He doesn't want.
Well, he wanted to, Kevin. He wanted to win his. He wanted to win his second Super
Kevin,
Bowl before he won his first.
Let me ask you this question: Would you like to see Dan Campbell coach with? And I'm not advocating for anybody to be fired right now, but would you want to see Dan Campbell coach with another GM?
Honestly, no, because I love Dan Campbell, John. I really do, but I feel that Dan Campbell has to speak. We don't know what's going on in those meetings, but I feel like Campbell's got to be going to his office and speaking up more. I don't know if he is.
He's probably a little bit frustrated. Kevin, thanks for the call.
Yeah, we're all frustrated.
Yeah.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Red Wings back on the home ice for the first time in 32 days last night. The team welcomed their Olympians back pregame and celebrated Patrick Kane's scoring record. Unfortunately, they were unable to celebrate a victory as Vegas came out on top 4-3 in OT. Wings led 3-1 with 9 minutes left in the game before the Knights tied it with a pair of goals and one on the power play in overtime. Todd McClellan recognized some silver linings from last night despite not coming away with 2 points.
It is tougher at this time of the year. Again, our starts haven't been the best all season. It was a good start for us, but we just didn't sustain it. And I thought we lost a little momentum on the power play. Our best power play was the last one where we were desperate because the clock was ticking down, and we attacked it like we were desperate. The others, we weren't, so that took a little wind out of our sails as well.
Wings were 0 for 4 on the power play. They're back tomorrow against the Panthers. The Horizon League tournament started for Detroit Mercy and Oakland men's basketball last night. The third-seeded Titans welcomed a raucous crowd to Callahan Hall in Detroit. Jeremy Otto on the call for ESPN as UDM blows past Milwaukee 84-63. They're headed to Indianapolis for the Horizon semifinals for the first time since the league moved the final rounds of the tournament there. For fourth-seeded Oakland, they were upset by the 7-seed Northern Kentucky 85-84. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text pouring in. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Greg behind the glass. No Gov. Still recovering from last night's Red Wing game on the glass. Got Dear John coming up at 7:35. Advice, courtesy of John Jansen. Two Grand Slam at 7:25.
Any quick teasers?
Oh, yeah, sure. I can give you a little look ahead here. We have a question specifically about steelhead fishing.
Oh, yeah, baby.
They know who they're asking.
Yeah.
Don't ask me about steelhead fishing. John will give advice on that. The will. Some drama involving the will. We'll need your help with. John in college.
Me in college? Or is it another John?
We'll find out in 30 minutes.
Okay.
And the last one is dealing with death. A heavier topic. They need your guidance.
The will and the death.
Well, at least there's steelhead fishing in there for
yes.
you. Some of the feedback from people says Brad Holmes is not a GM. He's a scout. And that's echoed by another text that says Brad Holmes is starting to look like a glorified scout with a GM title. That's Eric Perry in Detroit.
Well, that's why I mentioned there's a lot of different paths to becoming a general manager. And his was director of college scouting. He's come in and initially did a great job of evaluating college players, adding them to this team, getting this team to a certain point. But a GM is a job that you have to learn on the job. And what has he learned over the 5 years where he has been drafting? He's had trade deadlines. He's had free agent periods. He's had money to spend. He's been able to redo contracts. Like, you've got to be able to learn every aspect of the job. And it feels like he is refusing to adjust or shift his theories as the team is in different situations and different positions.
So he got a lot of attention and a lot of praise and accolades, right? General Manager of the Year on the way up.
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, 2-time Executive of the Year. When you're coming up and you've got bonus firsts because you trade Stafford away and you hit on a lot of those picks and you get all pros.
High firsts.
Yeah, high first. Now the late first, Terrion Arnold, Tyreek Williams, is going to need more. It's easier on the way up. It's harder once you're in the mix to fight for a championship. And if you're going to do it stubbornly one way, my guys are the best guys. I love my own. I pay my own. I draft my own. I'd never make the trade the Rams did yesterday on either side. I'd never do what KC did, and I'd never do what the Rams did. Boy, that makes it tough. And I have GM envy because as much as Brad Holmes gets praised, there are GMs you'd rather have, like Veach, who's done it, like Snead, who's done it, like Howie Roseman, who's broken out of the shell and become a very aggressive guy. John Schneider has done it with 2 completely different rosters. He's done a better job than Brad Holmes. So, a couple years ago, we talked like we got the best of the best. John, I could rifle off 4, 5, 6 guys right now that I go, they're better general managers than Brad Holmes. So I have GM envy because he's not willing to do what other guys are willing to do.
Well, it's just, when we were talking to that last caller, he was throwing out, Brett Veach. He was throwing out Les Snead. He was throwing out Howie Roseman. I would put San Francisco in that same category. And again, it's not that you can't take a swing and miss.
Of course.
They certainly swung and miss with Trey Lance. Now they hit gold with Brock Purdy, but the rest of that team, Trent Williams, Bosa, they've done all the things that you've got to do to make up for a bad pick, a very high first round pick, and still compete for Super Bowls.
Think about it. The trade they made for CMC.
Yeah, I mean, it's they obviously haven't been able to get over that mountaintop, but they are constantly in the mix.
And even after the setback the year before, John, they were right back in the playoffs again last year.
And they were, were they not hurt more than the Lions were?
They were. Absolutely were.
More impactful defensive injuries.
And they've had to say bye-bye to some players that mattered, Greenlaw and Hufanga on their defense, and you reload.
Yeah. It's the frustrating part is we all celebrated Brad Holmes for getting us out of the yearly, decades-long hole that the Lions were in.
Yeah.
But you've got to be able to adjust and make different decisions. Learn from what went well, what didn't go well. Learn from what other general managers are doing to get to the Super Bowl. Learn on the job, and it feels like he's refusing. He had a theory coming in, and he is not going to adjust that theory at all. No tweaks, no nothing. We're going to draft, develop, and sign our own guys. And if it puts us in salary cap hell, we'll just find a way to restructure and then sign more of our own guys.
People, spot on. 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes simply had too much success too early. Built a contender in 2 or 3 years, got arrogant, decided to rest on his laurels. Now they're on the decline. It should be put up or shut up time, but it's the Lions, so it's business as usual. And we have a season ticket wait list. Yay, sarcasm. Guys, I agree with what you're saying. We do need to be careful about the Kansas City route. They have a generational quarterback. It can make up for some shortcomings, sending people out. No, I mean, yes and no. I think those are also would be tough decisions. Do I want to trade Tyreek Hill? Do I want to trade my starting corner in L'Jarius Sneed and then another starting corner in Trent McDuffie? A lot of teams wouldn't have the guts to do it. those moves help propel them forward.
And they've also gambled on, okay, well, we're going to pay our quarterback. We're going to pay certain guys, Chris Jones.
Yeah.
We're going to pay, Travis Kelce. But we're not going to really address the offensive line. And it cost them a Super Bowl, but it also won them a couple of other Super Bowls. But they're putting the pieces around and paying the ones that they deem necessary because of the skill set of their quarterback. He can run. He can avoid. Ours can't. So what do you have to do? You got to give him an offensive line. They've golf-proofed the offense. Like, you have innumerous weapons.
Oh, this text kind of takes us in that direction, too. It says, Tom Brady was never the top-paid quarterback in the league. The money was distributed to his offense, including making sure they had a premier offensive line, except maybe a year there. Jared Goff should redo his deal to pay his linemen. How much money is enough?
I mean, that, again, there's a lot of different ways you can do it.
I think
that's one way.
But this is misunderstood.
But it's also, New England was a team that would develop some guys, and then what would they do? They would trade them before they had to pay them, and then they would go get, and albeit they hit it on Randy Moss, Ty Law, they would have guys that they would use at the end of their career that still had that 1 year left.
They were good about better to be a year early than a year late.
Yes.
I'd rather move on from a guy a year early before he develops a degenerative knee issue and I don't know about my safety room, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not saying that the Joseph deal was a deal you don't make at the time, but if you make those moves 100% of the time, you're going to get burned, and those mistakes are going to be expensive mistakes. The Patriots' philosophy, in addition to just have the greatest quarterback of all time, was better to be a year early than a year late.
Yeah, and I mean, Brad Holmes could talk about, who has two premier defensive ends? Well, I would ask, who has two number one receivers?
Right.
Now, you had the luxury of having two number one receivers because you drafted both of them. You paid the best one. Mm-hmm. And then the second one you could use as a number two who could be a number one without having to pay him. And that would have been a perfect trade piece.
I know, and if you say his name, it's going to set off a whole different debate. But just use an example. DK Metcalf, Seattle Seahawks, trade him away, second-round pick. That's not nearly enough for an alpha number one receiver, right? Well, that second-round pick is how they got Emin Warrior, who was a chess piece, big safety that let them play nickel and stop the run. It was a huge reason Seattle's defense was the best in football this year. Like, we don't have to cherry pick. There's plenty of examples of teams doing this, and we've been handing them out left and right. And going back to the Goff thing, I think it's misunderstood. Jared Goff should want to restructure his contract.
Yes, when you restructure contracts, you're not taking years away. In fact, you're probably adding years. You're not taking money away. You are just shifting the money and guaranteeing more money.
So the reason the Goff deal has not been restructured is a Lions decision as of today. And I think it will get done. It has to get done.
Yeah.
But it's a Lions decision. There's no reason Goff would balk at restructuring his contract. It's in his best interest. Let's get to Brad in Waterford. Brad, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. Thank you, John. Guys, Brad Holmes isn't bad, but he is far from good. Okay, this 24 draft has got me, it's just sports, man, but it's got me so pissed off. You can make a case now that he has lost an entire draft, especially with Terry and Arnold, who, first of all, has proved himself. And second of all, could be off the roster. What he does is right up your alley, guys. He extends these guys too early, thinking, we can get them on the cheap now. It doesn't matter. You can't go and extend. All right? Joseph, I don't have a problem with. Campbell, you got to extend, but you've got luxury in Jamison Williams. You've got luxury in Sam Laporta. They're studs. You got luxury in Jahmyr Gibbs. Why this early with Gibbs? I mean, Valente, who is not really a fan favorite of mine, but he's right. You run him in the ground. If he doesn't like it, too bad. But Brad Holmes is not good.
Well, he's good. The question is he's just not great.
Yeah.
Right? I won't say, I don't want to go too far one way. I think Brad Holmes has done a good job, but greatness is holding the Lombardi Trophy. Greatness is not holding back and using every tool at your disposal. Greatness is looking beyond your own roster and your own draft picks and your own re-signings to make the best football team. So I think I'd say good, not great.
But Cookies, explain to me how good is losing. not losing a couple, players that didn't hit. Cookie's losing an entire freaking draft.
I know.
Oh, and this past year's draft is not exactly stellar either, except for Ratledge. Tyleik Williams, maybe, but you didn't have to get him that early.
Appreciate it, Brad. It's good phone call. Got Dear John coming up at 7:35. The $2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 right? Let's get to Heather's News as well. It's coming up next, 97.1.
In my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me. Whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for big financial decisions, we always got to turn to our bank, and I get great advice from them. They provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for me. With First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know that I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's all about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
It's March. Spring training's underway, and we got a playoff push going on in hockey and basketball. It's the time of year when teams tune things up and get ready for a strong run, and it's the perfect reminder to tune up your routine, too. If you've been putting off going to the dentist, now's the time. Take care of any discomfort you've been ignoring. If you want a whiter smile or a straighter smile, Brightside Dental. New patients always welcome. $35 new patient special. Not some big national chain, locally owned and part of the community. If your current dentist can't see you soon, Brightside can do it, often same day. Book appointments online, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. Amon-Ra St. Brown has some conflicting feelings about the David Montgomery trade. On his podcast on Wednesday, he revealed his thoughts on the Lions trading Montgomery to the Houston Texans on Monday. Take a listen. Yeah. And then he did go on to say that he thinks, he's gonna go and make a lot of noise, and he's upset, but he's very happy for him. So totally understandable, right?
Yep.
I get it. So a high school teacher in the Pontiac School District has been fired after being caught on video swearing at her students during this classroom confrontation. So in the video, which has spread quickly on social media, you can hear this teacher yelling, using some inappropriate language towards her students. And the school district responded to the video very promptly, noted that the teacher's behavior does not reflect their value or standards they expect from staff members. Like I said, she is no longer working there. She is out of a job. The Red Wings just introduced a new, unique food item. It's a chicken tender Zamboni bucket. So it features a full order of chicken tenders, some fries, served in a little mini Zamboni.
That's
it
cool.
even looks like you can wear it around your neck. It's got a strap that you can, I don't know if it's like a purse
well,
or
maybe
you
there's
can
so many chicken tenders in it that you actually have to throw it over your shoulder to actually carry it.
A feed bucket?
Yeah. So it debuted at last night's game, and I've been searching the internet to find the pricing details.
Oh.
But I haven't found it
I wonder
yet.
if Tom got one last night.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So I saw some fans talking about it.
Yeah?
$46?
Woo!
And I get it. You get to keep the Zamboni as a souvenir, but
Hopefully
so
it feeds 2 to 3.
Here's my question. How much would if you just wanted to go and order a chicken tenders regular
like a third
basket?
of that?
Yeah, just without the
Without
basket.
the Zamboni. How
Yeah.
much is that meal?
I'd say like a third of that. It's probably $18, something like that.
So
I don't get them all.
You're
I mean,
really just paying for the Zamboni.
Yeah. But it's not
Which
like
is cool.
But the gravy boat was like a porcelain gravy boat.
Right.
But the gravy boat was a giveaway.
Yeah.
To the
One
first
time
whatever,
only,
one
yeah.
time only. This is something that I would imagine is going to be here for at least the rest of this season and maybe into seasons to come. So
it's just a new version of the souvenir mug.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yes.
More importantly, how many chicken tenders come in the basket? I don't know if you covered that, Heather.
It didn't. There's really not a whole lot of information online. I searched. It said one article said a full order of chicken tenders, which means what?
Okay,
4?
so this is
In John World, it's 8.
Yeah, it should be.
that's right. We did that
For
in the cookie jar.
$46, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so again, this is just one fan account photo from the game, and it says $46 for 3 tenders and some fries.
Did you get a dipping sauce with that?
Says genuinely insane, but it's cute.
It is cute.
Yeah, if you want your kid to play with it in the sandbox.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, sand toy.
Okay.
You know, it could sit on your desk, John. You could wear it around your neck every day. Bring it to work.
Maybe I'll get one on Friday and bring it in for you, Jay.
One of those gaudy fan chains.
Exactly. Legendary Notre Dame coach Lou Holtz has passed away at the age of 89.
Sad news.
Yeah, the school made the announcement on Wednesday, noting that he was surrounded by his family in Orlando. No cause of death was disclosed, but it was reported that he had been in hospice care for months. He was 89 years old, so a long life. As the head coach of 6 college teams, Holtz had kind of a knack for transforming struggling teams into winners, including Notre Dame. He guided the Fighting Irish to a perfect 12-0 record and the 1988 national championship.
I had a chance up when I was going through the recruiting process to meet with Coach Holtz, and he was as classy as an individual, and all the imitations that people do of him are all spot on. Like, he's one of the better individuals to imitate because of the kind of the way he talked, the lisp he had. He just was a very kind man.
Yeah.
I also thought it was fun when he called out Ryan Day a couple years ago.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, if you want to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the $2 Slam. You guys, colon cancer rates are rising in younger individuals. So according to the American Cancer Society, people born around 1990 are 2 times more likely to develop colon cancer and 4 times as likely to develop rectal cancer compared to those born in 1950. A colorectal surgeon at Henry Ford Health says that this data is unsettling, and it's not just happening here in the U.S., it's happening all over the world. Obviously, because of this trend, screening recommendations have shifted somewhat. They say for those at average risk, colonoscopy screenings are now beginning at age 45 instead of 50, but this doctor anticipates that the age could drop even lower
to 40 maybe.
To 40 in the future. So why is this, right? Well, it's not completely clear, but there are several factors that could be contributing, including the overuse of antibiotics, a sedentary lifestyle, stress, toxins, and pollutants in our environment, microplastics,
I was going to say, I think
things like that.
I would assume diet would be a lot of it.
And then our Western diet. So there are things you can do to lower your risk, though, which is great news. Get some regular exercise. Go get your physicals. Get your colonoscopies. Increase your fiber intake. Know your family history. Stay hydrated. Maintain a healthy BMI. And watch for symptoms.
Prediction. Everything right now is protein, like protein plus. You can get a protein this or protein that. Will we see a shift where it's going to be more fiber-forward products because people are going to be health conscious? They're going to see this stuff and go, "I got to get that in my diet."
How about
you
just
see that
a
a lot
regular
already.
diet where you mix everything?
Well, that's what you. Ideally, you're going to do fruits and vegetables and healthy
Yes.
grains, but people aren't always doing that, which I think contributes to these numbers. It's terrible. Anyway, brighter note: chance to win some money. $2 Slam.
All right, let's really give away some money today. I'm excited to play. We all know the rules. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right. Who do we got?
Well, I can't see the name, but it's Patrick, being
Patrick.
told. Patrick in Ferndale. Patrick, is it you? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, how's it going?
What's up?
We're doing all right. How was your morning?
Morning's pretty good. I'm on my way to work.
All right, Patrick, this could be your lucky day. You know the rules. If there's one you don't know, feel free to say pass. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready?
Let's do this.
All right, let's go. Your time starts right now. Who does Michigan men's basketball play tonight?
Iowa.
David Montgomery was traded to this team on Monday.
Pass.
What is the capital of Thailand?
Bangkok.
This former Notre Dame football coach passed away yesterday.
Lou Holt.
Who won the NFL Defensive Player of the Year this past season?
Pass.
Who voices the Mandalorian in The Mandalorian?
Pedro Pascal.
What is 96 divided by 6?
16.
What is the mascot name for Ball State University?
The Cardinals.
Where did I go to high school?
Pass.
What is the author of The Cat in the Hat?
Dr. Seuss?
Yes. David Montgomery was traded to this team on Monday.
The Jaguars.
Oh, that is not correct, but we got you with, I believe, 7.
7.
Hey, there
Well
we
done.
go.
And you missed a couple I thought were the free spaces on this one.
Yeah, I blanked out.
Ah,
It's
nice
a lot harder on
job.
the phone, of course, as they always say.
No,
Yeah.
but you did a good job. There's some we weren't sure people would get, including the math one on the fly. You took a second. You were composed.
Yeah.
We'll go through it. We'll make sure you get paid. 7 is 175.
Yes. Well done. Math on the radio.
There you go.
that
Patrick,
one.
get you on hold.
All right.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
All right, John.
Yeah, let's go through it. It is a 7 is a good number on this one. I had originally thought if anybody gets over 5, this will be pretty good. But he missed what I thought were some of the free spaces with
One
the
of
news.
the biggest gimmies of all time, I would think. We'll get to.
Yeah, the 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid.
Let's go through this, including the one that we're not supposed to tell them if they get it right, Heather. But
know.
you were so
I
excited.
know. Of course. Yes, it is Dr. Seuss. Yes, you're right.
Which I thought was free space, and he got it.
It was the last question, but yes,
Yeah.
I know.
Anyway, let's go through this. Michigan basketball, men's basketball plays who tonight?
Iowa.
Okay, yep, he 1 for 1. The gimme, David Montgomery, we just had it in the news.
We had it in the news. We just talked about it. Plus, we've been talking
know.
about it all week long. He was traded to the Texans.
Yep. Capital of Thailand is?
Bangkok. Which I thought any dude would know.
Former Notre Dame football coach passed away yesterday. He got this one.
Lou Holtz.
There you go. Defensive player of the year this past season.
Set the yearly sack record. I thought for sure this was going to be a free space as well. That's Myles Garrett.
Now, to be fair, he didn't get some of the gimmies, but
He got one I didn't think anybody was going to get
Now,
other than Greg.
the Mandalorian, who voices the Mandalorian, it's a famous actor.
And
Yes.
it's a really popular show.
Okay.
It's not John's deal.
No.
So do you watch The Mandalorian?
No, but my husband does, or did. Is it still on? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I
No,
haven't.
I don't know. But
So popular, you don't know.
I've never seen Star
Yes.
Wars. It's
But,
not
but
surprising.
it's possible that you haven't seen this, but know Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
And know
I
that he's
know
in
him,
it.
yeah, but I didn't know he was.
Anyway.
Anyway,
How about 96 divided by 6?
yeah, let's see. Carry the one, take away the one. 16.
So anything that's not like a 10 or a 5 or a single digit number, I think we're all used to putting it in our phone. You have to pause.
Yeah.
You have to think. And he got it. The mascot for Ball State.
Cardinals.
By the way, Sacramento State is now in the MAC. When Sacramento State plays Ball State, you could have the Ball Sack Trophy. Heather, where did you go to high school?
Adams.
Rochester
Adams.
Uh-huh.
And excitedly, we can confirm that Dr.
Yes.
Seuss was the author
Yes!
of Cat in the Hat. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Hey, you're looking for a great place to work out? You got to stop into Planet Fitness. They're going to give you a great tour of all of their facilities. And if you want to know, maybe you're a member there now, but you want to know a little bit more about the Black Card Spa, what it has to offer, they will give you a tour of the Black Card Spa. And here are some of the things that it has. You can recover with hydro massage. They've got other innovative amenities like red light therapy, cryo lounge. Some of the benefits are you can bring a guest free every single time you go. So you could take somebody that motivates you, maybe you just don't want to work out alone. That's available to you. You also have access to every single location that they have. That's 2,800 nationwide. There's over 50 of them. In fact, I just heard that there's over 60 of them now in Metro Detroit. So there's always a place to work out. And here's the deal. $1 down, first month free, and then it's $24.99 a month after that. You can find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or in the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Send them in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. People have questions. John's got advice. He's got answers.
Let's go.
Steelhead fishing.
Oh, yeah.
Dear John, I recently won a full guided steelhead fishing trip for a half day on the Grand River or Muskegon River.
Okay.
I've never been steelhead fishing, but I have the basic knowledge of fishing in general. What should I expect on the trip, and is there any personal gear you would suggest I bring? Thanks.
I would imagine if it's a full guided tour, most of those you will be using the gear of the guide. And so just check with them, and they'll tell you exactly what you need to bring. And it's probably good. First of all, a good pair of polarized sunglasses. That is, I will never go fishing without them, especially if I'm river fishing. The next thing is I would make sure that you've got, if you're going to be wading in, I don't know if you're wading or if it's going to be in a boat, have some good rain gear. Stay comfortable. That will make a lot of difference in the world. And a good camera. Everybody's got their cell phone with them, but it's a little tricky when you're on the water, because if you drop that cell phone, I know they still, they're harder to find, but you can get them on Amazon. Get yourself a disposable camera. You can always get the pictures digitized when you take them to, whether it's CVS, Walgreens, whatever. Those are the things that I would take. If you're going on a guided trip, they'll have everything that you need to actually fish with. And love it.
Heather, any advice on steelhead fishing?
Enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Take it all in. Wear sunscreen.
Don't worry about that stuff. Yeah, get yourself a little vitamin D. It's okay.
I feel like that was the mom advice for going on the fishing trip. Next one is the will.
Yes. So, dear John, my grandma passed away last year and she left a hefty inheritance, but how it was assigned has created some family drama. She has 2 kids, my dad and his brother, who each got roughly $500,000 in assets, homes, cars, jewelry, cash, etc. In total, there are 3 grandkids, me, my brother, and my cousin. Grandma left the boys each $25,000 and she left me $100,000. We're all in our mid-20s, but I'm the oldest, and as the only girl, I was closest with her. It was kind of an open secret that I was her favorite. She'd even say it out loud sometimes. I spent way more time with her, and over the summer, she taught me how to garden and taught me all the family recipes. Do I need to split it evenly to keep the peace, or should I keep it?
No, tell your brother and your cousin to get over it. This is grandma's wishes. She could do whatever she wants to with her money. She left the majority of it to her 2 sons. Mm-hmm. All right, that's great. And then she put a little bit of a clause in there for her grandkids. The other ones, hey, they could be mad at grandma all they want, but they should not have any effect on how they treat you or how they feel about you.
Yeah, she's not the one that assigned the money.
No.
It was grandma.
It was grandma. And you know what? Again, just deal with the fact that grandma decided where she wanted her money to go. And if she put in the time and effort to build a relationship with grandma, and not that the other ones didn't, but maybe they didn't have as close of a relationship, especially as the end was nearing, get over it. No, do not. If you want to do something really cool, then do something that would honor your grandma. And maybe it's a little piece of jewelry or something that makes you remember the relationship you had with her.
Totally. I mean, I agree with what you said.
Yeah, you don't have to give your brothers any extra.
No.
No.
Respect your grandma's wishes.
Yeah.
Clearly.
And the issue is on there, and get over it.
Yeah. John in college.
Oh, is this me in college?
It's about when you were in college, kind of.
Okay.
Dear John, I went to Eastern Michigan during the 90s, where my buddies and I, who despite being fans of a poorly run Lions organization at the time, decided to do a weekly TV show called The Lions Dome Maine. It was basically if Bob and Doug McKenzie and Wayne's World did a Lions-themed talk show. It ran for 4 seasons on Ann Arbor Cable Access. We had a blast doing it, drank beers on TV. We even had Brett Perriman on for an episode.
Okay.
While I can't say we were immensely popular, people did recognize us when we were out. And we were considering, should we get back together and do a podcast? My question is twofold. You went to Michigan during this time. Did you see our show? And everybody's got a podcast. Is it worth doing? Signed, Rob, a regular listener.
Well, it depends what you want to get out of the podcast. Yes, the world is flooded with podcasts. And so if you have something that is unique, something that is entertaining, then first of all, do it for yourself. If you enjoy doing it, what are your reasons why doing it? Is it just a couple of buddies getting together talking about Lions football and you put it out there? It doesn't take a lot of work to do that. Now, if you want to monetize it, that's where it becomes more of a job. And that's a completely different thing. If you want to monetize it, now it's going to take probably more than 3 or 4 years to build up the fan base, the listenership, all of those different things. How much time and effort are you willing to put into it? And in regards to, did I see your show? I may have. I don't know. A lot of things in college I don't remember. I remember all the games, but I don't remember TV shows or sports shows.
You weren't watching local Ann Arbor television?
No.
Channel 12.
No, was it Channel 12?
It was.
I think that's what he put in there. Yeah.
Not even remember there was a Channel 12.
Over 50 episodes.
Oh, wow.
You didn't watch any of them, John.
Well, he doesn't remember.
I don't
He might
remember.
have.
Yeah.
He might have.
To your point about a podcast, if you're doing it for fun, great. If you're going to scale it, though, these days you got to have video, you got to have graphics, you're going to have to do thumbnails, you're going to market it, you got to sell it.
You got to be
know what
really
you're
good at
signing up
social
for.
media. Yeah.
It's a whole new game now.
But if you want to do it and you want to do it for fun,
Then go for it. Yeah,
Of course.
absolutely.
Yeah,
And
don't
see
let
where it
anyone stop
goes.
you.
Of course.
It could be really cool. All right, the last one, dealing with death. Dear John, this is a hard one. Last month, I lost my dad suddenly to a heart attack. He was only 58 years old and was my go-to for everything. Car trouble, call dad. Issues with the house, dad would be right over with tools to help fix it. Same with my 2 brothers, both younger. He always had the right advice. I feel lost without him. Any advice on how to move forward without his influence?
Write down all the moments that you had with your dad and things that he said, because unfortunately we are fallible humans and we will forget things. So while it's all fresh in your mind, and it doesn't matter, it could be the middle of the night and you wake up, have a notepad next to your bed. If you have a memory of something that he said, a situation that happened, I don't care about the sleep. Take the time to write it down. It could be the middle of the day and something triggers a memory. Write it down and keep it somewhere where you get a chance to look at it so you can go back and remember all these memories and remember some of the advice that he gave you, because now you're the go-to. You need to be the go-to guy. And and maybe you weren't paying enough attention when he was fixing your car or when he was fixing your house. You don't necessarily have to be that, but there's going to be other people in your life that are going to now look to you for that.
And there's other people in your life that you can also lean on for help as well. You've got 2 brothers. Your mom might still be alive. I don't know the situation, but you lean on family. They're there to support you as well.
And I think you got to accept, you're not always going to have all the answers. No. But I think, John, what you brought up is really wise, because you can still keep him in your life by doing what you said. There's the saying that you die twice. You die when you die, and you die when people stop saying your name. Well, pass on some of those things that your dad taught you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those are other ways to keep him very much top of mind and relevant and important in your life.
And when those moments happen during the day, your brother's going through the same thing. Give him a call.
Yeah.
And talk to him about it. And they'll have things that maybe you forgot about, or maybe things that happened to them, advice that their dad gave them that maybe you weren't privy to. And again, it's all about make a record of those moments so you don't forget all of those great things.
And on a much lighter note, if you can't do something, there's probably a YouTube video that can help you these days.
For sure there is.
There you go. That's Dear John. Send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, one thing you can do is have a great lawn all summer long. And to make that a possibility, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. And early treatments set the tone for the entire season. Whether it's crabgrass, thinning grass, dandelions, early treatment is the key for that greener grass and fewer weeds. And maybe you're tired of, I mentioned it, grass thinning every summer. Now's the time to take care of it. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and you need a company that is going to individualize it for your yard and your home. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. For a limited time, you can purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And here's the other thing. Call by the end of the month, and you'll get the early bird discount. They've been operating since 1990. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Good morning, 97.1. Hope your night was better than our hockey team. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Greg behind the glass. Poor Gov, still recovering from witnessing that in person on the glass.
Yeah, taking his kids to it. They've witnessed some tough losses. They were famously at Ford Field when Tucker hit the record-setting at the time kick for Baltimore to beat the Lions.
Bounced off and in. We'll talk about our hockey team. I know McClellan's like, we don't talk about March. You guys are the only ones that bring up March. We don't want to hear about March. Well, when you blow a 2-goal lead with 9 minutes to go in the third period, when the team's on a back-to-back and you got to crunch them and crush them, you let them back in and you lose the game.
Not only a back-to-back, but it was the third in 4 days.
I know. That's a game that you got to win. If you want to show, hey, we're good enough to finish, I mean, it starts in your second game, your first home game of the month of March, you got to finish. When you're not driving the net, when you're just dumping the puck and begging the other team to come back, yeah. I mean, DeBrincat said they let their foot off the gas. That can't happen. What do you mean it's the second game of the month? What do you mean you're letting your foot off the gas?
In a playoff push?
Todd, you don't want to hear about it? I can respect it. We're going to keep talking about it until you guys are different.
Yeah.
Anyway, some feedback on Dear John, and then we'll dive a little deeper into our hockey team. You can call about either 248-539-9797. We'll get into trade deadline targets. It's deadline eve in the NHL. John, response says, get yourself a waterproof digital camera. They sell them cheap. It'd be great for a fishing trip.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Just don't use your phone. I don't like to use my phone when I'm on a fishing trip because...
You stress about losing it?
I fumble it and I lose it behind the bed. You know it's going to go in the drink.
So when we just took the trip, Kelsey bought like a waterproof case for your phone. But what good is that going to do if I drop it in the water?
Right, it's
and it
gone.
sinks.
Yeah.
Like I don't bring my phone out on a boat.
Not taking it in the pool with you.
Right.
That's where it would be good. You could
I guess.
go get it.
Yeah.
In the hot tub.
Well, we do have one for our phone for the hot tub.
Oh.
For our hot tub.
Oh.
Because we're... What is that? Not for photos, but for like watching shows.
Some intimate moments in the hot tub.
Yeah, wink, wink.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh, not
yeah.
for
We only
camera.
watch shows out there.
Please.
Whole movies.
Yeah, we're talking
my
about taking
gosh.
pictures, and that comes up.
Not talking about photos, just in general. Jeez.
Guys, every time I hear what's the capital of Thailand, I cover my nuts.
I told you, we've been trained.
On the inheritance, she should not have to share any of it, but shame on grandma. No, it's not
No,
shame
it's
on...
not.
No.
Shame on you. Come on. Grandma can do whatever the hell she wants with it.
Grow up. Guys, I'm the fourth grandson out of 5 and was liked as such. Tell your brother and cousin to get over it. Mike in St. Clair Shores.
Yeah.
Guys, tell her cousin's dad to give more out of his inheritance if there's an issue.
There you go.
Guys, keep it. Don't feel bad. She left you that money for a reason.
And 25 grand?
That's not nothing, man.
Right. That's a hell of a nice little bump. Thanks, Grandma.
Okay, guys, I lost my dad the same exact way. We talk sports all the time, text and call. I deal with it by texting you guys. I miss our sports talk so damn much.
Yep.
Find community where you can find it. No one can replace your dad.
Yeah.
But appreciate having you on board. Jim, did you take your car flags off 2 minutes into the game and then put them back on when they took the lead and then take them off after the game? Lighten up, Francis. Can we just call it what it is? It's a bad loss. Like some losses, you understand, hey, it's close, it's tight, it's competitive, it's a good hockey team. John, they had a 2-goal lead in the third period. They had a power play even after blowing the 2-goal lead. Now Larkin gets cross-checked, but they had ample opportunities to win that hockey game, and it's not, well, they got a point. It's they lost a point.
Well, and it's even deeper than that, where you had a 2-goal lead going into the third, and you had a 2-goal lead with 9 minutes left in the third.
If players are telling us we let our foot off the gas a little bit, we didn't get enough shots in, flipping pucks out of the D zone, weathering the storm, good teams will make you pay. I didn't think in the year 2026 we'd be dealing with this 2 games into the month of March. If you put it behind you, if it's a media narrative, why does it keep happening on the ice?
So if this happened in February, it wouldn't be as dramatic for you?
I think everything's a little extra dramatic in the month of March.
The closer you get to the end of the season, yes, it is because you are in a playoff push. You have veterans that we thought 2 years ago would step up or last year would step up. And the concern is that they're going to go down that same path again. And I just don't think that this is the trigger. Was it a point lost versus a point gain? Yes.
Deadline is on Friday.
3:00.
So we are counting down right around 30 hours away. Mm-hmm. Got a gut feeling how this is going to go down?
I do think that they'll make an ad. It just depends on what type of impact that's going to be and what are they willing to give up. Are they willing to give up in a vacuum? All right, let's just say for Justin Falk, what would you think in a vacuum you'd have to get up if you're not competing with other teams?
Well, I think you're giving up a first.
Okay. All right. So if you're now competing with another team for Justin Falk, who's a defenseman, he's got a year left on his contract after this year. It's not going to be an exorbitant fee, $6.5 million. If you had to give up a first, would you be willing to give up a first and a third?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably doing a player who's a little lower in the pipeline, or call it like a third or a fourth, something like that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, insert anything
to trump somebody else's
plus.
offer. Yeah. First plus to trump somebody else's offer, because this is a bidding war. And I just will caution people. Yzerman has not done well in bidding wars. It's one thing to keep Sider and Raymond when they're under team control restricted. It's one thing to get DeBrincat when you're the only place he wanted to be dealt to and re-sign him when he's restricted. Larkin never got to free agency. Has Yzerman gone to free agency and outbid people? Has he been a buyer at the deadline and said, I don't care the cost, I'll go 1 cent higher and get the deal done? No, it's the opposite. They've been in this spot before, and he goes, price is too high, man.
Well, it wasn't simply price was too high for what he thought that team was 2 years ago and even last year.
Yeah, I think, he said as much, yeah.
Yeah, and now the question will be, is that price going to be too high for this team? What does he think this team is? Where is this team, not just this year, but next year going? And I think Justin Falk is the perfect ad. That's the guy I would like them to go after, because it's not just an expiring contract, but it's also not a long-term commitment. It's this year and next year.
Even if no salary is retained, and you have to pay the full $6.5 million next year,
you have twice as much to play with
already, and no one's taking your money in free agency anyway. Most great players don't hit free agency anyway. No, they are in a great position to do something. They have war chested. They've got young people. They've got picks. They've got cap space, and they don't need salary retention on a guy like Falk. That's your top target.
Yeah. I mean, because he can help you on both sides. He's a guy that if you're only getting the scoring from your top line guys on the offensive side of things, then why not have a guy that can play both ends?
And in St. Louis, he's power play and penalty kill.
Yep.
He plays 23 minutes a night. He'd be the second pair here and stabilize. They'd have two real pairs as opposed to just Edvinson and Sider, and fingers crossed that someone next to Sherrod can get it done. Yeah, Falk would make a lot of sense. Ristolainen's another name you're going to hear or articles have mentioned. He's a monster. He's like John size on skates, and he can kill penalties and push people around, add that grit and physicality. Only 1 more year left on his deal. Not a rental. $5 million next year. Those are a couple guys to get, but we've already seen right-handed defensemen flying. I mean, yesterday we saw 3-4 guys get dealt on the blue line, so you're looking at Yzerman going, hey, man, let's get it done. We'll talk about some of the names and the top targets. Want to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. Talking about our hockey team on deadline eve. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings were back on the ice at Little Caesars Arena for the first time in over a month last night. Unfortunately, they lost 4-3 in overtime to the Vegas Golden Knights. After falling behind 1-0 early, 3 straight first-period goals from Emmett Finney, Simon Edvinson, and Alex DeBrincat gave Detroit a 3-1 lead. They eventually carried that into the third period. The Wings had 3 power play chances after the first period to score what would have been the game-winning goal, but they were instead 0 for 4 on the man advantage in total. DeBrincat said there wasn't much cause for concern. They just needed some better bounces.
No, not really. I think we were moving it around. Got a couple good chances at the end there.
Do you have McClellan audio? No, it's okay.
In OT, it was Vegas who made the most of the power play as they scored 4 on 3 after Evanson was booked for slashing. The Wings are still in playoff position with an added point last night as they now have 77 to sit 2 points ahead of Montreal for the last playoff spot in the Atlantic. Detroit is back tomorrow against the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Detroit Mercy and Oakland Hoops also hosted Horizon League tournament action last night. UDM came away with an 84-63 win at Callahan Hall over Milwaukee to advance to the semis for the first time since 2013. Oakland was upset at home by Northern Kentucky 85-84. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Guys, that's a soul-crushing loss last night. I don't care what John thinks. John's a football guy. I can tell you, playing hockey all my life, that's a bone, soul-crushing loss last night. Heart in the dagger of our playoff hopes. So people are taking last night well.
Okay, but you still have a 7-point lead above the cut line. I'm not going to sit there and say it's a dagger to the heart.
Soul-crushing, bone-crushing.
Sure, it hurts.
It was a bad loss.
Yeah.
And at this time of year when things are magnified.
So unnecessary.
Unnecessary is a great way to put it. And if you want to tell us you're different, don't blow 2-goal leads in the third period. Plain and simple. I thought it was pathetic the way they played at the end of that hockey game. They were already checked out. They had already moved on. They were not trying to score, possess the puck, forecheck. It was, hey, we're along for the ride. Just hope Vegas doesn't beat us.
And it's about time the players took ownership of this team, because I've been beating the drum for Todd McClellan. And, hey, a couple of days ago, he called out his team. They responded. He shouldn't have to call out his team every other game.
Right.
Like, take a little bit of ownership as players. And don't just simply sit there and say, well, we need to add more at the trade deadline. We all know that. We all hope that.
Yeah.
But until that happens, take care of your own business on the ice.
Guys, you were talking Pistons losing to Cleveland and the impact from the other day. This loss last night resonates more for the Wings and is more worrisome.
Answers that question I asked you earlier in terms of which one was worse.
Pistons have equity, playoff equity. They're more reliable.
Well, they're in first in their conference, and they have positioned themselves better. And obviously, they went to the postseason last year. Hopefully, they'll capitalize on that and go further this year. We all think they will. But the Wings, like, they've got to prove that this isn't the first domino that causes the house of cards to fall down.
Right.
Because I don't believe it's a house of cards.
I want you to be right really bad. Trade deadline, 3 names that I'm going to target, that I'm going to watch for. You mentioned one of them. Justin Falk, right-handed shot, St. Louis Blues, second pair blue liner, can play defense, can help generate some offense, can play all situations. Signed beyond this year, not a rental. Yzerman should be willing to give up a first. And the truth is, they've got their firsts. They've got 2 elite goalie prospects.
And a lot of buyers right now don't have their first.
Right. So you've got your firsts in perpetuity. You've got multiple goalie prospects. You've got prospects that your pool is flush with. And you got cap space. Like, yeah, you got to be able to do something. And I'm not suggesting gut them all for Justin Falk. But my point is, like, you can be competitive in these bidding markets, in these situations where you have to outbid other teams. The Red Wings have as much or more as anybody else making these offers. So Falk's one name. Second name would be Rustalainen. Big ogre of a blue liner. Is playing the top pair right now in Philly. Would be the second pair guy here with Sherratt. You'd have a lot more physicality around the net front with those two. He can play big minutes, kill penalties. That physicality that is playoff hockey. Not a rental this year and next year. Those are 2 names. The third name for me, Vinny Trocheck. And this texter says everybody's focused on blue line help. Team's awful 5-on-5. They need offense and lots of it. Matt in a truck. Well, Vinny Trocheck would help you on both ends of the ice. Mm-hmm. He's signed well beyond this year. This is year 4 of a 7-year deal. He would instantly be your second line center, create the Team USA line with DeBrincat and Kane on each side. And he would play in his own end as a back checker. He can win faceoffs, kill penalties. He's good defensively. And yeah, he can drive the second line offensively. He'd probably be the most expensive of everybody we've discussed.
In terms of what you'd have to give up, but not in terms of his contract.
Right, it's $5.6 million. It's actually team-friendly moving forward. And while he has a no-trade clause, he played for the Plymouth Whalers. He's played hockey in this state. He has a connection to the area. He's going to not going to waive his no-trade clause to go to teams out west. He's publicly said that, but can't waive to everywhere, and this would be a team that's in the playoff mix. Vinny Trocheck would be the third name. So it's the two blue liners and Trocheck. I'm not getting caught up in Robert Thomas. I'm not getting caught up in Pettersson, who may be a head case, and they got to decide if they're going to defer some of that or retain some of that money. Let's just keep it with guys that I think are more than attainable for Steve Yzerman to make this hockey team better. 248-539-9797.
A lot of great options. And that's the thing is, you mentioned it yesterday, some of those right shot defensemen are off the board. But there are still plenty of options, whether it's on defense or the offensive side of things, guys that are going to be willing to play the entire ice.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about some guys that got dealt yesterday, just so we understand the urgency as this builds up. Parayko got dealt from the Blues to the Sabres. Sabres are a playoff team. They've had a great season. They're beefing up their blue line. That's a guy who's physical, played on Team Canada, right shot guy.
Myers is in Dallas.
Myers, who the Wings wanted. Big body. I don't know if I loved his game, but they wanted him. They didn't get him. He didn't want to come here. He goes to Dallas. Weegar gets dealt from Calgary to Utah. Again, second pair right shot. And Connor Murphy got dealt from Chicago to Edmonton. That's 4 right shot blue liners off the board in the last day here. Today's as good a day as any on deadline eve for Steve to get in on this market and nail it, because the alternative is they play this way in March. They don't do anything at the deadline. It's the same thing with the same results. We won't get playoff hockey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't mean you won't get playoff hockey, but you can certainly increase your odds. We talked about it with the Pistons. We've talked about it with the Lions, and we talked about it last year with the Tigers. Like, I don't always want to be waiting to the trade deadline, but they have that opportunity because that's where they are as a franchise. All right, they don't have the most talented roster in the business, but this is an opportunity to get better in this moment and actually capitalize on an opportunity and start a new run in the postseason.
Tex says, I've seen enough with Talbot. He's the common denominator. No bueno. Brandon in a truck. John, is it time to maybe get Kosa in there as the number 2 goalie?
You might consider that. But you can also consider making the defense in front of him better.
No kidding.
Which is what we're continue to talk about.
The Gibson thing feels like disaster is avoided. Didn't play last night, but the report was they don't expect extended absence.
And if I understand it right, too, Kosa would have to have been medically unable to play to bring in the emergency goalie of...
You're saying Talbot would have to be...
I'm sorry, Talbot, yes.
Yeah, it's a good note. The rule is, I believe, if you call up a goalie under emergency circumstances...
Both have to be medically unable to get in.
For him to play in the game. But they could just call Kosa up regular.
Sure.
And make him the number 2 goalie if they were ready. If you feel like, hey, Talbot's 38, long in the tooth, he doesn't have it, Gibby's our number 1 when he's healthy, and on every third game we want to throw Kosa in there. I mean, it's a consideration.
Got to think about it.
248-539-9797. Guys, the Pistons or the Red Wings, neither team will be making any moves that are significant. If anything, they will be first round at best. They won't go past the second round. Wings probably won't even make the playoffs at this point, and it will fall off as they have terribly. I don't want to lump the two teams together.
No, because
I think it's easy to do because they're playing at the same time. I don't think they're the same teams. The Pistons have made the playoffs. The Pistons are the 1 seed in the East. The Pistons should absolutely win a playoff series this year, and we're talking about winning 2 and 3 playoff series. The Wings haven't made the playoffs.
They haven't made the playoffs, and I still want to make the point. I don't want the sky to be falling every minute of every day. Was last night a bad loss? Absolutely. But they are closer to the top of their division than they are to being out of the playoffs at this point. But they're missing opportunities. Last night was a perfect opportunity. They could have been tied for second with Buffalo by just finishing that game with 78 points. And then he would have only been 2 points behind Tampa, who's currently on a 3-game losing streak.
Right. And speaking of an opportunity, Friday night after the deadline, whatever they do or don't do, they're going to have Florida in town. Reigning Cup champs who are nowhere near the team they've been. They've been all kinds of banged up and injured. They haven't had Barkhoff all year, and they've dealt with some big high-profile injuries. Stick a fork in them. You know, and I hate the yo-yoing. Like, you've heard the stat. They've picked up at least a point in every other game since, December, late November. But stop yo-yoing. Win 3 or 4 in a row here, and then we can all just...
Well, they had that chance where they could have gone, back-to-back with 4 points. Instead, they'd only come away with 3.
Yeah. But, the Panthers, I think they're running out of time to make a run. I mean, they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
but stick a fork in them. Make sure that's
dead and buried.
Yeah, dead and buried. One less team to worry about, and you pick up a nice win on Friday night.
Don't be the reason that people say, "Oh, look out! Here come the Panthers!"
Right.
Woke a sleeping giant down the stretch. Yeah, I don't need to hear that. As tough as the Atlantic Division's been already.
Don't let the Panthers get hot.
You proud of yourself? You happy about that one?
I just wanted to see your reaction, and it stopped you in your tracks. Yes, I am.
I didn't even connect these dots, so think about it. As much of a bitch as the Atlantic Division has been, it's been this tough without the Florida Panthers. Don't let them be part of the problem. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We're going to talk about the Lions coming up at 8:35. A big deal in the NFL. Yesterday has us feeling some type of way. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're going to have a little bit of a warm-up, but we all know it's March. Winter temps, cold temps are going to be back, so don't risk a furnace failure. Take a time out, call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup and make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. It's $30 off the regular price. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices, so get in touch with them now. Same-day service and financing available. You can find more information at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Couple quick thoughts, then we'll look ahead to tonight. What's tonight? We'll tell you. Text coming in. Cookie sounds like a whiny little bitch. Who cares about the Wings' loss? They still got a point. That's all that matters.
Well, they did come away with a point, but on the heels of losing out on going to the postseason, because of a point, you get to this time of the season, and if you go back and if this game happened the fourth game of the season, would we have the same reaction? No. Those points matter just as much as these. They've done a nice job of building up a 7-point cushion, but it could have been 8. They could have given themselves another advantage.
I'm not really hung up on the standings, points, the cushions, because there's still so much hockey to go. I care about how they're playing. And when you're a bad 5-on-5 hockey team, it's immediately a concern as your ability to finish.
Yeah, but it's no different than they've been playing the rest of the year.
No, I understand. But like your ability to sustain and finish gets called into question. And specifically last night, when you're up 2 goals in the third period and you don't win the hockey game, you can say they got a point. I can say they lost a point. Ken Daniels said as much after the game, saying that's the takeaway. They lost a point here. And they lost a point by playing sad, pathetic defensive hockey. Mm-hmm. And that's the issue. So, look, I could sound like a whiny bitch to you, but they played like a bunch of you-know-whats last night. So, more than one thing can be true. Tex says, guys, they won't make a big deal because Yzerman is the most difficult GM to trade with. He has to feel like he wins every trade. Countdown is on. Before we look ahead to tonight, we have some Todd McClellan audio. This was McClellan before the hockey game.
He's so annoyed.
If I was him, I would be annoyed at the questions. But I'd also be annoyed at the fact that my team has played in such a way that the questions continue to be asked.
Well, so his time in Detroit, his time in Detroit, the second go-round now, he's only experienced last year, where we've experienced the last 3 Marches, where they've gone into March in a playoff position and exited March outside the playoffs.
Of every team currently in the playoffs, they've been the worst team over the last 10 games. Eastern Conference. Mm-hmm. So it's not like, well, we're rattling off 8 of every 10. Why is the mean media bringing this up? Like, buddy, this is not going to go away until you guys rattle off a bunch of wins and put this behind you. Games like last night, and that was before the game he said that, but games like last night are only going to feed into why you're talked about that way. You're talked about that way because you blew it.
Why do you fade? I mean, and maybe the better question is, instead of just inserting the month of March, are you concerned that you're fading at the end of the year?
Right.
Because it's asking the same thing without using the month of March.
How about this? 10 games, the last 10 games. Just it's one way of evaluating how you're playing lately. Teams in the playoffs have all won more games than the Wings, and the top teams outside the playoffs have all won more games in the last 10. Columbus is 8-1-1, Caps are 6-4, Sens are 6-2-2. Teams in are playing better, teams outside are playing better. You are putting this out there for someone to take advantage of you. You aren't playing well enough. You're opening the door for someone to take your spot. That's why it's being discussed. But on to a team that's winning.
Yes.
Tonight. What's tonight? Tonight, Michigan basketball is going to play at Iowa. Who cares, right? Michigan's wrapped up a regular season Big Ten crown already. So what's on the line? John, a bit of history is on the line tonight. If Michigan wins, Greg, do you know?
I think I know.
If they win tonight, they would complete the season undefeated on the road.
In Big Ten play.
No, for the season.
Well, okay, on others' home sites because they were on the road.
In road games. That does not, road and neutral are
different.
Clarified as different.
Duke is a neutral site. Michigan has not gone into someone else's gymnasium and lost a game this season.
Correct.
If they do it, they would be the first Big Ten team to go undefeated on true road sites since the 1975-76 perfect undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
Who did go on to win a national championship.
Yep. Bobby Knight's team.
Bob Knight. I have an issue with the specification of the road game that they lost to Duke. I understand that it wasn't at Duke's court.
It wasn't at Cameron. That's a huge difference.
It is, but you're still on the road and you took a loss.
So
I'm not going to make that separation.
But I love that you're going to nitpick this. Okay, in games away from Chrysler, they're not undefeated.
Correct.
That's
Thank
your
you.
sticking point.
Thank you.
That's so stupid. The other thing to watch tonight is it's their first game.
Since they lost LJ Kason. And this is our first opportunity to see them. They've wrapped up the Big Ten title. What type of motivation are they still playing with? Hopefully it's the same intensity that they've played with all season long. That's a mental battle that they'll have for this one game because obviously we know the Spartans are on Sunday at 4:00 and there shouldn't need to be any extra juice for that game.
No.
So, Jim, where I thought you were going with, what I've kind of put the things together, is that if they win today, they will clinch not losing 3 out of their last 4 going into the NCAA tournament, which no team has won the NCAA tournament with that such
like a little skid at the end.
Going into the skid. We learned that last year with Auburn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and if Michigan wins today, then they could finish the regular season with they could finish the pre-tournament season with no fewer than 4 losses. A Michigan State and then a Big Ten tournament loss would get them to 4. Yeah. They'd effectively be a 1 seed if they win tonight, right?
I would think they would secure that, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Aaron Rodgers just revealed his motivation for staying in shape. He was on the Pat McAfee show on Wednesday, and he talked about staying fit and getting older. And he said for him, staying in shape is harder the older he gets. You can't take as much time off as he would like to or used to, and that you've got to be a little bit more dialed in on your diet and your workouts and things like that. But he also revealed his main motivation for staying in shape.
Was that Tom?
It sounded like Tom. Can we do that one more time?
Oh, did you put that in?
Oh, he added that.
That's great. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so,
we kind of all have that in the back of our minds.
Sure.
Relatable.
Yeah.
You want to look good for your partner as long as you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
His partner
Brittany is his partner.
That's her name?
Her name is Brittany.
Okay.
We've known that.
Oh, okay.
We've known her name.
She goes to a different school. You wouldn't know her.
But we don't really know who she is.
Or if she really exists.
There are people who wonder that.
Sure. Why we see a picture of her?
So apparently also on the podcast on Wednesday, he revealed that they first crossed paths in 2017.
Oh, who was he dating at that time?
I don't know who he was with, but that's when he first met Brittany and kind of knew that she was something special. He also said that at the time she moved back across the pond.
Oh, so she's international.
So maybe that's why we don't see her. She's not here. Maybe she lives somewhere else.
Oh, it's a long distance relationship.
It could be.
Maybe she
I don't
lives
know.
in a computer. People have speculated she's an AI girlfriend.
Oh, no.
That's a conspiracy theory, I believe.
Boy.
Yeah, we don't know that she actually exists.
Maybe her name is actually Brittany.
Oh, boy. Grand Rapids has been named the #1 beer city in the nation for the 6th consecutive year. Pretty cool. The rankings were determined by readers and a panel of beer experts by USA Today. So the publication noted that Grand Rapids sports the state's strongest beer scene thanks to the presence of the world-renowned Founders Brewing Company. Plus, there's several other brewing operations there in town. There's beer-related experiences like taste testing and tours, and then there's even exceptional beer stores. So congrats to Grand Rapids.
Look, I lived there for 5 years. It's churches and breweries on every corner.
Yep. Uh-huh. And then Founders Brewing Company ranked 7th in the same survey for its guided tours. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Founders is great.
hey, a new animal might eventually be showing up more in Michigan, and it's one you usually associate with the South. So recent reports of armadillo sightings in Michigan have sparked curiosity and an investigation by Michigan's DNR. Ever come across an armadillo?
I have not.
No. Officials say a few armadillos have been found as roadkill and ultimately ended up in the DNR's pathology lab. So officials aren't sure yet whether they just kind of wandered here naturally or could have been placed along roads as a prank, which doesn't seem like a funny prank.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Wildlife experts say armadillos have been slowly migrating north for decades. Right now, there's no confirmed, breeding population in Michigan, but the DNR says it's monitoring the situation. And if they do start showing up more regularly in our state, they could be classified as unprotected species, meaning that a homeowner could legally remove them if they start digging up your yard, searching for food.
It says that they taste good.
Well, John, there you have it.
Yeah,
You grill them up?
Sure, why not? I was actually wondering if they're going to invade Michigan, can we hunt and eat them?
Sounds
like they are similar to pork or chicken. Tastes like chicken.
Question for you specifically, John, because I already know Heather's answer. When we were in Cayman, there was a restaurant that was an Australian-themed restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
They served kangaroo.
No.
Would you?
I would, but the problem is it makes me a little jumpy.
So it was dumb.
It's got a bit of a kick to it.
Well done. Which is how it would have been prepared. All right. Got one more?
Yeah, this is a quick one. The Red Wings, you might have seen it if you were at the game last night, just introduced a new food item, a chicken tender Zamboni bucket.
Well,
Get your hands on it now.
Yes.
Yeah. Features a full order of chicken tenders, some fries served in a Zamboni-themed container. Like I said, debuted at last night's game. Not a lot of word yet confirmed how much it's going to set you back, but it sounds like it's about $45.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But you get to take
That's what the internet will tell you, yeah.
Take home Zamboni.
You can buy it without the chicken if you just want
would
the
imagine,
souvenir.
yeah.
But yeah, I think I saw a quote for $46 with the chicken.
Wow.
And I think you get fries with it too, right?
You
your
get some fries.
Zamboni,
The picture had fries.
Santoy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not like the...
It's plastic.
Yeah.
It's not like the gravy dish.
It's
the gravy
new
dish was
version
for one
of a
game.
souvenir cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You come back from Comerica, you got the souvenir cup, stays in your cabinet for years and years.
Wonder if Tom got one last night.
You think he'd get one for his kids? You think he left before they actually
don't.
lost?
No, because he didn't have to work this morning. I bet he stayed for the whole thing.
Yeah, but he had his kids with him.
Because you can't just get one of those for one kid. You're going to have to buy three
So you
then. You're
spend
going to get three.
$100
Oh,
on
no,
chicken
no,
tender
no, no, no.
Zamboni
You
buckets?
get one and share.
There's three
They
tenders.
each get one tender. Like dinner.
Tom looking over him like a hawk.
Yeah. Don't drop that.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, little GM envy. Look at a big move yesterday in the NFL. We're wondering, what about us on either side of the trade? We'll explain. 97.1. Some of the Twitch comments, someone said they had raw kangaroo in Australia last year.
Huh.
You would eat kangaroo.
Oh, sure. I would try it. Yeah. I mean, I'll try try just about anything once.
Okay. Another says put a little hop in your step.
Uh-huh.
People want to know how it was. Let us know.
I don't know if I'd do it. Try it.
Raw. Just say it. Let's talk about it. John, big deal in the NFL yesterday. You had the Kansas City Chiefs sending their number one corner, Trent McDuffie, to the Rams for a first-round pick. And I've got GM envy on both sides of this deal.
Yeah, because either way you look at this deal, if you look at it from the Rams' perspective, right, they're willing to go out and give away draft picks to acquire somebody that they think will get them over the top. And if you look at the odds for next year's Super Bowl, the Rams are right there at the top of the list. And the odds shifted a little bit after this trade. Now, there's plenty of time. There's draft, there's the free agency. There's a lot of things that can move that line, but they're going to be one of those teams. And they just have said, we're going to do what is necessary. We'll figure out the numbers, but we're going to go get guys that are impact players that are proven in the NFL. And it's not something the Lions have been willing to do. On the flip side, when you look at what Kansas City did, and they've done this, they did it with Tyreek Hill, they did it last year with L'Jarius Sneed, now with Trent McDuffie, they acquire players, they let them get really good, but they don't feel the need to sign all of their guys to high-dollar deals, and they are willing to part with some of their core guys to then restock with young talent in the draft. They got, what was it, a first this year, a fourth and a fifth, and then a third next year? Like, that's 4 picks.
It's not falling in love with your own. Like, on either side of this deal, I find myself envious. Kansas City has proven time and time again, to your point, John, they will get rid of guys a year early rather than pay everyone. And they'll use it to re-roll and reset. And they've been very successful. And yes, a lot of that is having Patrick Mahomes. But, John, the results speak for themselves. Year in and year out, those guys reload and reset and don't fall in love with their own. The Rams are the side that I think everybody wants their team to be, right? The go for it, go for it, go for it. And the pushback is always, well, you can't win forever that way. The Rams haven't used their first-round pick in 9 of the last 10 drafts. In that time, they won a Super Bowl. They won 10 playoff games. They won 4 division crowns, and they only had 1 losing season. So it's not like, because that's the detractor point, right?
They don't draft anymore because they don't have Brad Holmes.
The point is, well, if we ran it like the Rams, we couldn't sustain success. The Rams have sustained success doing it this way. The takeaway is Brad doesn't do either of these things. The bold, aggressive, chips on the table, or the strategic, I can't pay everybody, can't fall in love with my own. He's neither. And, John, I have GM envy because I think those are 2 guys that do it better. They're not the only 2 guys that do it better. Brad Holmes is a 2-time executive of the year, and yet I'm looking around going, I like what Roseman does better. I like what Les Snead does better, what Veach does better, what John Snyder's done better, what John Lynch has done better.
They have, other than John Lynch, the guys that you just mentioned, have Super Bowl champions as part of their resume.
Right, but we used to talk about Brad as like the best, and now we don't.
Well, and so there's always a progression. And the general manager position, especially in football, is one, there's a lot of different paths to reaching. John Lynch got there in a much different path than Brad Holmes, than Les Snead, than any of these other, like there's different paths. There's things that you have strengths that you bring to the position. And the clear superpower for Brad Holmes is evaluating college talent. He was the head of college scouting with the Rams. He has done a really good job in the draft. Some drafts, he has been great. But as you learn on the job, you have to find ways to acquire talent outside of the draft, in other forms, in free agency, in trades, in a number of different ways, and maybe you have to give up some of that draft capital. Maybe, just maybe, instead of draft, develop, and sign, because it all comes from the same pot, you can trust the fact that you've watched film, and Brad and Dan have all said, you know more about your guys than anybody else. Got it. But you turn on the film, and I'm not sitting there saying they should have made the trade for Trent McDuffie.
No, I'm not either.
There are other guys out there that you could turn the film on and look and say, they're really good football players. It's proven on tape at the NFL level. They would make us better.
No, let's clarify that. I'm not saying they made the move. Why didn't the Lions? I think they're going to get a damn good football player at 17. I also think they need to replenish some in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking broader mindset. At no point has Brad been willing to punt a first-round pick, not even 2 years ago when it felt like they were on the edge of the Super Bowl. He doesn't do it that way. He doesn't do it this way. He does it his way. One-track mind, one way only. Draft, develop, pay early, overpay in some cases, but do it only with my guys and small little accent pieces. And John, that's what a scout would do. A GM has to do all of it. A GM has to make trades like Kansas City did and trades like the Rams did. Buyers and sellers, movers and shakers, every lever from the control seat. And Brad Holmes has got one lever. And when he was drafting well early, he's hitting on all-pro talent more than anybody in the league. Well, if you don't keep hitting at that rate, and they didn't the last couple years, you miss the playoffs entirely. And if you're not going to deviate, you're not going to win the Super Bowl.
And you can also be really good at the draft and still come up short of the ultimate goal, winning a Super Bowl, because you keep paying only those guys. J-Mo, the timing of the contract, if they redo Gibbs now, when they still have control for 3 years, like, to me, that is just, it's when you look at what Kansas City has done, you're allowed to draft and acquire players and make them better, but you've built up this great asset. And some of them, yes, you pay. Others, you have to be able to say, you know what, I want to trade that for more equity. I want to take what I've built up in this player and get multiple draft picks and maybe even a first-round pick. They could have traded Jim. I don't think they got a first-round pick for him, but they could have continued to allow him to be the player he was and then traded him like DK Metcalf to the Steelers for a second-round pick and then go get your nickel corner.
Yeah, I bristle when you mentioned trading J-Mo because I know people feel a certain type of way about it. But yeah, use DK Metcalf. They make that deal in Seattle. They draft that big safety out of South Carolina. I always butcher his name. Emewarie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. And it let them play 5 defensive backs and stop the run. It's hard to do both. Well, and that was a move where you traded a proven commodity and you got something and you used it to re-roll and reset and get a cheap, productive, high-impact player. John, whether it was J-Mo, McNeil, Joseph, upcoming, we're talking maybe a Gibbs extension early, Campbell, who we all really like. Some of these will be very good and you'll get a deal by doing it early. But the idea that none of them are going to have a degenerative knee issue, none of them are going to tear their ACL, those are big, costly mistakes against the cap. And now we're going, boy, I don't have any money to spend in free agency. Like we said it's a big offseason for Brad Holmes. The move yesterday, we want some reaction to it. 248-539-9797. We'll get the feedback, talk to you guys. 9 o'clock hour. Have you seen the latest NIL trend? Do we want Michigan to be like Mississippi? Something I don't think I've ever said before. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, I'll do that in just a moment, it's not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. There's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Check in the Ram column. And for the opponents, hey, full-size pickups, don't care what you're paying for it, with a 4-cylinder engine, it's not even close. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-use technology, again, nothing beats our Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is than the competition. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today It's just that easy, and then all you got to do is tell them I sent you.
Knockout phone calls. Take some of your thoughts on text as well. Let's go to Alex first up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good morning.
Good. Hey, look, you hit it on the head, Costa. I called this 3 years ago, and I just got off the phone with the buddy I called it with. Brad Holmes is a scout. He's not a GM. He's not a good GM. He's a pretty darn good scout, though. I mean, just because you're a scuba diver does not mean you're an underwater welder. You know what I mean? He's not a good scout. He's not a good GM.
No, but if you're a scuba diver, you can learn underwater welding. It just feels like Brad Holmes is refusing to step outside his comfort zone and do things that he wasn't trained as the head of college scouting with the Rams. Now he's the GM. You've got to learn from other things that are going around the NFL, other moments where you came up short, and make adjustments to your plan.
I agree, and we're so quick to fall in love with people here and put them on our shoulders and parade them around town. I mean, the first trick play we pull that goes successful, we're gonna lift this new guy up and parade him around town like he's the second coming of Christ. You know, it's ridiculous, and that's why I'm out. It's not a serious organization yet. It really isn't.
I think the criticism to say they fall in love with their own is valid, and it's the very thing, to Texter Will's point, that Campbell said they wouldn't do. Didn't he say we wouldn't fall in love with our own? Isn't Brad doing the opposite?
But he said you got to caution against falling in love with your own.
So we actually just had it happen off air. We're talking about the next wave of guys, and we go, well, branch off the Achilles. And my first words were, I love that guy, but I can't fall in love with him.
Right.
I think they're going to get him done before the season. Don't you want to see how he responds to an Achilles?
You think they're going to do Brian Branch before the season?
I do.
No.
You don't think so?
No. No, that is...
They love him.
Can he come back from an Achilles? Certainly. It's different, and I came back from an Achilles. It's different for a lineman than it is a speed, sprint, accelerate guy.
Didn't Holmes say at the combine, again, I was funning in the sun, didn't he say Laporta, Gibbs, and Branch are all like cornerstones, or whatever word he used, like foundation guys they want to keep? That he's lumping them all in as guys they want to get done this offseason.
Well, he's lumping them in as guys they want to get done, maybe not necessarily this offseason. Branch might be one of those guys that, hey, you got to see it on the field and see how he's going to recover, and you can always do an extension mid-season.
Yeah, I mean, because if you don't, then he becomes a true free agent,
right,
which they've wanted to avoid. That's what they've done. By getting these deals done early, they avoid guys getting to free agency and having to pay more, but it doesn't always work out. Kirby Joseph right now is a deal you regret, I would think.
You didn't regret it at the time,
no, I'm just
and you
today.
Can't predict injuries.
But I'm saying,
yes, today you're looking at it going, boy, I wish we had been able to have that crystal ball, look into the future, and know that he may have an injury that he can't play again.
But this is the trade-off. Like, their belief is doing it early is right. And in some cases it is. Mm-hmm. But the other side of that coin is if we wait until longer, we have more information. Both players' health, wear and tear, performance. Waiting longer is a risk, but they're operating like their way has no risk, and it certainly does. And the risk is, hey, you paid McNeil, and then he blew out his knee. Hey, you paid Kirby Joseph, and his knee is swollen the size of, a grapefruit. Like, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't all the time. And they've seemed to use we need to pay our guys before they hit free agency, or God forbid we have the conversation of using a franchise tag.
But which they have not done. Have they done it all since Holmes has been here?
No.
So that's why I said I think they were going to want to get Branch done. I know we've talked about Gibbs and why you get it done 3 years early. Branch is in the last year of his deal, and it's messy because of the Achilles, but the way they've operated, I don't say it like I think it's necessarily the right decision, John, but I think they will get him done. I think Laporta, Branch, and Gibbs, and Campbell are all guys that are going to get paid before they're free agents.
Yeah, and I mean, you could lump Laporta in the Branch category, even though I think he is. It sounds like, and even if I was a doctor, I don't have access to the medicals, so I don't know what the long-term risks are with a back injury. I just know that it's one of those where it raises an eyebrow and you're like, I don't know. But it's you still have time with Jahmyr Gibbs. And I don't care. It's not we have to do this all the time because, well, what are free agents going to think? They don't go to free agency. So
what does that matter?
What does it matter? Why do we worry about if this is an attractive place to be if you're never looking outside your own team.
Guys, you've made the point. Brad thinks like a scout, not a GM. It's perfectly said. It's easy to see how, if this is 2026, not a successful season, Sheila and Chris would need to replace him. So many good GMs in the league. You need a GM who thinks in plans like a GM and not a scout. I don't think we're on the conversation of replacing the guy right now.
No.
I think these are. This is maybe a fault of the format, like sports talk, and we take the. You could be critical without rushing to the extreme and saying a guy needs to be fired. We'll make it very clear if we think someone needs to be fired. I don't think anyone's calling for Brad Holmes to lose his job. We're calling for some criticism, some shifting, some adjusting.
And operating differently.
Yeah.
Trying to take a look at the issue, and that is, we haven't won a Super Bowl, and just drafting, developing, and signing hasn't gotten us to that point. How can we, without abandoning that theory, how can we complement it?
Guys, the Cowboys restructured Dak and Tyler Smith, freed up $47 million in cap space. It's your turn, Brad. Goff and St. Brown. Others do the same.
We're only a few days away from the legal tampering period. And if you're going to go out and sign anyone in free agency, whether it's day one, phase one of free agency, phase two, you've got to clear up cap space.
The goal of hosts on this station is to make Detroit fans insufferable crybabies that hate their team. It's exhausting. Go do radio in Philly or LA.
Well, I don't think we approach that level of East Coast radio.
Guys, if you haven't talked to Lions fans lately, they're frustrated. We are a mirror. People calling in disagree, which is awesome, but a lot of people have been calling in agreeing. This is becoming sentiment. We're not force-feeding anybody this opinion. We're all watching this happen in real time. And if you care about your team, this is the way I always look at it. If you care about your team, they can drive you crazy. It's not because I want them to be bad or we want to be insufferable. We got a team that's elevated themselves, graduated from the basement, competing for a championship, but they haven't changed their methods.
Well, and the thing is, he still has time to do something different. He has time to learn from the shortcomings of last year, where you go into the season with an inferior offensive line. What does that do? You go into the season with an inferior defensive line. Now, I know he addressed it in the draft with Tyleik Williams, and DJ Reader was there, and he did go out and get Roy Lopez. But what are you going to do this year when Muhammad is free, Lopez is free, Anzalone is free? There are needs on that side of the ball as well.
It's a critical offseason for Brad Holmes. To your point, really hasn't gotten started yet, so not going to judge it in totality today, but we're discussing where they've been and where they're at right now. Coming up next, do you want Michigan to be like Mississippi? Come on, it's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After their exhibition series against the Dominican Republic, the Tigers have an off day today in spring training. As opening day nears, questions remain as to whether Kevin McGonigal will make the Tigers' opening day roster to start the year. ESPN insider Buster Olney went on Pardon the Interruption yesterday and said McGonigal's play this spring isn't giving the team many other options.
There's a question when the Tigers' spring training began, will he make the team? He's forcing the matter. Last night in that game that they played against Dominican Republic, it's a 437-foot home run. His first plate appearance has two more singles. He is absolutely wowing the Detroit Tigers. This is someone who, in his draft in 2023, was his 37th player taken because he's so short.
McGonigal did have a walk and 2 strikeouts against the Dominican Republic yesterday, but he's already 9 for 20 this spring with a 1377 OPS and 5 RBIs. Tigers have their next spring game tomorrow against the Red Sox. There's also plenty of hoops action tonight. The Pistons will look for revenge against the Spurs when they tip off in San Antonio at 8 o'clock. Both teams are healthy other than Harrison Barnes, who, get this, woke up from a nap with left ankle soreness. He's out tonight after missing a game on Tuesday. That was his first missed game since 2021, ending a streak of 364 consecutive games played. We've also got Michigan and Michigan State in action tonight. Wolverines are at Iowa. Michigan hosts Rutgers. Both those games tip off at 8 o'clock. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're going to talk about NIL, what they're doing in Mississippi, and how you feel about it. Would you want to see Michigan adopt any of this? Before that, if you listen to the update here in Detroit, I want to make sure I heard this correctly. Harrison Barnes was injured during a nap?
He woke up from a nap with left ankle soreness, apparently. That's why he missed Tuesday's game for them. First one since 2021.
Ever napped so good that you woke up with a sore ankle?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
If you sleep on too short of a couch and
that's
your foot gets caught in a weird position, or I've had this happen before. This is why I don't have blankets on my feet, because they hang off the edge and the blankets hang on my feet. You can wake up with ankle soreness.
What's the dumbest injury that you or a teammate ever had? Like ridiculous, absurd.
Oh boy.
Does any come to mind?
Not particularly, not off the top of my head.
I have one.
Do you?
My sister once tore her MCL, I believe, after a shower just dancing in the bathroom. Swear.
Oh.
She's Stephen Tulloch.
Yeah. She was
dancing in the dark.
Playing music in the shower, get out, dancing in the mirror.
She
tore her
slipped?
MCL. Yeah. Crazy. I think that's probably what Harrison Barnes did, and he just made up the nap excuse.
I'm sure your sister's really happy with you sharing that story now.
Whatever. She'll be fine.
It's Brendan Shabathy here on the updates.
Did it require surgery?
No.
No, just, tape it up, tape an asprin to it,
Keep
and get
going.
on.
Yeah.
Glad somebody in that house is tough.
I found a list of ridiculous sports injuries. One that stands out. Sammy Sosa missed 2 weeks of a season with a back problem. He was in the middle of a press conference, and a simple sneeze caused him to injure himself into a bout of back spasms, and he could not compete for 2 weeks because of treatment.
Well, I mean, I've had that happen before, a sneeze, and all of a sudden you cramp. No, it didn't happen until I was in my 40s.
I say we saw you walking around last month.
Yeah, no, that was not
limping
a sneeze.
around.
Yeah. The sneeze exacerbated that injury.
It might be something fun in the background if people have absurd injury stories. But let's talk about absurdity in the legislature. Mississippi, as a state, is attempting to pass a law where NIL earnings would not be taxed by the athletes.
So they're not the first state to do this. I believe Georgia, maybe even Tennessee. There's a couple other states that have already done this. And they are trying to give their schools an extra advantage. Those players that go and play for those schools, if you earn NIL dollars, we're not going to tax it. So you get to take home all the earnings, except for,
Federal.
Uncle Sam.
Yeah. So this is a way to keep up with Texas and Florida, who have no state income tax,
currently, yeah.
Yeah. But only for the athletes, not for hardworking Joes on their way to work.
Right, and it's absurd that it's going to happen in the state of Mississippi, which is the poorest state of the 50 states.
Good point.
And those that are struggling to get by, of making, the average medium income in there is like $50,000. Those people are going to pay taxes. But the individuals that they're watching on Saturday, who some of them are going to be making multi-million dollars, aren't going to pay taxes on that.
Right. The athlete who got a $4 million NIL deal, who can afford
to pay
state taxes, would get the break, while you going to break your back at the job site, make sure it comes out every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, we don't really care what happens in the state of Mississippi, but what would you think if Michigan went this route? For those that are going to Michigan, Michigan State, throw in Eastern, Central, any NIL dollars, would you be okay if those student athletes, and we can cut out the student, let's go with the athletes, don't have to pay taxes on their NIL income?
I'd hate this. You'd hate this. You're lying if you say otherwise. Well, Michigan's got to be able to recruit like Texas. Well, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
Guys, John, is this the difference in getting big-time talent to Indiana, to Michigan?
No, I don't believe it is. I think this is just it's a ploy. It's a news article
Yeah.
to try, for for one recruiting class, maybe it makes a minor difference, but in the long haul, no. And what it just continues this separation of athletes are special. Athletes are a class above. Everyone else has to pay their taxes, but these guys don't, or girls.
Well, and where does it stop? Do you want this to help the Lions get better free agents?
No.
Right.
No. I mean, if I have to pay, then so does. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, the special
there doesn't
carve-out.
need to be a special carve-out. That's a great way to put it for college athletes and certainly not professional athletes.
Right. Look.
Am I all for abolishing state income tax? Sure. We're going to pay for it one way or another. But if I get a chance to choose the way that I'm paying that a little bit more so than paying, state income tax, I'm for that. But if I have to do it, then so does everyone else.
248-539-9797. I'm sure this is going to go over well with people driving into work today. The idea that you would pass a law that says, hey, the 19-year-old who can catch a football or runs a fast 40, he gets $5 million free and clear, at least at the state level, but not everybody else. No, you can't do special carve-outs. If you want to, completely separate argument, if you want to make it a statewide deal.
Yeah.
If you want to abolish the Michigan state income tax, that's a completely separate discussion, probably happening on a news talk station. but that's separate. If you want to do a sports carve-out, I don't think it makes sense.
No. It seems ridiculous to me, and it doesn't seem to be for all those that are using their taxable income to buy tickets, to buy merchandise, to pay for TV, and the different ways that you have to pay to view these athletes, that they should be watching guys that are not having to pay their weight.
You just made me think of it too. It's not just the people who pay, the tickets. How about people who've helped fund these NIL players?
Well, they're in a completely different tax bracket.
Right. No, but sometimes
I don't think they care either.
No, but weren't schools trying to collect donations from people? Like, weren't the athletes it didn't catch on, but there was the thought of the QR code to send money to the athlete. Imagine that. You're sending your
Wasn't it
money.
Oklahoma State that put the QR code on the back of their helmets?
Yeah, I'm going to help fund the NIL program that you won't be taxed on from my money that I work hard for. That I get taxed
post-tax
on.
dollars.
Yeah, my post-tax dollars for your pre-tax income as a college athlete. Woof. Let's go to Steve in Bloomfield Hills. Steve, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that with pro athletes, and I don't know if it's common knowledge, but when they travel to a different state, they have to make out tax forms because they made earnings in those other states.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if it's going to be the same thing with college football, if you have half your games on the road, then that changes the dynamics for a tax-free student athlete.
Yeah, but so the workaround is that this isn't the NIL dollars aren't for playing. They're not for performance. They are just simply to use your name, image, and likeness, which is only going to be paid in that state.
Correct.
Makes sense.
But, Steve, it is a good note because people might not realize, and John, obviously you could speak to it. You dealt with this as a pro athlete. You pay taxes if you go play if you guys played the Dallas Cowboys, you didn't pay state taxes for that.
Right, yeah. That's why when you looked at the schedule, you're like, oh, I got to play in California.
Well, it's why, think about the AFC.
But California is the place where you want to get hurt. They got the best workers' comp laws.
So if you got a bum ankle and you got the game coming up with the Niners.
Yeah, hey, get there any which way you can. Oh, I got hurt in California.
I was saying the AFC South has the Houston Texans, no state tax.
Mm-hmm.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, no state tax. And I don't know if Tennessee does.
A what?
Does the state of Tennessee have state taxes? Income tax.
I don't know.
I don't know that they do either. So I think it's 3 of the 4 teams in that division. So you think about your home games and then the games you play, you would think.
Sure.
But it's not like the AFC South is bringing in all of the great free agents and no one else can bring anybody in. The idea that we simply couldn't keep up with the states of Texas and Florida if we have state income tax is silly.
This is correct.
Anyway, let's get to Rick. You're next up. Rick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. So what we're saying here is the student athlete who gets a multi-million-dollar contract, also free college, has no tax to pay, but the kid who's paying for his own school, going to work at Rick's in East Lansing, has to pay tax on his stuff. That just is not right on any level I can think of. And state tax still wouldn't get Brad Holmes to pull in a free agent. That's not even going to get him off his hump.
Yeah, that's a whole different matter. But yeah, I mean, that's a great point too. You get somebody going to Michigan or Michigan State, they're paying for their tuition. A lot of them are working to pay for their tuition, and they're paying taxes on that. Let alone the athlete that's on an athletic scholarship isn't paying for school, is getting paid to be there, yet doesn't have to pay taxes on his income.
Now picture it where the head coach of the football team is shaking his fist at students going, why aren't you showing up to games? Because I don't want to support this.
Yeah.
Because you rub me the wrong way, because it's a double standard. Maybe those are some of the reasons. And we want to get drunk after halftime. 248-539-9797. Take some phone calls and some feedback. David, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
So you're talking about dumb injuries. I got two.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
When I was in the military, we had some downtime, and we were just clowning around. And my friend, young guys, we punched the arms and all that. This guy punched my arm and totally broke his hand.
How hard he hit you?
It was pretty hard, but I mean, it didn't hurt. I wasn't like crying or anything. He just like broke his hand. It was a freak accident right before deployment.
Mm.
And the other one, it was during COVID, I didn't get a haircut for a long time, so I had pretty long hair, and I was in the shower, and I was trying to dry my hair off, and I whipped my hair, like a headbang, and I gave myself like a really small concussion. Like I was dizzy, because my hair was like really thick and heavy and wet. So
what did you hit your head
a small
on?
concussion. I didn't hit my head on anything. It was like the weight of my hair. It was like whiplash or something, I think. I don't know. I had a slight concussion.
That's crazy.
Heather, you have longer hair than either of us. Does that even sound
do.
possible?
I totally get what he was doing. Sometimes I
Yeah.
do that to give myself volume.
Yeah, but your neck muscles are built up so well since you've had this hair your entire life.
Apparently. But no, I can't imagine giving myself a concussion. Wow.
He's whipping his hair back and forth.
Hey, John, don't eat armadillo. It's gross.
Oh, really? How'd you prepare it?
They're just gross animals. I've seen them all the time. I'm from Kansas. They're all over the place.
Okay.
They're always dead, and they're just gross. Don't eat it.
Okay. All right.
All right. Bye, guys.
Yeah, I was going to ask him how if you had to compare it to something.
Yeah. I mean, they may look like disgusting animals. Doesn't mean they can't taste good.
Do they taste good?
Uh-huh.
Anyway, how do we get off on that tangent? Oh, it was in the news, the armadillo.
Yes. Dumb injuries, yes.
And dumb injuries.
Yes.
And all kinds of dumb things. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Whip it good, John. Yeah, people aren't buying that he gave himself a concussion. Our caller, wet hair in the shower.
I mean, that's a hell of a whip.
Right? Anyway, we got into dumb injuries because in the update, Harrison Barnes woke up from a nap with an ankle injury.
A sore ankle.
Sore ankle.
Yeah.
Dumb sports injuries. But then we were also talking NIL. And the fact that the state of Mississippi wants to make it so your earnings from NIL would be tax-free at the state level. Meanwhile, they still have state income tax for everybody else.
Yes.
And we said, would you want Michigan to follow suit? You could be more competitive in the landscape. To which we all said, hell no. They don't need more breaks. They're the ones making the millions.
Right.
And it's not like it's not like the Michigan Wolverines are not going to be able to compete on the recruiting trail if Michigan doesn't pass a similar law, or MSU or anybody else.
Right.
Text says the state of Mississippi also has to push for everybody. Then it would make sense. Yeah, okay. This one says, no, everyone should pay taxes. There are 99% more people eligible to get a tax break than some college kid who can play basketball or football. Absolutely ridiculous. Not to make this political, but famous people, athletes, they're wealthy. They get special treatment. It's insane. Paying taxes is part of being an adult. Let's not make excuses for rich athletes to not pay taxes.
Right. And so what I found, Texas, Florida, Tennessee are the states that they're talking about in NIL, but they already have no state income tax. The
Correct.
only other state right now that has a law on the books or a bill on the books is Arkansas.
Okay.
So they have,
So they've done this.
If you go to Arkansas State, or any other school in Arkansas, and you get NIL dollars, you're not paying state income tax on your NIL earnings. Mississippi is looking to be the next one.
Yeah. I think you're saying a lot. You're telling on yourself quite a bit. If this is the only way someone would ever play football in the states of Arkansas or Mississippi, I think you're telling us something loud and clear
about the school as well as the state.
Yeah.
Hey, come on here. Yeah, we need extra incentive. You won't have to pay taxes on your NIL dollars.
When are we going to stop giving NIL players scholarships when they can afford to pay for their own college? Signs John. Not this John, different John.
Yeah. There have been people that have talked about that. I mean, if you're making $3 million, then why are you getting a free education as well?
I think it wouldn't. I mean, all they would do is back the cost into the NIL deals then, right?
Sure. I mean, there's always going to be
I don't think it would.
around.
I mean, and then what about the guy who doesn't have an NIL deal? You're going to cover their scholarship, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because there's no more walk-ons. You have 105 roster limit, and you have the ability to fund 105 scholarships. Or you have the opportunity to. You may not have the ability.
Guys, the NIL thing is ridiculous. It turns me off to all college sports. By the way, 8 states have 0 state income tax, but make up their income in other ways. Sales tax, consumption taxes, etc. Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Nevada, WA's Washington, and AK is Alaska?
Yeah. You're going to pay for it one way or another. Yeah. You just get a chance to choose. If you don't want to pay a consumption tax, then don't consume.
Got Dear John for all your life advice coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, a popular East Lansing arcade is now facing a discrimination lawsuit after a woman says that she was refused a job because of her gender and her petite body size. So the lawsuit targets Pinball Pete's. It's a longtime arcade kind of near, East Michigan State campus. According to court documents, this 46-year-old woman went into the arcade to apply for a closing shift position, but she claims the hiring manager refused to give her an application. And in the lawsuit, the manager allegedly told her that they only hire men for that shift because it's late night and there's a lot of, intoxicated customers. The woman also claims that she was told she was too petite to handle any potential, robbery situations. She said that she felt she was completely capable for this position and wanted to apply. Her attorneys argue that refusing to let someone apply because of their gender violates Michigan civil rights law, which obviously protects people from discrimination in hiring. So far, the owners of Pinball Pete's have not publicly responded to the allegations, but it sounds like she wants some form of compensation.
How petite is she? Can she see over the counter?
I'm guessing so.
Okay.
I don't have her exact measurements.
Are they expecting? Oh no.
I don't. It wasn't.
No picture?
It wasn't here. I'm sure you could find her photo. There is a name associated with it.
Do you have another follow-up question, John?
Nope.
So are they asking all their employees to be bodyguards at this place? Like, I'm confused. I thought the workaround was always you just made it so they have to be able to lift a certain amount of weight. Like, if you can do the physical,
right, whatever the job
application
is
of the
asking.
job.
Sure.
Yeah.
Apparently, the hiring manager also indicated that he would let her son or her husband fill out an application if they were interested.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So the Big 12 women's basketball tournament tipped off on Wednesday at T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, and its brand new glass floor didn't go over that well with fans. So the court is also going to be used for the men's tournament as well. It features LED glass with like the Big 12 tournament logo in the center, but the court is capable of quickly transitioning to display new graphics, right? It can display shot charts and interactive games during timeouts, and sounds really cool, right? But apparently it's not really going over well with people watching the game. One person said the half-court line during the game, or there is no half-court line during the game except for in the logo, which is really tough to see. Courtside seats can't have drinks because it's a digital floor.
Oh, really? Oh.
That's what, and also just people didn't like the design. They're like, you have a floor that can do anything. You can make it anything you want, and this is what you chose. Like the worst design ever, apparently.
I wonder from an athlete's perspective, does it feel different running around on a glass floor than it would be a wood floor?
I bet it might. I swear I was reading something that it also does something. I can't find the article.
So
but it should do something for the athletes as well. Like I don't know.
I've read something previously for this when this story was first coming out that they were going to use a glass floor like this for the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah.
And that it's designed to mimic the effects of wood without all the dead spots that a natural court might have.
Okay. I mean, that could be a huge benefit.
It could be. When you say that people courtside can't have drinks, I mean, there's still going to be like sweat condensation. Like there's always the guys that have to like
mop up
the floor. How's that going to work with a...
I mean,
I don't know.
Spilling
Maybe
a whole glass of beer is different than some sweat dripping on the floor.
As long as you're not, I mean, they obviously have to plug the floor in, so you just can't drink around where they plug the floor in.
We can't see the 3-point line. Someone spilled a beer.
NBC broadcaster Maria Taylor didn't hesitate to name the hottest athlete she's ever interviewed. She was recently on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen when he, asked her this really hard-hitting question, and she didn't have to think about her answer.
It didn't take her long.
No, and I think a lot of women would agree. I mean, I don't know every athlete she's ever interviewed, but I would agree that he's a good-looking athlete. So,
John, who's the hottest athlete?
I'm not going to name any names because most of the girls that I interview are all college athletes.
Yeah.
So
probably best you don't.
Yeah. Amon-Ra St. Brown has conflicting feelings about the David Montgomery trade. On his podcast on Wednesday, he revealed his thoughts about trading Montgomery to the Houston Texans.
Laying it on a little thick with RB1 on 31 other teams. But I get it. He's got his guys back.
Yeah. Maybe not 31, maybe 20.
He'd start over Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
But he's got his guys back. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's Dear John, the life advice that he's got answers to. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's not even close. And I'll go through some of those side by sides here in a moment. But the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. First comparison. There's no competition. You could choose from two options on Ram's side, the Pentastar V6, which is an award-winning engine, Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, also another great choice. And from the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's useless. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram ride actually is. Right now, lease payments on a new truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers? All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Good morning, 97.1 on a cloudy Thursday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Greg behind the glass, Gov with the day off. He was at last night's Red Wings game. We have audio from Todd McClellan before that game that we could play for people, Greg. So the fixation with the month of March, he's said, I don't want to talk about this. This is what he said before the game. But you know why it comes up day in and day out. Last night's a great example.
Well, I mean, we could ask the same thing about, whether it's to Dan Campbell or Brad Holmes in the month of January. We could ask the same thing about the month of September to Scott Harris. The month of March just happens to be when you should be making the playoff push. And if you can't finish a season, if you taper off at the end of the year, then that's exactly what they're referencing. It's not the month of March, but why are you fading? Why has this team faded? I don't expect them to talk about what happened 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but last year they faded in the month of March. This year, we don't know yet. We're at the very beginning of it. They've split the difference to this point, and okay, this was said before the game, but after the game, they faded at the end of that game.
And after the game, he said it's got to be a lesson we learn. And he was critical of the way they finished that hockey game. I'll put myself in Todd McClellan's shoes. The month has barely started. I get not wanting to have to address this at every turn. But the best way to avoid addressing this is to rattle off 4 or 5, right? Start the month hot. Finish games. Win them. Don't leave points on the table, because as much as they got a point last night, John, they gave up a point. They were up 2 goals, 9 minutes to go. Vegas is on a back-to-back, third game in 4 nights. You're playing dump and chase, don't go to the net, beg the other team to beat us. It's prevent defense in football terms, John. That's what they did. They sat back and prevent, and a good team, a good quarterback, is going to dice you up and come back and win the game. And they blew that game. That's pathetic for a team that wants to quiet all the, we can't finish. You couldn't finish last night, so what do you think's going to get brought up if you lose Friday? M-A-R-C-H. And it's not just me spelling it out. It's everybody in the media. It's the fan base that's been tortured. It's coming up because they haven't silenced it yet, John. And until they do, McClellan, he's going to have more of these parent-teacher conferences with the media.
Right. And again, the media, those that are asking the questions, they could use the month of March. That's fine. They could simply shift it to, how do you avoid fading at the end of the year? With, 20 games left? With 20 games left, you have a 7-point cushion above the cut line. How do you keep that or increase it to make sure that you get into the postseason? Because it's faded with 20 games. I'm just pulling a number out. But with 20 games left last year, with 20 games left, and keep the month of March out of it, but just say, why? How are you going to prevent the fade?
I won't say it. I won't spell it. I'm just going to give you this context, John. They have a 7-point cushion right now. You brought it up. I'm not overly worried about the cushion because of how many games are left. I'm worried about how they're playing. In the last 10 games, the Wings have won 4 hockey games, okay? They picked up a couple overtime losses in there, but they won 4 hockey games in the last 10. Every other playoff team has won 6 or more, and every other team on the bubble just outside has won 6 or more. You're the worst team of the bunch. Not last March, not 2 Marches ago, today, the way you're playing right now, the way you played last night. This is an earned conversation.
How about that? There is actually 20 games left.
How about you?
Spot on. But it's not about the month. It's about the result. It's about how you finish. And if you're a team that with 20 games left has had a history of having a 9-point cushion or a 7-point cushion, or last year it was even a little bit less. I think we were right at this time. It was right at 3 or 4. How do you finish a season so that you are in the postseason and you don't fall back to where Columbus jumps up, or Washington, or Ottawa, or any of those teams that are currently out of the playoffs?
No, circle those 3. Stay with those 3.
Okay.
Columbus, 8-1-1 in their last 10 games. Washington, 6-4. Senators, 6-2-2. All better than Detroit in the last 10 games.
Who is 4-4-2.
So, again, this is not skies falling radio. This is an honest conversation about a team that is going to have a very tough battle to the finish to make the playoffs. And a point here and a point there is going to matter. And they gave away a point last night. So you could think it's being dramatic. You can call it whiny radio if you'd like. I'd like to see them play better so we can celebrate. Go out on Friday night. I'm just going to keep moving it to the next game because they have a chance still. Friday night, Florida Panthers. Stick a fork in them. Reigning Cup champs have been all sorts of beat up. They're nowhere near the playoffs right now. Don't give them a reason to get back in the fight. Stick a fork in them, win a game, and keep winning hockey games. And then Todd's not going to be asked about the month anymore. And they're not going to be asked about can they finish hockey games because they'll disprove it with their play. That's all this comes down to, how this team plays hockey.
And I ultimately, regardless of what happens at the trade deadline, I would like them to increase their odds and their ability to get in the postseason. I do think that they make it to the postseason this year. I think that they finish above the cut line, and maybe it's not even a wild card spot. They're closer to the top of their division than they are to being out of the playoffs.
Tex says, fan base that's been tortured. This isn't Montreal. Take it easy, cookies. I don't know if people realize this. Detroit has 9 years without the playoffs. This would be 10. 10 years without the playoffs would be the third longest drought in the history of hockey. What the Wings are currently experiencing is one of the worst playoff droughts of all time.
And it's coming on the heels of a record-setting playoff run.
And I understand a rebuild is necessary, but no rebuild should take this long.
You don't believe Ken Holland?
There are outlets. Well, hold on. Maybe you could say 10 years to win a cup. We're talking 10 years without the playoffs. That's where it starts to feel long in the tooth and it's dragging, and that's where it becomes torturous. And
I'm just trying to light the fuse.
I know you are. And for Steve, look, there should be a fire that he lights under his own seat. You know, I mean, as much as he's not going to care what fans want to do with the deadline, he's going to do what he thinks best for the hockey team. John, I don't want to see the same thing as last deadline. Like, you're going to have to win some of these bidding wars. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to go out and overpay what someone else is willing to pay to get deals done. That's the deadline, and that's what free agency, and it's not something that they've done really at all with him. You know, Sider and Raymond were cost-controlled. DeBrincat, it was not a secret. He wanted to come here. He was a restricted free agent. Larkin never got to free agency. You don't want to hear prices are too high. You want to hear you can get the job done.
Yep. Gator, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
What's going on, guys?
Well, excited about the next, whatever it is, 29 hours leading up to the deadline.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a name that you want most?
Yeah, I want Ristolainen, the defenseman, and I'm going to get greedy. And then I also want either Trocheck or Thomas. Thomas is going to cost a lot. At least the asking price right now appears to be a lot. But if people are like, yeah, okay, I'll talk to you on Friday because this is ridiculous. Maybe the price comes down. But Trocheck is a guy that just seems like he's got Red Wing written all over him. The way that he plays. I mean, that style of play, to play both ends of the ice. He does enough offensively that makes you feel like, okay, but he's really responsible defensively. And, when you get into a playoff series, it's all about overall team D. And that's why I want to have both Trocheck and Ristolainen, because Ristolainen is a gritty, tough defenseman to play against. He'd be a top 4, and Trocheck would be a top 6 forward. So
Ristolainen's John Jansen on skates. Big, ornery, move people around.
He's not that big.
On skates.
Risty's only on skates. Good point. Good point. There,
yes.
He'd finally measure up to you there.
Yeah, put me on skates.
Put you on skates, and you're
level up, baby.
Yeah, you're almost Elmer Soderblom.
Yes, almost.
And Vinny Trocheck would be awesome because, he's a guy that Team USA was using like Larkin, like PKs, face-offs, critical draws, stuff that matters in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, he's got enough offensively that, you put him on the second line, and okay, you might make that second line even better.
Well, think it's Team USA line. If you put DeBrincat and Kane on the wings,
good,
and it bumps Kopp to the third line.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm excited about what the possibilities are.
Countdown's on.
Get him. That's the guy. I don't know how they can get him. Hope they can get him.
Well, they got assets. You got to give up assets. You got to give to get. So let's go.
Pain tolerance. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. It's 97.1.
So I'm curious. What did you think I said? We were standing here having a trade deadline talk with Costa before he made his way out.
I thought you said that person had been called up, and I was like, did I miss that?
Oh, okay. So, and we were discussing, what the Red Wings may do, and the name Michael Bransig Nygaard came up, who's just been, pouring pucks into nets up in Grand Rapids of late, young forward, and I said, call him up, and Gator, his head snapped and looked at me, and you said, what did you say about Nygaard? And I'm like, I just said, call him up, but you looked like offended, like you were ready to fight. And so,
that wouldn't have been offended. That was my surprise look. Like, what did I miss?
I said, call him up. I did not say they had called him up, but I thought you were offended, like you were ready to fight about whatever I said. Not the case. How are you today?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I will just, should we just start right here? With the shoot the boot guarantee Gator made in a show sheet today.
What?
Gator made a shoot the boot guarantee, Kang. Let the people in.
I shoot the boot guarantee that Steve Yzerman makes at least one trade before the deadline tomorrow.
At least one trade.
At least one.
Shoot the boot guarantee.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty safe shoot the boot, and for people who roll their eyes, that's the point. No, I think it's a safe shoot the boot. I'm down with it, and it gives me, at least a minor amount of joy if they don't make a trade. I want them to make a trade. I expect they make a trade. I'll be surprised myself if they don't make a trade, but if they don't, at least I know that you'll be drinking beer out of a shoe come draft night, and that I look forward to. So,
and then I'll top it with a shot.
Will you? Wow. Also out of a shoe?
No. No, that'll be out of a shot glass. Normally I don't do shots, but
yeah.
I think last time I had to shoot the boot was a couple years ago. We usually save it for the draft night show.
Yep.
That we do. And so maybe because 2 years ago it would have been in Detroit, so we did the show from there. So that wouldn't have been the case. It would have been maybe 3 years ago, or 3 drafts ago. And I believe I finished that one with a shot as well.
Did you?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Just a little extra.
Well, those are fun shows.
Something.
If you've never had a chance to watch our draft night shows on Twitch and YouTube, we do have some fun with those. So, and there is drinking.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah. Things get a little spicy.
That is fun. But
language.
Yeah, but as far as the shoot the boot guarantee, it is what it is, right? But I have it there because it makes all the sense in the world. The Red Wings need to do something to strengthen this team going into the final push for the playoffs. I think it's a playoff team. Last night it shows the incredible inconsistencies that this team has. Good enough to get a point last night, but they weren't good enough to get to 2 points. And that's frustrating. We have a 2-goal lead in the third period. You should hang on and win that game. And yet, throughout the entire game on the television broadcast, I kept mentioning how Vegas is a third-period team.
Yep.
Well, Vegas dominated the third period without question. And the Red Wings just couldn't get that 3-goal lead to really put them over the edge, or when it got trimmed to 1, to get the 1 to make it 2 and pull the goalie situation. They just didn't get there. And they wasted opportunities. What were they, 0 for 5 on a power play last? They had the power play with 2.5 minutes to go in regulation. And okay, we got this. And no, we don't got this. No. And then it goes to overtime.
And it was a good power play. For a while there, I thought, is this going to be one of these power plays where they literally just pass the puck around for 2 minutes? And then there was a flurry activity, all kinds of chances, and they couldn't pop that goal.
No. So I don't believe that the one game shows you what you've got to do. Now you really should push you over the edge. I'm not into that whole thing. But for the crowd that is, okay, great. Whatever compels Steve Yzerman to make the trade happen, make a trade
whatever
happen.
Result.
Yeah, whatever it is. I don't care at this point.
I'm not going to get too worked up. Look, it was disappointing to blow a 2-goal lead. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not going to get too worked up over a non-John Gibson start loss, and understanding that that's not the playoff Wings that Vegas beat last night. So, but it's irritating as hell to win to lose a game that you should have won when you're up 3-1. And I was driving in, I flipped on the morning show, and somebody sent a text in and said, that's a dagger to their playoff hopes. I'm like, what? That loss is a dagger to their playoff hopes? I thought that was a bit of an extreme.
It might be a
overreaction.
little strong.
I'll tell you what was great last night. What was great last night was all the tributes. Nice tribute to Patrick Kane, American board points leader, to the Olympians on both teams. That was cool. And to Mickey Redmond, who is back.
That was cool.
That was cool. There was a lot of, he's back last night. Mickey Redmond was back. Carter Mazur was back last night in Grand Rapids and scored a goal and had an assist.
There you go.
His goal was a snipe from the slot. That's a player to keep an eye on. I mean, he did get called up last year. So return to form. Like,
it's the shortest NHL career ever, man.
Shortest debut. Was it a shift? It
was a shift, and he's coming
at that game. And it was midway through late in the first period, and I'm thinking, where the hell did Mazur go? Because you had no idea. Sitting in the stands, I had no idea.
That was tough. But it's good to hear that he's back, and good to hear that right away. Yep, going to score a goal and get an assist. There we go.
Yep. Anyway, I'll tell you what. I will say this about the Red Wings and the trade deadline. To me, there's two areas that I find really interesting. One is I continue to think that Rasmus Ristolainen out of Philadelphia, the Finnish right-hand shot defenseman, is a possibility, a strong possibility. And I also thought it was interesting last night that Toronto sat Bobby McCann, Scott Lawton, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson, the defenseman. And those are the flares that get sent up right before the trade deadline about players who are getting talked about. So just things to keep an eye on here with this team and this trade deadline, which is right around the corner. But as it stands right now, Scott, I think you're safe with the shoot the boot guarantee.
I think so too. McCann's an interesting name to keep an eye on. McCann and Ristolainen there are two, along with Trocheck and Thomas, that someone in that group would make me happy. Maybe two in that group would make it extend.
I like Thomas a lot. I don't know why I'm putting any stock into trade stuff that's out there on the internet. I just feel like the asking price for Thomas is insane.
Right now it is.
And I'd rather have Trocheck anyway.
Yeah, and the asking price right now is being reported as basically three players that would equate to first-round picks.
Yeah.
Whether a combination of giving up a first-round pick and then a prospect who was a first-round pick and a current player who was a first-round pick. That's kind of what they want.
Of all the people that seem to have value in the Red Wings organization, and I may regret this long term, but of all the players in the Red Wings organization that seem to have value and teams want in trade deadline, the one that's least painful for me to give up is Nate Danielson.
To me, that's interesting that you say that because you're a Trocheck guy, and I feel like Nate Danielson is Trocheck.
Yeah,
that's what the comp is.
If he pans out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I'm just not. I'm not. That's the one that for me is least. Trocheck is best case scenario Nate Danielson right now, and I'm a bit of a skeptic. But like I said, I may regret this.
Is there a player or a prospect the Red Wings have that you're like, ooh, do what you can, but not that guy?
For no obvious reason, like that makes no sense. If he turns into a player, I want a star named Carter Bear. It has nothing to do with. I don't want Carter Bear to be somewhere else. You know what I was thinking about? And you were covering the team, and you're around the team. And off the top of my head, help me out. When the Red Wings were just dominant on the trade deadline, and there was no cap, and they were giving up mostly draft picks, right?
There was a year all they gave up was draft picks. Yeah.
Did they ever give up John Smoltz?
Not in like the late 90s into the 2000s.
Right.
No, I don't think they did.
Right, because whenever the Tiger trade deadline comes around,
never had that draft pick. They got trading it away.
Yeah, I mean the point being, the hesitation about making moves at the trade deadline is interesting. Anybody who lived through the Tigers trading Doyle Alexander for John Smoltz, it comes up every year at the trade deadline from people who live that. Well, I don't want to give away the next John Smoltz. No, you don't want to give away the next John Smoltz. Red Wing fans that lived through those great eras where they were competing for the championship and winning cups, it didn't feel like they ever gave up a John Smoltz at those trade deadlines.
No, they didn't. As I'm going back in the draft history, I mean, they gave up draft picks. They wouldn't give up the player that they took high,
Right.
and guys that they had just didn't, either didn't pan out or they ended up panning out and stayed Red Wings. As I'm going through like their top couple picks, getting into the 2000s area, that was just, guys just didn't. They weren't the guy. It's interesting.
Isn't that weird?
It is, but it's also because Ken Holland did an amazing job of just at that time when there was no cap, and that I guess the Red Wings were definitely paying more than most teams, but it wasn't like the Dodgers versus everybody else there. It was within some kind of reason. But there was the period, like the 1999 trade deadline day was insane when they acquired Chris Chelios and Wendell Clark and Ulf Samuelsson and Bill Ranford, all these guys, and 3 of the 4 only played like 2 weeks.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Oh, the Blitz thingy is back.
Oh, my.
Every once in a while, it makes an appearance, and it will today as we'll swing around the NFL at 10:30 on 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. And here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned. Earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's get to your phone calls. Tim is in Royal Oak and on 97.1. Good morning, Tim. Tim, are you there? Timmy. Okay, we apparently have lost Tim. No good. I feel like the phone line's frozen, though. Kang, is there something wrong with
I feel like it is as well.
Is there something wrong with the phone line here?
If you put them back on hold?
Everything's fine on this end.
I think it's frozen.
Hang on, let me see what I can do here.
See what you can do. Because we got one light on, one light off. I don't think it's Timmy. I think it's us. We'll have to sort that out and get some engineers in here.
Oh, there he goes. He's gone.
All right. I still think we should maybe tell the engineers because that looked wrong. Good morning, writes an unnamed texter. I am taking the kids to the Wings game tomorrow. What is the consensus on the car flag? Should I put it on or not? I'm leaning towards putting it on in honor of cookies. How do you feel about a car flag?
Don't do anything in honor of cookies.
That's probably a good rule to live by. Yes.
It's look, you do you. If it makes you, if it puts you in a better place, to do it. Is it supposed to rain tomorrow night, or are we supposed to get gloomy but warmer weather for the next few days?
I don't know.
I always thought that the flex with the flag goes up when the weather changes, and the weather is starting to change. So
I've never had one of those things, so I don't feel like I'm missing out. But.
Did you ever have anything that adorned your rearview mirror, or that you would adhere to the car?
No, baby on board, none of that stuff. Nothing.
I had stuff for a while.
Did you?
But they were I did funny stuff. Like my mom had got me when I was 17 or something like that. She got me parents were in Florida, and they came back and got me a sign that says Gator on board. So that was cute, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I had a Garfield the cat that had suction cups on the four paws that you were supposed to put on the back windshield, and the thing would stare at people.
Right.
But for me, I only adhered one of the suction cups to it, so it was it was hung over.
I've got a skiing bumper sticker on the side of my car, and that's it. But
no fuzzy dice. Never had the fuzzy dice.
No. The only thing I once thought about getting a vanity plate that said "plate." I thought that would be funny. Tim in Royal Oak, are you there?
Hey, I'm here. You guys there?
Sorry,
that
was our bad. Something on our end.
That was
but
Doug's fault.
Yeah, probably. What's up, Tim?
Hey, I watched that game last night, and the Wings have got to do something, and I'd love to see him pull the trigger on Robert Thomas.
I mean, is the asking price? It feels to me like the rumors that are out there, the asking price is exorbitant. You don't care.
They got to do something. If you look at the standings and you look at the goals for and goals against for the Wings compared to any other team above them or below them, they look like posers. They need some scorers, and I say Robert Thomas, pull out all the stops. That's all I got to say.
So you don't care if it's 3 first-round picks and 3 prospects. That's pulling out all the stops.
Well, give him the real one. Give him the offer that the guy said yesterday.
2 first-round picks, Nate Danielson, Carter Mazer, William Wallander.
Sold. I'll take 2. Sold.
I'm not. That's where you've the bridge too far.
That seems a bit steep.
But that's trade for trade's sake, guy.
Yeah, and
if humanity rode on the Red Wings winning the Stanley Cup, I would make that trade and many others. But there is a year after and a year after. And so and those things need to be taken into consideration. He's all in.
A trade like that seems to, that's too much for one guy. You would have to get somebody else in return in a move like that.
A move like
that you just
with
described.
Robert Thomas.
Yeah, if you're going to trade for Robert Thomas.
I feel like that's like what you get Mitch Marner for.
Kind of, yeah.
Right?
That's a bit steep. And if that's the asking price, no wonder teams have said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. But as we're getting closer to the trade deadline, I got to imagine that price has to come down. Or it's just this simple. You're the one that's got the asset. If you're St. Louis, you don't have to trade Robert Thomas, so you make it impossible. Yeah, go ahead. It's like selling a house. Look, I don't want to move out of my house, but if my house is worth $300,000, but if you're going to offer me $500,000, okay, fair enough. Then here are the keys. But I'm not intending to sell. I think that might be what's going on with St. Louis. But we'll see what the ending. If he gets traded,
look at what the price ends up being.
I think you're right. In the meantime, our station's Kenny, hockey guy. You would make that trade.
I would. You said yesterday something that I actually kind of have been thinking about since you said it in the shower and outside of the shower about the hockey people saying that these types of trades, they wouldn't make these types of trades.
Yeah.
It's the hockey people talking. You said I tend to lean on those hockey people. The hockey people have been saying things like that for the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah.
And we have not seen the playoffs in the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
While true, they also have not been in a position like this. A year ago at this time, they were out of the playoffs.
Correct.
So this year
And
they're
now
well
they are
into
in
the
this
playoffs. So I think you should be more motivated to make a trade. I just feel like that if that's the asking price for Robert Thomas, thanks but no thanks. Again, a non-motivated St. Louis team putting a unrealistic price tag out there, but you do it.
I would do it. It's the mystery box theory. It's we could have Robert Thomas, or we could have somebody that could be as good as Robert Thomas,
right?
Or we could just have Robert Thomas.
If the Red Wings don't make the playoffs, what are the next steps? I have no idea, but I don't
worry about that when we have to worry about that.
My shoot the boot guarantee is that Stevie will make a trade, but it will be draft picks that we don't need and a player that isn't productive. That's from Cody in a car.
Well, I was glad to see that Tyler Myers was traded to Dallas and not Detroit, because I feel like that could have been that type of move.
Yep.
Tyler Myers could be just fine for Dallas and be what they need, but I didn't like giving up a second-round pick to acquire a third-pair defenseman.
You guys talked about the Pistons losing to Cleveland and the impact the other day. The Wings loss last night resonates much more and is more worrisome.
Well, they got a point out of it.
Yeah, and it's not, for me, anywhere close. If you were to tell me Cade Cunningham didn't play against Cleveland, I wouldn't have freaked out. John Gibson didn't play last night. Now, I get it. They still blew a 3-1 lead, and that's disturbing. And they also didn't get called out by an opponent. They didn't have the thought bubble over the other team's bench that said, you're not in our class. And they so there's times where I expect the team to put the pedal down, and I expected the Pistons to put the pedal down. The Red Wings, look, you want to go hard every night, and certainly that you can't get away with lollygagging. And I thought for half the game they played very well. And then as Tom McClellan said afterwards, they kind of started pulling up. They weren't getting the puck to the net, and they were too much east-west, not enough north-south. Brett is next. Hello, Brett.
Hey, how's it going, boys?
What's up?
So Robert Thomas would be awesome. I mean, he'd probably be the best player on the Wings if they traded for him. I would totally do it, but the direction that I would go is they need intense guys that are going to smoke the boards, drop the gloves if they need to. And I got two names I haven't heard anybody talking about. It's a winger from Calgary is Klapka. He's got like 200 hits on the year, fights all the time. He brings it every time he's on the ice. And the other one is a right-handed defenseman, Stanley out of Winnipeg. He's the same way. Drop the gloves, no problem. Tons of hits. And I think the intensity that those two guys would bring, they wouldn't cost a lot to get them. They're not top-pairing guys, but you could fit them in the middle. And I think that's what the Wings need. Like, I do not know how we didn't get a 10-minute misconduct last night when Larkin went down, and that's disappointing.
Brett, thank you for the phone call. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Found that last caller to be very interesting on a variety of fronts. Some of the calls we've gotten about the trade deadline. But we'll get back to that coming up today at 10:50. So we'll circle back to the Wings. But on Thursdays during the NFL season and sometimes in the off season, we do a little something called the Blitz thingy. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
It is a tail. Would you receive or would you prefer to defer?
I will defer.
I will receive. Let's go.
All right, here we go, Doug. A little post-combine football questions. Question number 1. Give me the perfect landing spot for 2 different quarterbacks on the move this offseason.
I was tempted to take 2 quarterbacks and put them both in Cleveland.
I was tempted to as well.
But I'm going to do this. Kirk Cousins to Vegas. Vegas could eat Geno Smith's contract given their exorbitant cap situation. Added to what is likely being the role of Uncle Kirk. Uncle Kirk will be the mentor for Nando, the new quarterback that they will likely take number 1 overall. So Uncle Kirk to Vegas to be the mentor and maybe even starter right out of the gate. The other one is Malik Willis to Arizona. Quarterback needy team with a ton of cap space goes after the hottest commodity in the free agency this offseason.
I find it interesting. Your Uncle Kirk to, like, say to Mendoza if they draft Mendoza first overall, which by all accounts they will. That's actually initially I'm like, does Kirk want to be the mentor? But Mendoza is also a spiritual guy. That connection kind of works there. I went a different route. I went with Malik Willis to the Vikings because I always think the Vikings had the most weapons and the quarterback would want to just step right in there and play. Plus your games are inside. And you play at least one other game every year inside at Detroit. So I'd go with that linkage. The other one, Mitchell Trubisky to the Detroit Lions.
Whoa.
Be the backup to Jared Goff. Mitch Trubisky hasn't done a whole lot of quarterbacking the last couple of years. I think it'd be an upgrade over Kyle Allen. Probably doesn't cost you too much because I think people are kind of forgetting about Mitchell Trubisky. But Trubisky only plays well against the Lions. This also helps to make sure that he's not going to go against you. But Detroit has weapons. And if Mitch has some people around him, he might actually be able to do something if, the emergency break glass situation here in Detroit.
All right, so I don't want this to happen, but I think Kyler Murray to the Vikings for a veteran's minimum would really scare me. They already have a bunch of good weapons like Justin Jefferson and the other receivers and Hawkinson, but they got a great defense. They just need something out of their offense. Justin Jefferson with a competent mobile quarterback, Kevin O'Connell designing offenses catered to Murray and his mobility, and he could still throw the ball. I know he's had some bad years in Arizona being injured, but I think under Kevin O'Connell's tutelage, that could resurrect Murray's career. And they could get him at the veterans minimum. I don't like that, but I think it'd be a perfect fit. The other quarterback is Malik Willis to the Jets. I think Aaron Glenn has to win next year. There's just coaches don't get any time anymore. And it's worth the shot that Malik Willis can actually win them some games and get him a playoff berth maybe because he's got to win some games. They don't have time for a young quarterback. I don't know if Malik Willis can do it or not, but that'd be the guy.
I got a ton of cap space, too.
How's the gaming scene in Minneapolis? Is it good?
Oh, yeah, you can play online now, Gator, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I just want to make sure for Kyler's sake.
Yeah. All right, where is Max Crosby going to play for week 1 of the 2026 NFL season?
I think he's going to suit up with the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry just can't help himself. He's going to go and give up some draft capital that he got back in exchange for Micah Parsons and throw that at the Raiders. I think maybe some people might think the easy button is just to say the Raiders, but I don't. I don't think he's going back. I think he wants out. I think it's clear he wants out. And the Cowboys are more than willing to accommodate it.
I've seen this script before. It's just like Myles Garrett. He will be in Vegas. They're not going to find a taker. With the cap situation that it would cost, that what you have to be able to take on Max Crosby. I think the only realistic way he gets moved is if he rips up his contract, and I doubt he's going to do that. So I'm going to stick with Vegas for Max Crosby.
I got the Eagles. A.J. Brown, 2 first-round picks. Who says no? I think the Eagles are obviously ultra-aggressive all the time. They need a defensive end. The Raiders, they need a playmaker and a draft capital. I think the Eagles somehow get it done again with a big-name player. Oof. All right. What team ends up signing Kenneth Walker?
Okay, it's a team that's a Super Bowl contender, a team that its top 2 ball carriers last year are free agents. It's a team that needs RB1, and it's a team with cap space. I see a future Adam Schefter tweet that Kenneth Walker has signed with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Ooh, interesting. I also look at a team that's got lots of cap space, and this team has the most cap space in the NFL right now. You look at their leading rushers last year, accounted for 643 yards last year. I'm going to go with the Los Angeles Chargers. And it's also a team that many people feel is a contending team. And if you have Kenneth Walker in the backfield, it's going to take some of that burden off of Justin Herbert. Maybe Justin Herbert can realize that potential.
I'm in the AFC West as well, but I'm going with the same team Doug went with, the Chiefs. I think they're clearing up cap space. Mahomes could use a running game. K9, really good running back. I thought he could have handled the load all year by himself, but they had Charbonnet, so they like to split carries over there. But I think Kenneth Walker could be like Kareem Hunt was when they were, when he was a really good running back with the Chiefs. I think this works out perfectly. The matches up. I like the Chiefs. All right, Trent Williams. He recently said that he would rather not go to the Super Bowl than go and lose. Quote, I tell people all the time, I'd rather not go than go and lose because the pain of losing lasts months. I was under a rock for 3 to 4 months. Your thoughts on this?
Well, see, everybody's going to have to treat this their own way. So this is my thought, and I would say I would disagree with that vehemently because I don't think you truly know how bad you want it until you have that chance and you lose it. So it should motivate you to be better. You shouldn't be hiding under rocks, but I'm not going to tell the big fella what he's going to do because he'd kick my ass. But I think you come back close, you just want that opportunity again, and it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all, right?
Our perspective here is so different because it'd be totally worth the 2 weeks of just pinching yourself going, oh my God, we made it to the Super Bowl. And if those are his authentic feelings, okay, fine, but I'm not wired that way either. One, give me a shot at the crown. And two, the pain of losing can be a motivator. He says 3 or 4 months under a rock. I wouldn't be under a rock. I'd be, how do I change it? Yeah. How do we take that next step and win that last game?
I think how you answer this question is, though, guys, if you know you're going to lose, would you still want to go, right? And I think your answers would probably be the same because I think that's how Trent Williams is saying. If I know I'm going to lose, I'd rather just not even go. I think it kind of depends on how you lose. If you get blown out, I think it's actually easier to take in the moment. Like, hey, we weren't good enough. This other team was clearly better than us. But if you blow a lead or it's a super close game, all the what ifs start entering your mind. What if this? What if that? And that stings, and that could last for months, like he was saying. But in the end, overall, I think you want to go, and even if you're going to lose. Second place sucks, but it's still second place. It's still better than every other team except for one. All right, one of the bigger stories out of the Combine was Ruben Bain's arm length. That's right. It was a huge deal or not. Do you think this will matter when teams think about drafting Bain?
Well, the data supports that guys with this kind of arm length don't make it at that position. You ever heard of Ricky Elmore? You ever hear of Wyatt Hubert? You ever hear of Tyree Johnson? 31-inch arms or shorter at the edge spot hasn't worked. Now, none of those guys were considered the prospect that Bain has, and you got to find guys that Bain is, and you got to find guys in the league currently and say, all right, is there a comp there that works? But as far as draftable process, since they have measured arms, these are unusually short, and there hasn't been an example of it working. So I think it will matter on draft day. It won't matter to everybody. It takes 32 teams, right? Somebody will say yes, but I'm sure some teams are scared off.
Look, there are guys I'd take ahead of Ruben Bain, but I don't think it's because he has short arms. I think, if I look at Arvell Reese or Bailey, the other edge rusher, yeah, I'd take those guys ahead of Bain, but I did before I knew that Bain had short arms. I think Bain is probably the third best pass rusher in this draft, and I don't know, did it matter when he was terrorizing college football during his career that he had short arms? He's going against guys who are going to be NFL players. I guess you can certainly make the case that it matters. They've got data that backs it up, and certainly the length is an advantage for an offensive lineman. That's why they look for offensive linemen to have that great length. But he's got speed and power that is really hard to replicate. And to try to counter that, if you're going to pass on Ruben Bain, well, that's good luck on you because I think it's a mistake.
So Bain's arms are historically tiny. No pass rusher with arms as short as Bain's has been drafted in the first round since 1999. And the NFL loves pass rushers, but they're passing on guys with short arms for a reason. So do I think it's a big deal for teams? I actually do, and I think he's a candidate to fall. Not necessarily fall out of the first round, but I wouldn't be shocked if this guy starts falling and they start making it a big deal during the draft show. Give me your current Mount Rushmore of NFL quarterbacks.
I hate you. This question is impossible.
It's really open-ended. It's how you want to take it.
Yeah, I know. And it's like, so I went at this and I thought, okay, this is going to be easy. You got to come up with 4 quarterbacks. That's Mount Rushmore, right? Here we go. No problem. Well, the first one was easy. I came with Josh Allen. No problem. Second one, a little bit more thought, but no. Lamar Jackson. I'm not going to overthink this. Lamar Jackson belongs on there. And then it got really, really freaking tough. Okay? All respect due to Joe Burrow. He can't stay healthy. And until he shows he can stay healthy again and take his team where they need to be, he's not on it. All respect due to Patrick Mahomes, who in the past is absolutely probably number 1 with a bullet on the Mount Rushmore. He's not. He's been hurt the last couple of years and suffered a serious injury last year. And oh, by the way, looked real mortal last year too. His quarterback rating would drop down to 89. Hurts and Darnold have both won Super Bowls, but I'm not hitching my wagon to either one of those guys. My other 2 are Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff. And it's because, Goff in this offense, he looks great. Stafford in his offense, he looks great, and he's actually won. I hate King for this question.
So wait, who are your 4?
Lamar, Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff.
So my interpretation of Mount Rushmore is remembered historically. So I had one easily, and it's Patrick Mahomes. Then it's like empty space, and maybe Stafford. Because I think the way you get remembered historically is by winning Super Bowls. And so I'm going Mahomes.
That's fair.
And if I have to fill in the empty spaces, I will fill it in with Matthew Stafford, who's got a shot to win. And then another guy that I'm not giving up on that I think could win Super Bowls is Josh Allen. And it's weird because I feel like he's got the Buffalo stigma attached to him. And then the 4th is obvious.
Donald Trump.
Malik Willis.
Oh, sorry.
Malik Willis is going to win the Super Bowl. Somebody's going to.
So, like I said, there was an unfair question because I didn't specify exactly. Like, so you took it one way, Gator, and Doug, you took it the other.
Yeah, totally.
When I asked the question, I asked it the way Doug interpreted it, and I'm going with Mahomes for sure. The other 3 were a little tougher. Super Bowls do matter, Doug. But my second guy is Lamar Jackson. He does have 2 MVPs in this league, one of the best quarterbacks in this league, right? And the other 2, I went with Rodgers. He's still in the league, and Matthew Stafford. Stafford's won an MVP and a Super Bowl. Those are my 4 guys: Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford.
Oh, you must hate yourself too.
I do.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy here on 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. The big thaw is coming. Take a look outside right now. Is your home ready? Before the spring rains start, check your basement. And if you're worried about water or a sump pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your AC or pool boiler tuned in for summer. Do not wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros that you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. That's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. No, King, I don't think it's in your job description to make us feel uncomfortable. But the wide 9, 4 down, Omaha around the league blitz thingy questions were really difficult this week. And put us in the questions can be hard, that's fine, but put us in a bad position is different than having a hard question to answer. I didn't like that, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I don't know. I don't think there are quarterbacks that are going to end up on any sort of Mount Rushmore. Mahomes would be the only one. Rodgers, thankfully, only has the one Super Bowl. So I find him to be
He's got multiple
very,
MVPs,
very unlikable. All right, I want to get back to the Red Wings.
Yeah.
We took a couple calls earlier, and I think we took one was people say this all the time. I don't want them to make a trade for trade's sake. But then if you start talking about return, what you have to give up to get a player, it can get very uncomfortable because people say, yeah, I'll do that. The asking price for Robert Thomas, I don't know what the asking price is, but I think it could be over the top for a player who helps you win hockey games. I'd love to have him in the winged wheel, but I'd make those kinds of offers for Austin Matthews, for Mitch Marner, like not for Robert Thomas. Now, maybe I wouldn't get him. That's fine. But is this guy worth multiple first-round picks and prospects? I mean, maybe I'm discounting how good he is.
Well, again, how does St. Louis value their own player? Yeah. They may not want to trade him in the first place.
I bet they don't.
They're having a down year. They can sell off some assets and look better in the future. And here's a contract of a guy who's going to be paid $8 million over the next several years. Mm-hmm. Almost a point a game guy. He's having a down year this year, but he also spent some time hurt this year. But he's back and healthy, ready to roll. They may not want to get rid of him. But if they do, okay, then the asking price is going to be high. And I can understand that. And the question is it too high for the Red Wings to get in on? I think what we've talked about is probably too much. But would I give up a first-round pick and, Michael Brandzig-Nygaard and another Wallander, something like that? Would I do that? I would, but that makes it too easy, perhaps, because there's not enough pain. Is it 2 first-round picks, Brandzig-Nygaard and another, mid prospect like Wallander? Does that get it done? I'd probably do that because at some point you have to, realize you've got enough in the pipeline that you like that, first-round picks are guys that aren't going to play for 4 years unless you have a top 5 pick and those guys get ready to play in either the first year or within a couple of years. But the Red Wings aren't going to be in that situation.
Here's the other thing, and I realized I was wired this way a couple of years ago and thought that's actually, you can't do it. It's comparing apples to oranges. And that is what the trade deadline used to be in Detroit. What the trade deadline used to be is totally different because the Red Wings were being built a completely different way. Steve Yzerman is building the Red Wings through the draft. Back then, it was free agency, it was trades with a little bit of draft. Certainly, they had some draftable guys, Yzerman being one of them, that were the core of that team. But they could afford to be very aggressive in free agency and trades. They could take on contracts. There was no cap. That was a different world. In this world, what they're trying to do, and one of the reasons why they probably will have a ton of cap space to maybe go get Quinn Hughes in a couple of years, is because they keep stocking from within. And so the actual player at the minor league level is more valuable to this Red Wings organization in 2026 than it was in the year 2000. And so I brought up the John Smoltz thing for a reason. And unless I'm wrong, Kenny, am I wrong? Was there any player that the Red Wings gave up back in those days that came back to haunt them the way John Smoltz came back to haunt the Tigers? I don't think there is.
Not to that level.
Yeah. And so that was a completely different animal, and they were trading picks. Now the picks are how they're making this work in a cap league. They mean more than they meant back then, and they mean more to this team. And so I understand Yzerman's hesitation. Now, there is a massive variable that has changed here, and that is this team has warranted making a trade. This team, a if they're, again, I said it, if humanity depended on the Detroit Red Wings winning the Stanley Cup, they could make hyper aggressive moves right now. They have the assets to do so, and they could become the favorite in the East if they got super aggressive. Maybe not the favorite, but they could become a strong contender in the East. And I guess that's what do you want your GM to operate as if humanity depended on winning 16 games in the postseason? Because you could do that. You could. And I think right now, a relatively impatient fan base for all things Detroit right now say yes. I think they want our GMs to operate like humanity depended on it, and they don't. They haven't.
I really want them to go add the defenseman first. If they're going to add 2 players, I want the defenseman first. So I feel really good about that move, and I'm hoping it's Ristolainen. They sign him. So then I can focus all my attention on, okay, how much pain am I willing to take after you've acquired that guy moving forward? And then do you need to take, is it a Trocheck? Is it a Robert Thomas? Do you kick the tires and see if Nashville would give you Stamkos? Do you try to go for his scoring, or do you try to get a complete player, someone like a Trocheck, and may not give you as much scoring, or do you go with a little bit more of a blend? I don't know. But I want the defenseman first.
Yeah.
I want to get that out of the way. I feel like that's the priority right now, is to add that second pair defenseman.
Now, with all that said, I think he's going to make a trade. I think Yzerman's going to pull the trigger. I think the return is going to be painful, but I do believe that this is a team that has warranted it. And if I'm a GM in the East and I've got a loaded organization and the Red Wings appear to have that, let's roll, because they could win this conference. They could win the East. And are we hungry in this town? My God. You know what I was thinking about we haven't had probably in 5 or 6 years? That will become a major theme in a month and a half. NHL officiating. Playoff hockey brings out critics of officiating like nothing else. We haven't played enough big games. We haven't played playoff hockey.
Been a minute.
In so long, we've forgotten how much scrutiny goes into officiating.
Yeah, I jumped on a little bit last night watching the game, but you're right. Until you get to a playoff situation, are they swallowing the whistles, or are they calling everything? Is it ticky-tack? What's happening here? You're right, because everything gets magnified when it matters more, and the playoffs obviously matter more.
And today, if last night was a playoff game, phone lines would be packed with, how can that not be a 5-minute major for a cross-check on Dylan Larkin?
Exactly.
Yep. That would be the 10, and that's what we're getting ready for.
Not a major, but certainly a cross-check.
It certainly would, at the very least. I think it would check a lot of boxes for being a major, but even if it weren't, that's going to be a big deal here moving forward. With that said, your thoughts on the trade deadline, names that stand out to you, 248-539-9797.
So just saw this tweet from a TSN reporter, Mark Masters, says Rangers coach Mike Sullivan was asked if Vincent Trocheck will play tonight. His response, right now, everyone's a game time decision.
Wow. Well, I think he would be my number one choice in terms of player and what it would take to get him. As far as I would love to see Ristolainen and Trocheck be Detroit Red Wings by the end of the week.
I'd be thrilled with that return. Because that's shoring up the defense and you're adding a little bit of offense too. Does Trocheck give you more offense playing on that second line than Andrew Kopp would? I think I could say yes.
Yep. But I think he's got a playoff game.
Yeah, and then what you're doing is you're knocking Kopp down to another line, and he'll still be pretty effective. So I'd like that.
Pierre LeBrun at this hour tweeting on the Steven Stamkos front. My understanding is there's 3 or 4 teams in the East that have reached out to Nashville over the last few days. I don't think there's a firm trade offer on the table yet, but teams inquiring to be sure.
Here we go. Deadline.
Yep. Trade deadline tomorrow at 3 o'clock. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines Take a text, phone calls, and tweets at Doug and Gator 971. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. You might need a quad box or at least a tri-box to consume all the basketball action going on tonight for our local teams. We've got 3 games all tipping off at 8 o'clock this evening. The Pistons are down in the Lone Star State for a road game against the Spurs. Detroit is looking for revenge after the Spurs may have quietly derailed their season last week. Since Detroit's loss to San Antonio at LCA 10 days ago in what felt every bit like a playoff game, the Pistons have barely beaten a wildly injured OKC team at home, escaped in overtime against an injured Cavs team, beaten Orlando on the road handedly, and then lost to those same Cavs on the road when they were a little healthier but still without their best player. Pretty much everyone is healthy tonight other than Harrison Barnes, who quite literally woke up on the wrong side of the bed for the Spurs. He's out tonight with ankle soreness. Tip-off at 8 o'clock here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 7:35. Also at 8 o'clock tonight, Michigan will tip things off in Iowa City against the Hawkeyes. The Wolverines already claimed the outright Big Ten championship and probably didn't have much reason to be motivated for start tonight. That's, of course, until Iowa advertised a court storm warning on their website for this game. Not sure giving the 27-2 Big Ten champions bulletin board material is a good idea, but okay. In East Lansing, Michigan State also tips off at 8 o'clock as they hope to have a better showing this time around against Rutgers after needing a mini miracle and overtime to beat the Scarlet Knights in Piscataway a few weeks ago. It's also senior night at the Breslin Center. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. Heard there during the update, college basketball tonight. Michigan at Iowa, Michigan State hosting Rutgers. And last night, Big Ten action. Purdue looks broken. Somebody broke Purdue. They slipped past Northwestern to end their 4-game losing streak. Big win for Indiana. Actually, no, it wasn't a big win for Indiana. It was a big not loss for Indiana. And Purdue had lost 3 of 4, not 4 in a row. But anyway, Indiana avoided, they pounded Minnesota, but losing to Minnesota, and that would have been a bubble burst kind of game for them. But I'm intrigued to get your take on this. And it's an interesting debate. The Miami Redhawks are undefeated 30-0.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't win the Mid-American Conference tournament, there is a strong contingent out there that say they will not make March Madness. They're 30-0 with no quad 1 games played. Out of 365 teams in Division I college basketball, their strength of schedule ranks 314th.
Yeah, I'm looking at their schedule, and of course they have a max schedule, but their non-conference schedule.
What website are you looking at them on before you say?
ESPN.
Do they have teams that there are no links? Like you can't click on them because they don't have a page on ESPN?
Yes. Several. Like Trinity Christian out of Illinois, or Indiana University East, or Milligan.
Right? They don't even have a link on ESPN.
Milligan.
It sounds like that might just be a bunch of dudes that they had show up at the arena and called themselves Milligan.
Milligan scored 81 points against them.
Did they?
Yeah, Milligan gave up 135.
Okay.
But
do you recognize, is there any power teams on their conference?
No,
what's their biggest win?
I mean, they start the season Old Dominion. Old Dominion's but they're more known for their women's program from a million years ago.
Yeah.
Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas Pine Bluff. That's a team that you see in the wins a crap conference. They get into the tournament. Well, I mean, this is what they're playing. They're playing crap conference teams. UNC Greensboro is another one of those. Maine. Oh, Maine's a hockey school.
Black Bears. Parents met there.
And then you get to the scheduling at Wright State and Ball State and, Milligan.
Look, I mean, they've played a dreadful schedule, and their NET ranking, which is one of the major metrics used by the committee, has them 53rd behind all 4 teams that Lenardi has in his last 4 out. So, or his first 4 out. So I think it's Auburn, Virginia Tech, Virginia Commonwealth, and San Diego State are in the first 4 out. Miami ranks behind them. If they don't win the MAC, they're undefeated 30-0, and they're in danger of not making it. But herein lies the conundrum. Somebody FOIA'd Miami's basketball program, Freedom of Information Act, or Miami's basketball program, to see if they tried to schedule anyone and got all their emails to power schools about scheduling. And they did. They tried to schedule Marquette. They tried to schedule Pitt. They tried to schedule Wisconsin. They sent emails that went unreturned when it was time to put the schedule together.
They send them to the right people?
Well, maybe not.
Send to the swimming coach.
Perhaps. Or they needed to try harder. I don't know. They did. If you try to schedule big boys and all of them say no, So all you can do is add Milligan to your schedule, and you go out and you go 30-0. Even if your resume doesn't stack up, what do you do with that team?
I mean, it is a conundrum. Look, I don't like the guy who coaches that team who knocked over the speaker. Was it against Western? Was it against Western? Who was it recently where he was walking and got ejected and he was walking out of the arena and knocked over the speaker, broke a DJ's piece of equipment? Yeah. So, and he got fined for it. Didn't get suspended for it. He got fined for it. Like $5,000 fine, and he had to pay restitution. I don't know, man. They're undefeated. So
that's not a metric.
I know it's not a metric, but they're in a conference and they're undefeated, and they're in the MAC. Okay, so I think they deserve to be in the tournament, but I wouldn't imagine it's anything better than like a 14 seed.
Yeah, well, I see, but then they'd be taking away a spot from a more deserving team, resume wise.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you have to tell me which team and look at that team's resume, and I don't know. Again, you play the games that are on your schedule, but when you schedule teams like Milligan, Indiana University East, and Trinity Christian, it's not going to help you out. But those are three schools that did they have to scramble to get that because Pitt and Marquette and Wisconsin said no?
Here's one to Brian Reagan at Pitt. Hey, this is Jonathan Holmes at Miami of Ohio. Saw your post about needing a guarantee game on December 7th. I have that date open. Would love to play. I've been looking for a regional bye game the last couple months. Please let me know. Pitt never got back to him. They ended up playing Hofstra. I'm sorry, Pitt played Hofstra. Miami ended up playing Maine.
On December 6th, yep.
Yep. They emailed Wisconsin. This is Jonathan Holmes. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to reach out to see if you guys are looking to buy games. I have several dates in November and December. Please let me know if you have any interest. No response from Wisconsin.
Does it have a date on when they reached out?
May 28th of last year.
I mean, you're talking.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's an interesting conundrum if they really did authentically try. And
I feel like it's unfair to them because if they authentically tried and then
nobody,
they get denied,
nobody
then,
took them up. But it also would then, so we're going to punish the kids at Auburn and give Miami their spot, even though their resume is better. And that's the problem. There should be some reason that, if Miami reaches out to you and everybody says no, they probably should have made a stink about it before the season, or any team that's in that position.
No, or just do it. Keep winning, I guess, right? This is what's dumb, though. They have the conference tournament. It's so dumb.
Well,
this is why I say this is like when I talk about Michigan State and Michigan, I say, okay, they got the big final game on Sunday, and then the dumb tournament, and then the big tournament. It's a dumb tournament to have a conference tournament. It clearly for teams that are above and beyond, like they should be in. They're undefeated. They've beaten everybody in their conference. And now for Miami, if they were to lose, they get tripped up by Buffalo or Marshall or whatever, or Western Michigan. And Western Michigan damn near beat them the other night. If they get tripped up there, then they're out. All the dreams are done, despite the fact that they won every single game on their schedule leading up to the dumb tournament.
Well, I believe conferences can make the rule that our regular season champ gets the automatic bid, but then there's zero purpose for the conference tournament, like none.
Well, then that's what they're going to have to risk if Miami doesn't win, because, I mean, is there anybody else in that conference that is?
They're one bid league. So it's really interesting, but if Miami loses, it's going to lead to raging debate, but it's not like the committee can say, well, they only have one loss, because that's what it would take. And so we're giving them the one loss provision. There's no provision for that. You just have to have the resume. And right now, at this time, they don't. So everybody's going to be paying attention to that. That cares about college basketball, I guess I should say. In the meantime, Gator, today is National Meatball Day.
Oh.
How do you feel about the meatball?
I like the meatball. I don't like the giant meatballs.
I was going to ask you that, Gator. Do you like the softball-sized meatball?
No, I do not.
What's the perfect size?
I think bigger than a golf ball, but smaller than a racquetball.
Okay.
So a little bit bigger than a golf ball.
All right.
And getting a couple of those with your spaghetti sounds pretty good.
Do you make meatballs?
I do not. I've always wanted to. My mom used to make Swedish meatballs. Those were pretty good.
Yeah.
Doug, do you make turkey balls in your
We
household?
we have made turkey meatballs in our household, Kang. Thank you for asking.
Well, Gator looked at me funny.
Yeah.
Because you said you make turkey balls. You didn't say turkey meatballs. And you changed it to meatballs. Yeah,
Did you make beef balls, Kang?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Like cow balls?
Yes, we have made the turkey meatballs.
Do you guys like breadcrumbs? I mean, is there a certain,
Yes.
yeah?
Almost
Okay.
everything made with ground turkey needs some breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
I mean, or soup mix. Soup mix is good.
Well, and extra as much moisture as you can put in there because those things dry up quickly.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll have like a soup, like a mushroom, a cream of mushroom soup that you got to put on top of the meatballs and then maybe on some noodles. You hate mushrooms.
I don't like mushrooms.
No. It's really, really good, but I'm not expecting you to like them.
Say cream of chicken, I'd be on board with it, but cream of mushroom.
Well, you can do them however you want.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
This is true. And no, I would do it more traditionally.
How do you
more
feel about the
Italian.
meatball sub? Because the meatball sub, you don't like a mess. And I've never seen anybody that's had a meatball sub that isn't a mess.
Yeah, that's one I feel like you got to cut those meatballs in half and be kind of spread them out along the sub if you're going to do that. I don't typically go for the meatball sub. When I go get a sub, it's typically like a turkey and Swiss, maybe a combination of turkey and ham. If I'm in East Lansing and go to Jersey Giant, it's going to be the turkey and the prosciutto. So I'm typically like that. Sometimes get a tuna fish sub.
I was just trying to find out how you felt about the meatball sub. You use it as a gateway to talk about all your favorite subs.
That's right. Well, because I don't normally get a hot sub, I guess. I don't typically do that. But, if it's sometimes maybe you're in a mood and I'm not against it because it's messy. I'm not against that.
Kang, how you feel about the meatball sub?
I feel weird about it. Like, I feel like it stands alone by itself good enough where throw it in a sub. I don't know who the first person thought of this. Just said, put it in a sub. Like instead of just with the spaghetti or because sometimes they serve like the big meatballs by itself, right? You've been in those restaurants where just
some kind of appetizer.
Exactly.
And you get the softball meatball.
There you go.
I don't like Kenny using his hand like he's cupping the meatball. I'm looking
Kenny gesturing behind the glass.
Kenny's like,
Do you believe this? He says he's never had a meatball sub. Kenny Cott, I don't believe it.
I don't say that. Come on, Kenny.
Dude,
that's right up your alley.
I've never once, because every time I go to a sub place that serves subs is a place that I would be like, all right, I'll get the Italian or I'll get the cold cuts. I'd much rather have that.
I'll Venmo you after the show. Go get a meatball sub from Subway and let us know what you think.
I will not turn down a free meatball sub.
Is there such thing as a Swedish meatball sub?
I've never heard of a Swedish meatball sub.
Well, what's the difference? You just throw it in a sub too, right?
Well, it's a different kind of meatball
I know,
altogether.
but-
I mean, it's more of a savory meatball than they're all savory, I guess, when you get to this point. But it's not a red sauce meatball.
I know that, but I'm
Yeah.
saying why couldn't we put it in a sub?
I mean, I suppose you could put on some limpa, which is bread in Sweden. I don't know. You could. Some sort of rye component in there, caraway.
Well, Gator's going to keep listing foods. We're going to talk some Pistons today at
You
11:20 on Carson
Don't ask
Anderson
if you're afraid of the answers.
on 97.1.
Speaking of answers, if you want the green lawn, call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN. Easy number to remember. And you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. They've been around since 1990 serving Michigan, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've trusted to work with my lawn for almost a dozen years now. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control. These are just some of the services they offer, but you've got to start thinking about it right now. Start early for the best results. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Call right now. For limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program, and you get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, so I'm trying to sift through this because it's kind of confusing. But David Pagnetta, who is done some reporting on the NHL for SiriusXM NHL Network, editor in chief of the Fourth Period, NHL Rumor Report, appears to be quoting him, except they left the quotes out. What I'm going to read sounds like a quote. But it's not in quotes.
Yeah.
But it's about the Red Wings and Robert Thomas. Depending on who you talk to, they're real about Robert Thomas. They're kind of in it. It sounds like center's a priority, but I don't think it's the be-all, end-all. Okay, so I'm assuming, again, there's no quotes. I'm assuming David Pagnetta said they're kind of in it. It sounds like center's a priority. I don't think it's a be-all, end-all. But they're serious. Depending on who you talk to. This is really vague. This probably wasn't worth reading. Sorry, Kenny. Now I don't mean to bash you, Kenny, but I mean, it says depending on who you talk to, and then they say they're sort of kind of in it. Okay, thanks.
This is a source that I would trust, and usually this site or this Twitter page,
Rumor Report,
is an aggregate for direct quotes from podcasts and articles.
Yeah.
So if he said that, this is a source that I trust, and this is me saying it.
Okay.
So he's also quoting Elliot Friedman. He says, regarding the Blues, I think Robert Thomas is still out there. Jordan Kyrou, Justin Falk, Jordan Binnington, Braden Shen, but I think the prices are high.
Yeah. As long as if the price is too high, like the price, I don't want to pay a high price for Robert Thomas.
So you're forget about it when it comes to Rob Thomas.
That was smooth, Gator.
You got the kind of lover that could be so smooth, yeah. Give me your heart, make me, or else forget about it.
Well, now I'm interested. That Rob Thomas forgetting?
I don't expect the trade to go down today. I expect it to go down overnight, like 3 a.m.
Going back to the Matchbox 20 days.
I can't do it. I don't know.
You got nothing?
I got nothing.
Your catalog is only just Rob Thomas solo?
No. Rob Thomas with Carlos Santana, I can hang with you a little bit, but otherwise, forget about it.
I just want to get a call. You must be lonely. No. Do I think this is going to go down?
Give me your first Nathaniel sin or forget about it.
I do that. I would do that.
Please, Steve Eisman, when you make that call, do it just like that.
We really like Rob Thomas.
Yes. And I like that trade. I like what you came up with. Make that trade. First and Nate Danielson for Robert Thomas.
I don't think that'll get it done.
Yeah, well, that's not that doesn't feel that feels like a reasonable price.
Yeah, but I mean that's an offer that St. Louis would say, forget about it.
You are so excited, aren't you?
My man over there behind the glass. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Can we move on, or you got more?
I don't know. Do we have any trade rumors that we could say it's a hot one?
Well, let me refresh and see what we can come up with.
I don't want my first rounder no more.
This is why Eisman doesn't take phone calls at the trade deadline. I think
better include Seabass or forget about it. Now they want Kosa. Who knew? I didn't know that. I so wish this was an artist that I could really. I know nothing about Matchbox.
You've done pretty well
with one song.
Yeah,
all I can do.
You've milked it for everything.
We're giving it our best.
You did more with that song than Rob Thomas did, I think.
I think you've kind of tapped out everything that was there.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
So we'll keep an eye out.
Yes. We will. Okay. At this hour, Pierre LeBrun from NHL Rumor Report. I think the Canadians have checked in with the Rangers on Vincent Trocheck. Although that could be too big a haul.
Say that again?
Canadians have checked in on Vincent Trocheck, but it could be too big a haul, according to Pierre LeBrun. I'd guess. I mean, look, Yzerman is clearly active. Question is how motivated he is. We're going to have a total meltdown if he doesn't do anything. And it's going to have something to do with him, but also something to do with Brad Holmes and something to do with Trajan Langdon and something to do with Scott Harris.
Make a deal or forget about it. No, I think he's got to do something. Or I have to drink beer out of his shoe.
You've put him out there, my friend.
No, it's not really out there. I feel confident. I mean, now it feels like today, here we are, we're, 26 hours, 27 hours, 26 and a half hours away from the deadline. Like, things are starting to
percolate,
to move a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like you had that burrito last night and you're thinking, well, when's it going to, am I all right? I think I'm all right. I'm not sure.
Feedback.
Something's starting to happen, though.
Feedback for the Carson Anderson inbox. Ever notice the good teams don't mess around and wait till the last minute, these deadlines?
No, I haven't actually.
I haven't either. Yeah. Please send some examples. Next one. Trade comp for a pack of gum, please.
I suppose somebody would say, well, Minnesota did make the move early to get Quinn Hughes.
No, they did, but are there examples of big moves that came right before the trade deadline? I don't know. My immediate recollection, I don't know that this is something I've ever paid attention to. There's a trade deadline. You make the move before the trade deadline, whether it's 3 weeks before the trade deadline, 3 days before the trade deadline, 3 hours before the trade deadline, or 3 a.m. You must be lonely. You make the trade. That's all that matters. All right, we got sidetracked, as has been known to do. Pistons in San Antonio. We'll get to that at 11:31 on 97.1. Okay, Pistons in San Antonio. I am typically in the one game doesn't matter camp, but I'm obviously very, if you listened to yesterday's show, I was not happy with what happened in Cleveland on Tuesday for a number of reasons. First of all, it was a continued stretch of them not looking their best. And it's gone on for more than a week now. And they've played tougher competition, so it could be simply be chalked up to that. But then I was also really surprised that they got called out publicly by a team in Cleveland that said they're not in our class. There was no attributed quote. It was a report from a Cleveland insider that said this was the talk in the locker room. Whether it's true or not, it's out there. And you would think that would bring the Pistons' best effort, maximum effort, on a Tuesday night against the team that said it, and a team that has been better than Detroit of late, saying things that disrespectful about the first place team in the conference, I thought it would have brought out their best, at least from an effort standpoint. And not only did it not look like that to me, although I'm not, I don't try and coach a team. And you don't always know what, certain things are supposed to happen on certain plays, whatever. But when JB Bickerstaff said afterwards he was disappointed in the effort, then I got really mad. And it seemed like they didn't lean into the intangibles that make them dangerous in the NBA. Now they got to go to San Antonio and play what is emerging as the biggest threat out of the West. I guess that can be debated. And, can they win this game? Of course they can win this game. But they can't do it the way they played really in any of their last 5 games, I don't think. So is this a big game tonight? Usually I'm in the one game doesn't matter camp. I think this does matter tonight. Now, I don't know that I even need them to win it. I want to see a game into the fourth quarter where their defense is doing what it does. They're not getting out rebounded, and they're making life difficult on San Antonio on their end of the floor and executing offensively where Cade isn't a non-factor in a fourth quarter. And Duncan's getting and draining open 3-point shots. All the things that make him what I want. Name more from Danis off the bench. It's getting a little bit worrisome. You turn into G League Danis all of a sudden?
Well, I'm kind of with you on, I don't think they have to win tonight for me to feel better. I want them to be competitive throughout the game with San Antonio. I think they can win. I mean, the Knicks were able to handle San Antonio without a problem earlier in the week. So can Detroit get to it? I mean, again, can they learn lessons from last week? And I keep going back to they benched Asar Thompson in the second half, and it was a 1-point game. That makes a big difference. They didn't have Isaiah Stewart in that game. Those are your 2 best defensive players, arguably, that you're playing without for much of the second half of that game. And obviously with Stewart, he was gone for the whole game. So how does that work in here? Now, something else that's different, though, is that in that game last week, they used Paul Reed, and for a while that Paul Reed was really good in that game. Mm-hmm. But they didn't use Paul Reed at all in the last game against Cleveland. Now that Isaiah Stewart's back, is Paul Reed part of this rotation or not? Are they going to throw? I mean, if I had some sort of strategy against San Antonio, I would just throw a bunch of bodies at Wembanyama, and I would play as physical as you can with him, bang him around, and make him let him know that he was in a game. That means everybody's got 6 fouls to give. So I would use Paul Reed in this game. We'll see what they do.
Now, the other thing that Wembanyama presents, and it was a problem, is, and this is why San Antonio could be a terrible matchup in the NBA Finals, which would be a great problem. Talk about first world problems. Yeah. Is the Pistons rely so heavily on getting into the paint and scoring near the basket, and Wembanyama is the ultimate eraser near the basket. That is a matchup issue for Detroit. They're not a team that shoots from the perimeter in high volume like everybody else, and San Antonio can throw a look at them that makes their life miserable. So this isn't, again, we don't spend a lot of time trying to coach teams here, but I don't think you need to be Frank Iba to figure out that that's going to be a problem. I don't know why. Could have gone John Wooden. Could have gone James Naismith.
Frank, not Hank.
Yeah, isn't there a Frank?
I think it's Hank.
Okay, whatever. Then I shouldn't have done it to begin with, and it's distracting, and I shouldn't have done it. But at the end of the day, you don't have to be some savant to figure out that that's why it's a problem. Is because it's a 2-point reliant team, get in the lane team that can't get in the lane against San Antonio because of Victor Wembanyama. You want to hammer him, and I'm all for it. Now, the problem with that is Wembanyama doesn't need to get hammered to go flying. I think there's a little bit of flopper in him, and I didn't like seeing that last week because I don't want to dislike him. But
well, let him flop all he wants because the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Right? He flops. He goes to the court. That doesn't feel good after you've done that 10 times. So whatever, just continue to take a toll on his body. I think it's an almost a near impossible matchup against him because of the Pistons style. I'm with you on that. I don't like playing San Antonio because he's just this hydra of an eraser out there, blocking everything within a 10-foot radius. That's no good. And if you're not shooting well from the outside, then you're screwed. Or if you're not really taking advantage of those moments when he's out of the game, you're screwed. But they did play with some heart in the first half of that game, even though apparently JB was really unhappy with Asar Thompson. It's a game that I'm very much looking forward to tonight. We get down to these last 20-some games. They're fun to watch. And now it's about making sure that you can maintain your superiority in the Eastern Conference. Things are getting a little bit tighter now. What is it, 4.5 games? They have the lead over Boston at this point. It's actually 5 games over Boston right now. So hopefully they can maintain that, keep the number 1 seed, stay healthy. And the other thing in the last 22 games here is get some guys to really develop that shot, right? Is Herter going to be a player or not?
At some point, you got to find out, right? One would think put him in a game at some point. Now, it might not be tonight, but same thing for Sasser.
Sasser feels like he's completely the forgotten man.
Totally.
And
you're going to give up something on one end of the floor, but can either of these guys provide on the other end of the floor what you need?
I did do a little research on this, but it feels like in games I've watched lately that Ron Holland is jacking up a lot of 3-point shots.
You're looking for the numbers?
Yeah.
All right. As you do that, let's go to Floyd in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Floyd.
Hi, guys. I've got a question. Is there a reason why the Pistons can't bring back Beasley? What's the issue? He was the second best 3-point scorer last year. It's not like he's just
he hasn't been reinstated by the league. He's still under investigation.
Oh, is that the issue?
Yes.
I thought that had been resolved with the league.
Well, it had been not by the league. It had been resolved by the feds, right? But not by the league.
Yeah, I don't know why if he got cleared by the feds, he wouldn't get cleared by the league. But when it was brought up to Trajan Langdon a couple weeks ago on the air, he said he's still under investigation.
I looked at the stats for 3-point shooting last year. He's number 2.
Yeah, he's great.
And only one behind Ant-Man, who was the number 1 3-point scorer last year.
That would be number 2. Yeah.
So it's not like the guy just is a good shooter, man. He may be the best 3-point shooter in the league.
Well,
they need him.
What we found out last year is how difficult it is without a Malik Beasley, because they basically didn't have Malik Beasley in the postseason, as he did not shoot it well at all in the postseason. And so what they need is Duncan Robinson to be that guy. And for the most part, Duncan has been, although, again, Gator, you talk about the games I watch stats. I think Duncan Robinson games lately has not been nearly as good.
No, it was pointless against Orlando, and then had 8 points against Cleveland. And they needed other scorers. If Cade Cunningham wasn't going to score, then they needed somebody else to step up, and he's the guy you kind of lean on. Ron Holland has taken more 3-point shots lately. It's been over 3 a game over the last month, and he's increased that number throughout the season, basically going from 2.1 to 2.5 to 2.7 to 3.1, and then the last couple games it's up to 3.5. His 3-point shooting percentage is atrocious. It's 28%, 20%, 23%. 22%. He's not a shooter, and yet they're continuing to let him jack these threes.
There's a reason why you're open, bro.
Yeah. I like Ron Holland a lot. This is something he needs to work on in the offseason, not in the throes of the stretch run.
I was at that game in Chicago a couple of weeks ago when Duncan Robinson was just bombing away, throwing in threes from everywhere, covered, on the move, off the dribble. Duncan was great in that game. Since that time, he's 27% from behind the arc. Now, does that have something to do with who they're playing? Certainly. And you look at that player, if he's not making shots and he's a liability on the defensive end, it's a problem. It's a problem. So 248-539-9797. Kang, your thoughts on tonight's game?
I think this is the team we got now. The trade deadline, we thought maybe that's when they add the extra shooter, and maybe that was Kevin Herter, but he's not getting any playing time. I think he's just stuck behind Karis LeVert. JB Bickerstaff really trusts Karis LeVert, and unfortunately, if Duncan Robinson isn't hitting his threes, it's probably nobody else. Cade's kind of streaky. Tobias has the capability of doing it, and Jenkins has the capability of doing it, but That's just not this team's game. They get in the paint. That's where they score their points. And then they're not a high volume 3-point shooting team as well. So even if they're shooting 40%, it's not like they're putting up 43 pointers a night.
The weird thing is there's no way, I can't imagine that Trajan Langdon thought at the trade deadline, let's go get Kevin Huerter to sit him on our bench. He wouldn't have
I
made
think
that.
that's why I think it's an insurance policy in case of injury. You know what I mean? Like we don't, it's almost like we don't want to have to use them, but we have somebody just in case because clearly things were working out with Jaden Ivey, right?
It seems like still like a steep price to pay for an insurance policy. I would have thought they would have had a plan for him.
I think his size.
I mean, you might be right, but
yeah, but that's the only thing I can come up with in my head, Doug, that makes sense. Because otherwise, why wouldn't you just keep Jaden Ivey, right? He was actually starting to hit outside shots, but he was a smaller guard. Maybe they wanted someone, a little bit bigger that fill the position of Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert. Jaden Ivey coming in, it's him and Jenkins basically.
Let's go to Daryl on a cell. Hi, Daryl.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Love the show always. I usually reserve my opinion to myself, but sometimes I want to call in and get your take on things.
Sure.
I'm wondering, does any of the coaches listen to the radio show, if you know, and hear your analytical mindset? Because that's all you guys do is study sports. I mean, consensus tells me that if I listen to if I listen to people who analyze us all day long, then maybe I can get some pointers. Because
Daryl, I hope not.
I
don't know
hope
if you. I don't know if I say this all the time on the air. I'm not a coach, and I don't try and coach teams. We obviously talk about results. Sometimes things might come out as obvious, and sometimes coaches we look at things where they make choices. But I really hope not. God, I hope not. I'm not qualified to coach a team, and no, they shouldn't.
I think they should, just to get a outsider's viewpoint, but that's an insider because you love
well,
Detroit
let me put
sports.
There's 100% truth in getting other people's opinions. I would rely on people like
in the basketball field.
Yeah, like a retired coach, somebody from another team that you're friendly with, somebody coaching at a different level.
Yeah, I would not rely on Doug and Scott.
Daryl. I don't know that. Maybe we should be leaning into this. Yes, they should listen to us. Never mind.
Yes, you invested. You invested just like a fan. You're a fan.
Well, I think there's certain things where we might be useful, and that is when it comes to how the fans think. But mostly that's like it's a good outlet for parking costs too much for an organization to listen to those kinds of complaints. But for the most part, I hope that the coaches and the general managers have a network of people in the game that they can rely on their opinions more than let me see what Doug and Scott think. God, are we undermining our own credibility here? Did Daryl just put us in a bad place?
We had credibility.
Carson Anderson. We got some line stuff to get to in the noon hour. One insider went off, emptied the notebook from Indy with unattributed quotes, which can be interesting. We'll get to that in the noon hour here on 97.1. Attention golf fans, we're a day away from the Michigan Golf Show in Twin Peaks. Can't wait to host you for the party. Starting tonight through Sunday, you'll want to clear your schedule. Their Livonia Lodge is giving away tickets to the show all week long, and it's the perfect stop to meet or recap the show. Beautiful Twin Peaks girls offering up that dining experience you can't live without. You're not just eating, you're partying. And the party doesn't stop all weekend long. So you got the Wings and Stones in action and a monster UFC pay-per-view featuring a highly anticipated rematch between Holloway and Oliveira and another rematch of in-state Big Ten rivals on Sunday. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? It's a no-brainer. Your favorite draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, an extensive bar featuring craft cocktails, and all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas. A made-from-scratch kitchen showing off their house-smoked wings, the brisket and ribs, as well as hand-cut New York strips. 50-plus TVs. Hey, every game, it's the best place to be. It's all brought to you by the famous Twin Peaks girls. Come experience the difference today. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson opened the show with Red Wing Talk about the game last night, the trade deadline, which is we're moving in on 7 hours away from the trade deadline. So things heating up, rumors heating up. We'll keep you up to date on anything that goes down. Also some Piston talk there. In the meantime, trade in the National Football League at this hour. DJ Moore traded from Chicago to Buffalo. What did Buffalo give up?
Ian Rappaport says it's a mid-round pick compensation going back.
Boy, that's they got some weapons now in Buffalo, don't they? Love the Shakir kid. They got Keon Coleman, although that got weird. The tight ends. That's a lot for Josh Allen to work with.
Yeah. Well, maybe they want to protect Josh Allen. I don't know. Call me crazy.
Right, sure,
That's
yeah.
what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, give him more weapons. God forbid you protect your quarterback.
Well, they might. I mean, they still have other resources.
No, that's it. They're done. That's what they're doing.
Gotcha.
No resources.
Did you happen to see the Max Clark error yesterday?
Were there two plays he kind of...
There was one in particular.
The dive?
Yeah, did you see the dive?
Yeah. Dude, that's a dive that I made once in a softball game. I had no shot at it. I just wanted to look like I was making an effort. And I laid out for it, and the ball bounced good 2 feet in front of me. I had no shot.
Go look at our Twitter page. Somebody took a screenshot of Clark diving for the ball, and you can't help but laugh. I mean, God bless the kid for trying. He's like 10 feet away from Retweeted at DunganGator971.
Oh, we retweeted, sorry.
Yes.
It's hysterical. That is nowhere close.
I think like in his mind, he's like, should I dive? Should I not? And then he already committed. And he's like, I should have not.
I think in his mind, he's like, talk about my chains. I'll show them. He laid out and the ball bounced like well west of him.
Bloop. That's unfortunate for Max.
Yeah.
He's had a rough spring, his first real spring with the Tigers. It's rough. And it's unfortunate because it's rough in the field, that's his
Didn't
forte.
expect that, and that was in center field.
That was in center field.
He did not, but it's...
That's a mistake that you don't, it's just, you don't make that decision to dive for that ball. Unless it's bottom of the ninth with 2 outs, you're not doing that.
Well, here's what it's a prime example, though, of why some guys need more seasoning. Like this is a player who's incredibly talented. I am no less enthusiastic about him now and what he might be than I was going into spring, but he's going to be down in minor league camp pretty soon, and he'll probably spend most of the year in Toledo. I mean, heck, he might be in Double-A. I don't know where he's going to be, but it's clear he needs more time. The physical tools are there, but there's a reason why it can be a long trek through the minors to get there. And other guys, like McGonigal, he looks ready. And in fact, Evan Petzold had his roster for this coming season, and he's got McGonigal coming north with the team. What do you make of that?
What do I make of McGonigal coming north of the team?
Yeah, Petzold.
Yeah, I think at this point, how can you say he doesn't? He absolutely should, based on what we've seen at this point. Things can change in the next 2 weeks, but right now he's playing a competent shortstop. He's having great at bats. He's absolutely hammered the ball when he's hit it, whether it's the 460-foot home run. It was a nice effort from Aaron Judge to hit it 453 feet, but it's no 460.
It's cute.
It was cute. But he's just hammering the baseball. So right now, if you had to make a decision, you'd say yes, but let it play out for the next couple of weeks and see what happens. But yeah, I think it does, and it sets up a whole chain reaction of, okay, then what do you do? That pushes Javi to your starting center fielder until Parker Meadows can show that he hits. So Parker Meadows is kind of the odd man out. Evan Petzold said that, you're looking at the extra outfielders. You're looking at Wenzel Perez and Jahmai Jones, because Perez is a switch hitter, and Jahmai Jones hammers left-handed pitching. So when you've got a left-handed hitting Parker Meadows who's not hitting, And you can send them to the minors. Send them to the minors. That's how it's looking right now.
I love the juice that a player like McGonigal brings to the table. I started thinking about how much the outlook for the season changed between Framber Valdez, Justin Verlander, and now McGonigal. Comerica Park is going to be packed from day one. And you don't make moves to sell seats. You shouldn't make moves to sell seats. Winning sells seats. But they probably are going to win quite a bit this year. And you couple that with all the great little sidebar stories, like what could be an authentic Rookie of the Year candidate at shortstop at a position of need, bringing the skill set to the table that this team needs, which is somebody who rakes. And then you got an old hero back in town, the old gunslinger back to stare people down in Justin Verlander. And oh, by the way, probably your future number one in Framber Valdez and the best pitcher in the game. There's a lot of reason to be excited, and we can't wait. We can't wait. We got this World Baseball Classic going to erupt spring training, and we'll see if it catches on with people. Although, did I see Jemai Jones homer today? Yeah. I think he's playing for Japan. And he had a homer, I believe, which is cool. But we'll have guys playing for all kinds of other teams. You're excited for this thing, huh?
For the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah.
Not as excited as I thought I'd be.
Okay.
I just, what I do like to see is the passion that the fans have when they're at the games. The fans with the last two games of the Tigers against the Dominican Republic, they were insane, and it was great. It's great to see them getting that involved in it. But I'm not sure I'm that involved in it at this point.
Okay.
I want to see the Tigers play.
Jemai Jones homered for Team Korea. My apologies. But he did homer today. So good for him as they beat Czechoslovakia. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Gator, did you see that Myles Garrett just got his 9th speeding ticket?
I'm sorry, how many?
9th.
He's got 9?
Yeah. He's got 9 of them.
Doug, it's not just 9. Although I had to see how old he is. It's
9 since 2017.
9 since 2017.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you got 9 speeding tickets your whole life?
I know I haven't had 9 speeding
Okay.
tickets my whole entire life.
Do you know how many exactly you've had?
I think it's 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you need to step up your game.
Or
Miles needs to maybe
reel it in.
Yeah. Look, first of all, dangerous for him, dangerous for everybody else. But yeah, not a good look. And he's got a lot to lose. I'm not a speed demon. Never have been.
I'm not a speed demon. I drive aggressively, I think is probably the best way to put it, without being crazy. Like, you're not going to see me doing 130 miles an hour in the Lodge or on 696 or 96 or wherever I'm going. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see me approaching triple digits.
You're not going all Georgia football player.
No, I don't need to do that. Maybe when I was younger, I wanted to do more things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I drive aggressively, and I probably need to dial that back a little bit.
Do you?
Yeah.
right.
I get frustrated sometimes when I'm driving in the car.
With other
I'm the
drivers? With other drivers?
Yes, with other drivers.
All right, so we got some NFL draft scoop from a Lions insider. Very interesting stuff from the Combine. That is next on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. In breaking NFL news, the Bears are trading wide receiver DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills. That should free up almost $20 million, if not more, in cap space for Chicago. We've also got 3 hoops games tonight for our local teams. Michigan basketball's on the road to face Iowa. The Hawkeyes are currently 20-9 this year, but just 10-8 in conference play, which lands them in 9th place. Iowa does have home court tonight, which is good news for them as they're 15-2 at home this year. However, Michigan's 10-0 in true road games. Hawkeyes are fighting for a Big Ten and NCAA tournament seeding right now. Joe Lunardi's latest bracketology has Iowa as a 9 seed in the East region. Michigan is favored by 8.5 points in that one. In East Lansing, it's senior night for the Spartans, who will honor Denim Wojcik, Trey Fort, Nick Sanders, Carson Cooper, and Jackson Kohler, along with men's basketball support staff and managers after the game against Rutgers. Last time against the Scarlet Knights, MSU avoided an upset with an 88-70 overtime win on the road in which Jeremy Fears scored 29 points. Tonight, the Spartans are favored by a whopping 19.5 in that 8 o'clock tip-off. And the Pistons will hit the floor against the Spurs tonight as well. Detroit hoping to bounce back after losing to Cleveland in their last game. Tonight, the Spurs are favored by 3.5 points as both teams are healthy. Pre-game coverage of that 8 o'clock tip starts right here on 97.1 at 7:35. At the Carl Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so that deal, according to Over the Cap, the deal that sent DJ Moore from Chicago to Buffalo frees up $16.5 million in cap room for the Bears. That brings the Bears cap total. Now they've got $1.399 million, which is 23rd in the league. Still more than the Lions, who are $4 million over the cap, $4.8 million over the cap as we speak. Everybody's got restructurings that they can do. If could this be a move to free up cap space to do something big? And our Armageddon, oh God, not him scenario is not their scenario, is Max Crosby to the Bears. Would that be the offseason news that would be most depressing? Is that the Bears found a way to get it done?
Yeah, Bears getting a deal with Max Crosby, sure. Yeah. I don't, by all accounts, don't the Raiders want to get a player and draft capital in return? Mm-hmm. And if the Bears just traded away a wide receiver, does that kind of take away that player?
Takes away one of those players.
Yeah. If I were the Bears, and I'm freeing up this kind of cap space, I'd probably rather do it through free agency than making a trade to give up the draft capital on a player.
You mean I'm sorry, if you're trying to free up
center, they just lost a center to retirement.
Mm-hmm.
This could also be a nightmare scenario if the Bears get Tyler Linderbaum.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it could. I mean, but they don't have any cap space either. Like, I know,
but they can free it up like every other team.
They can free it up like every other team can free it up. They aren't going to get Linderbaum and Max Crosby, but they could get Linderbaum. It just depends how motivated and how much cap space they can create.
Here's Albert Breer's tweet from inside a minute ago. Meanwhile, the Bears have cleared a bunch of cap room this week with Drew Dahlman retiring and DJ Moore traded. We'd mentioned earlier that they've shown some interest in Tyler Linderbaum and Max Crosby. Stay tuned.
Okay. Well,
which would concern you guys more?
I think it's if they got the center, because I would expect year to year that Caleb Williams is going to get better. If he's got the best center in the league, one of the best centers in the league now, if that happens, that makes that Bears offense that much more potent, and that scares me more than adding
plus
an edge rusher.
To get Crosby, they have to cut into assets. They wouldn't have their pick at 20, whatever it is. They wouldn't have a first-round pick next year, and they'd probably be missing a player if that is the cost. So it's probably Linderbaum. Although Crosby, I mean, that would suck too.
Either way,
I still think the Bears, they got a lot of work to do. So do the Lions. And you know what the Bears have done? Like, the Bears actually did go out and give them congratulations. They earned it, and they won the division, and they hosted playoff games and got it. Yep, very, very impressive, Chicago. But I'm used to, like, the last 5 years, the Bears seem to always win the offseason. And this is the first time it really produced something. So, maybe they'll win the offseason again. It hasn't always equated to wins for Chicago. In fact, they've been consistently a last place team until this year. And I guess that matters more than what they were 2, 3, 4 years ago. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Keith. You're on 97.1. Hi, Keith.
Hey.
What's up?
I'm saying Detroit Kings, right? Not just the Lions, but Detroit Kings, they do nothing in offseason. They stay
hold on. What did the Tigers just do?
Okay, but Tigers, yeah, okay. But they should have did that last year. They don't wait till this year to do it. They should have did it last year. What was the problem? You had just as good a chance last year to make it to the championship than you do now.
Well, Keith, I guess, there's many of the leagues have caps, which Tigers don't. But so you could make a case that they should have been more aggressive in the past. But in the leagues with salary caps, it's not as easy as just going to do something. You have to make sure it's smart and it makes sense and you can afford it.
I'm not saying that. I agree. I totally agree. But if you Brad Holmes, you're supposed to be one of the smartest men on the block, you could have been figured that out. Everybody, see, this is what Brad Holmes is going to say. This is what's going to happen. He's going to wait till the last minute, then fill some money. By the time he fills the money, all the people we really thought we could get going to be gone. And his excuse going to be,
let's see. I mean, I got to tell you, let's see. He's done a great job of building the roster up. It hasn't been good enough. If he doesn't want to spend, I mean, there's a cap. That's the issue. And so you want him to spend money, and they have spent money. They spent money to keep their good players. And you could say, I wish they would have done something else. If they never win a Super Bowl, okay, then you're going to be right. But if they're also going to stay competitive here for quite some time because they're locking up Penei Sewell, and they're going to lock up Jahmyr Gibbs. They've locked up Amon-Ra St. Brown. These are elite players at their position. So, okay. Yesterday, we had that story about Tate Ratledge. An agent out there thinks that the Lions are just going to try and fix the center position from in-house, and he thinks they're going to put Tate Ratledge at center. Colton Pouncey put together some notes from the Combine, and he wrote the following. As free agency approaches, I get the sense the Lions will aim to fill their center void here. I wouldn't rule one out in April, especially after picking up a 4th rounder in the Montgomery trade, but you never want to enter a draft with a need as obvious as center. Not after our last season unfolded. Should be several intriguing options. Baltimore Ravens center Tyler Linderbaum will top everyone's list, of course, but how realistically is he for the Lions when word out of Indy is that Linderbaum could command $22 million annually? If the Lions don't go all in for Linderbaum, Connor McGovern, Tyler Biadasz, and Cade Mays could be options. And then he writes, Biadasz in particular makes a lot of sense. When an insider kind of gets pointed like that, I wonder if they know something. So I'm going to keep my eye open for Tyler Biadasz as a possible who was just cut by the Commanders.
Is he allowed to talk to teams early?
Who?
I thought I saw Biadasz. I thought I saw some kind of report that he was already like talking with the Bears or something like that. Which seems,
I believe he is because the way he was released.
Just seems strange, but
yeah, the Bears apparently had something scheduled with him.
Well, let's see what it says here.
I mean, any of those guys, sure. Just give me an upgrade over what we had, and somebody who's more than competent. Hopefully, it's a top half of the league center, and let's go.
So because he got cut and he's not an expiring contract, those things are different, right? I think that's why they can, because he was recently released and he is available now before the frenzy begins. Interesting, though. I mean, how would you feel if Tyler Biadasz was the center?
I feel great about it because he'd be an upgrade. I don't know if Tyler Biadasz is a great center, but I think he'd definitely be better than what we had last year.
Yeah, that's one of the things you got to keep in mind is that how much do you need to improve that spot to get the offense back to looking the way it did? He did go on to mention that there'd be centers available as day 2 options in the draft if they want to go that direction. The first name he mentioned was Florida's Jake Slaughter.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that name?
Florida's Jake Slaughter, which Kang talked about back in November, I believe, in a blitz thingy, which would be your earliest call ever.
I'm just heaving them from half court now, guys. If one goes in again,
God, you're like the Bulls mascot.
But more importantly, yeah, that might have been overhead too.
Backwards half court shots.
he did hit 3 in a row, right? This would be
He did
three.
hit 3 in a row. But
with a mascot uniform.
More importantly, this is in direct contrast to the Tate Ratledge thing, which I really can't believe is the plan.
I don't think Tate Ratledge to center is the plan. I think it's a possibility.
Yep.
But I feel like that's something that you'd have to have lots of work and practice and workouts to understand if that's even real. I mean, and they're not going to have any of that until after the draft. So it doesn't seem like it's productive.
All right, after spending the week at the Combine, Colton Pouncey listed on The Athletic a bunch of players that he thinks fits the Lions profile and would be possibilities at 17. We'll give you who that pool of players is today at 12:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to get rid of weeds in your yard and make sure that lawn is green and lush? Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is absolutely key. The programs are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control the weeds. But again, start early for the best results. For limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you've got to mention my name, Gator, and a station 97.1. Like we said, it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Give them the call right now at 888-GET-GREEN, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We were going to continue talking some Lions here, but got audible. Kill. We have a trade in the NHL. And this trade in the NHL I actually find worrisome. Toronto just sent 6'4" centerman Nicholas Roy to Colorado for a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick. Okay. Nicholas Roy, who has a career-high 15 goals.
And career-high 41 points.
And has five goals.
I'm sorry. That's in his career, not what he's doing this year. That's in his career.
Yes. This year he's got 5 goals and 15 assists in 59 games. And Toronto got a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick.
There are conditions on those picks, but there's still a first and a fifth.
So for Robert Thomas, I imagine Detroit will have to give up 7 first-round picks.
Or else forget about here.
I mean, is that a real price? Is that a massive overpay?
A first and a fifth for a guy who's not even a point every other game guy? Yeah, I'd say that's an overstep.
I mean, I'm going to guess he's probably
teams?
good in his own zone. Like, why would a team do that? There's got to be reasons, but that seems like a steep price to pay.
Yeah, I think it's a steep price to pay. But he this is his first year in Toronto. He spent the previous 6 years in Vegas, so they've seen him in Colorado. They know what he's like, and maybe they think he's a perfect fit for them. And yeah, it's a stiff price to pay. But if they want to improve the roster, I mean, each team's going to be different with what their needs are and what the pain threshold is going to be.
Their first round pick, they expect to be at the end of the first round. But
so I think that's way steep. It's crazy. For that player, we'll see. Now, does that going to stop me from? It doesn't stop you from picking up the phone and asking teams what they're worth.
No,
what players are, what they're asking for.
But that's a scary precedent.
It is. But how, does that show how desperate Colorado is to make a move?
It shows me that you might be drinking beer out of a shoe.
Why you got to do that? What's that about?
I guess when I see that, the idea of Yzerman not making a trade, okay, was probably at about 5%. I'm like 95% sure he's going to make a trade. And I see that price tag for that player, and that's gone from 5% to about 9%.
Because you can already see in your mind the press conference that takes place and Steve Yzerman fielding questions about why he wouldn't make a trade at the deadline. And then the sentence out of his mouth would be something to the effect of the prices were way out of hand for the players and what they were asking for. So we just thought in our best interest it wasn't. Yeah, I still think they make trades.
What if the Red Wings gave up a first and a fifth for Nicholas Roy?
I'd say that's kind of crazy.
Kenny, am I wrong here? Does that seem like a huge pay?
It's a massive overpay in my mind because on Colorado, he's a fourth line center. On our team, he'd be a middle six center. And yeah, I don't think that's worth that. But this is the market, what the market dictates nowadays with the deadline.
We'll see how you see how this plays itself out and whether or not it sets a precedent. And I'm scared that prices just went up. Okay, before the break, we mentioned Colton Pouncey, insider. He just emptied his notebook following the combine. Some really interesting stuff in The Athletic, and we're bringing you some of what we think are the more interesting notes. He wrote, if I had to pick a few names who could be fits for the Lions in the first round, and then one of these players, he says he thinks that the Lions will be all over.
Okay.
If I had to pick a few names of players who could be fits for the Lions in the first round right now, they would be Monroe Freeling, Georgia, Keldrick Falk, Auburn.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Monroe Freeling.
Thank you.
Georgia, Keldrick Falk, Auburn, Vega Ione from Penn State, Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo, Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, Akeem Messidor from Miami, Blake Miller from Clemson, Caleb Lomu from Utah, and Zion Young from Missouri. And he later writes, the Lions are going to be all over Falk, the edge rusher from Auburn. He's the exact type, a big, long-arm pocket crusher with positional versatility and a desire to defend the run and off-the-charts character. He's measured at 6'6", 276, 34 and 3/8 length arms.
Massive hands.
A strong run defender with some pass rush potential. Not even sure he makes it to 17, but if he does. So what do you make of that pool of players, and what do you make of his note about Keldrick Falk, and how would you feel about that if that were the pick?
I'm a Messidor guy over Falk. I think Falk is one of these guys that might be the Johnny Bravo. He fits the suit. He looks good in the underwear Olympics. And I feel like there's been a lot of those players the last few years, and those players haven't panned out. And I'd be concerned about that because I don't think Keldrick Falk had crazy production at Auburn, if I'm mistaken. I'm a Messidor guy, so if it's not going to be Messidor, I'm not thrilled with it.
So he talked to an NFC defensive coach to rank the edge rushers. Messidor, Zion Young, Keldrick Falk, Clemson's TJ Parker, R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, and Texas A&M's Cassius Howell. His order: Falk 1, Zion Young 2, Cassius Howell 3, Messidor 4, Thomas 5, and Parker 6. So another opinion from another team loves Keldrick Falk.
Good for them.
You don't care.
No, he had 2 sacks last year.
Yeah.
He had 2 sacks last year. He had 7 the year before.
All they say his strength is run support.
Yeah, the game's about passing. It's about rushing the passer. I'm great. He fits. It's a size that the Lions like.
Yeah.
It's that Levi Onwuzurike, that 6 foot, that Josh Paschal, 6'5", 6'6" size. I get it. It's not where I'd go.
So he's only 20 years old. He recorded 7 sacks 2 years ago, and was moved around the defensive line more and lined up inside. He lined up inside quite a bit. 160 snaps over tackle, and then 333 outside. So he was lined up in more of a defensive tackle spot for Auburn's defense this year, which cut down his production a little bit. So does that help?
Not really. I mean, I like him fine, but not ahead of the other guys.
Okay.
I don't know. I see 12.5 sacks from Akeem Messidor, and though he's not 6'6", he's 6'3". It's the same weight. Messidor is all types of power. He's all types of mature and ready to roll, and that's my guy, and I'm going to stick with him. If Messidor is gone, would I be interested in Keldrick Falk? Yes.
Another name to keep an eye on. He writes, a strong option for the Lions in terms of second-round edge rusher could be Illinois' Gabe Akis, a rocked-up edge rusher with potential versatility. I spoke to one of Akis' coaches at Illinois during Combine Week. Here's what he had to say. Gabe is a football junkie, lives in the building. What makes him special is his work ethic. He works and grinds like a walk-on. His ability is clear. He has position flexibility, which I think is his strength. Watch his 24 tape when he moves inside. They can't block him. Also, Tom McShay just came out and said it's a great year to need a edge rusher if you're picking in the second round. Gabe Akis is a possibility. How do you feel about that?
Looking at his size, he's 6'3", 275. He had 11 sacks last year, but his tackle total was down significantly. So I wondered, did they just say rush the passer? Is that it? 19 sacks in the last 2 years is a lot of production. As a second-round guy, I mean, it's good production. It's in the Big Ten where you got big offensive linemen that know how to block. It's impressive.
A couple more things. Colton Pouncey, when he talked to people around the league about the Lions' hiring of Drew Petzing, an AFC coach said, quote, knockout hire. He's going to be really good for them. When he talked to others around the league about the David Montgomery trade, here's a quote. Thought it was a great trade by Detroit. Got more value than I expected at a player who can fill a role, which is underappreciated value given how many highly paid players are on that roster. They had to move him, meaning Montgomery, and I didn't think they could do any better than a day 3 pick. And they did really well with a day 3 pick and a 4th rounder, a 7th rounder, and the player. Interesting what he had to say, given their high-priced players, that a guy like Juice Scruggs is very important to fit under the cap.
Well, I like Drew. I like the addition of Drew. Scruggs and what he can give. It's just, but is he just a depth guy? Is that all it is? And that's fine if that's all it is. But the fourth round pick is the bigger part.
Fourth round pick is what they got back that is most valuable for sure. We'll see what role Scruggs plays. Again, I'm happy out of all that reporting that he seems to think that they're going to get in on the free agent centers, and the guy's Biotish.
Yeah, Scruggs I feel like he's just a throw-in because if the Texans, they're not in the business of giving away good offensive linemen, but it's worth it because the Lions, if they can bring back what made them a second-round pick, it's worth a shot because the draft pick capital and then the savings in the cap savings with Montgomery's contract is the bigger deal.
I do think it's possible Houston doesn't know what they're doing up front.
It's true. I think I would take them. I'm glad they got them. I just don't know what my expectation of is really,
Coming up, we're going to open up the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson 97.1. The hockey world is, I don't know if it's this trade, all the talk, but a first and a fifth for Nick Roy, who has 5 goals and 15 assists. I reached out to somebody in a game. This seems insane.
Well, Pierre LeBrun just tweeted out, he says, as one team exec said to me this morning, it's definitely a seller's market right now. Prices are sky high for the buyers, not an overabundance of players available either. I reached out to some people and I got back a response about prices being high. The response I got was ridiculous. Yeah, and this isn't the only one. There have been several trades that have been made. You're like, wow, that was more than I thought.
I moved to 20%.
See, but here's how the game is played. And I'm sure you understand.
I know.
this.
I know. But go ahead.
Here we are with 26 hours, 25 and a half hours before the trade deadline. And you're going to have, or whatever it is, my math is bad, so it's actually more than that. You're going to have, now that you've seen the prices being paid out that Colorado gave a first and a fifth for Nicholas Roy, the center, I think you're going to have teams that are wanting to make trades, that are looking to add to their team, and they're getting the same response from these teams. Well, we want a first-round pick and a third, and we want a player. And teams like, well, you're not getting that. Okay, that's a crazy trade that Colorado just made. So we're not giving that. We're going to give this. And the teams are going to say, no, we're holding on to it because that is now the market. And maybe we're going to have a lull on trades for the next few hours. And then teams will come back. They'll circle back tomorrow morning and say, okay, seriously, now let's talk. Now that you've calmed down, you had those dreams dancing in your head of getting this crazy return for your middling player. Let's go.
Is that how you do it?
That's exactly how I do it.
All right. Well, you got that middling guy we want. We're about to lowball
right.
you.
Yeah. You got to come down from the first and the fifth. Come on. We were talking here. But, the Red Wings aren't asking for a Nicholas Roy. That's the problem. Is that the Red Wings are interested. If they're interested truly, and the reports are out there about Trocheck and Brian Thomas and Ristolainen, these players are more impactful than Nicholas Roy.
Mm-hmm.
And the price would have to be more than a first and a fifth. And I would pay more than that. But how much more is it going to be? We've already heard the rumor of what St. Louis wants, which is basically the equivalent of 3 top half of the first round players or picks in return. That seems crazy.
I'm just some big dummy, but I'd be good with probably Danielson a first and a later pick for Trocheck. Would you do that?
If I were the Rangers?
Both sides. You think it gets done?
If I were the Red Wings, I'd do it. If I were the Rangers, you're going to ask for the moon. And getting a young Nate Danielson, who was former first-round pick for the Red Wings a couple of years ago, who's a great defensive player, perhaps is the model of what Trocheck is. Getting another first-round pick from the Red Wings, which looks like it'll be in the 20s. And then, you're going to want another player in return. And is it a prospect, or do you want somebody on the roster?
Well, that's the player that I would overpay for. I certainly would be a good starting point. Anyway, we'll keep you updated, but that's a steep price.
Again, this is why I want to get the defenseman out of the way.
What do you mean?
Because I feel like if this is what the market is for forwards right now, the market needs to calm down on the forwards. Let's focus on the defenseman. Get that done, because I think that's maybe even a bigger impact on what it would be for the Red Wings, is to get that second pair defenseman to go with Sherratt.
Is this sometimes maybe you should make a deal earlier than when it gets closer to deadline if prices start going up? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you can predict this or
well, who's going to be desperate? Is the seller going to get desperate, or is the buyer going to get desperate?
Who's the Kevin Herter that we can get? That's the equivalent that's coming back.
The guy that you're just not going to play.
Yeah.
They did that last year. I think that was the answer last year, the year before, when they made a trade like that.
All right, it's time for another edition of the Big Old Tub of Pretzels.
Oh!
So, question of the day. Send them over now at 248-539-9797. Text them to our guy Kang, who sifts through the suggested questions. And these are sports, non-sports. We help you settle debates, riddles, things that you have, arguments with your friends or spouses. We're here to help you with your spouse. Big Old Tub of Pretzels. Let's go. What do we got?
All right, reaching in here. Getting light, people. Send some questions over.
Okay.
All right. Man. I double folded these now, guys.
Okay, well, can't be too safe.
No.
When was the last time you took a bath? Not showered. You took an actual bath.
That's a great question.
I know exactly when.
Oh, all right.
It was back in December. Sometimes males, I guess females too, you have an issue where a soaking situation might be good.
Oh.
Is this for medical reasons?
Yeah, I mean.
All right, so that's, I mean, you didn't just feel like.
If you have,
did you light a candle? Did you have a book?
no.
Let Doug cook here. I want to see how he's going to explain.
Oh, he
this.
was cooking himself.
Yeah, no, he's what are you saying, Doug?
After a particularly difficult movement, perhaps there could be an issue.
You jarred something loose there that you didn't want to jar loose?
Yeah, where you need some preparation H.
Oh, the Ache.
Yes. Which years ago, I've actually got a code for it. And Gator and I have used the code on the air, and nobody knows what we're talking about. It's a term that.
The name?
Yeah.
So that's the last time you.
Yeah, Gary was back, and I had to have a sit.
Just out of Gary.
Well, the reason was at one point I said, I don't even know why I went this far. Yes, back in December.
I'm really struggling to think the last time I had it because I've never taken a bath in my house. I have a shower bath in my guest bathroom, but I don't use that. My previous house, I had a shower bath. I never once filled it up for a tub. So, I mean, that's between those two houses. That's like, 30 years. So, I don't know if I've ever gone on vacation. Have I just gone into like when I go to Vegas and there's this giant soaker tub? Have I gotten in it? I haven't.
Usually we just fill it with ice and put liquor in it.
I think I might go to back when I was like 13, 14 years old or something like that. Wow. Or no, I have to be older than that. Maybe like 16, 17.
Well, I'll tell you, when Gary makes an appearance, it can help.
Well, I understand that. But are you ready for TMI?
Well, I've gone there.
I've got some jet sprays in the shower that are angled correctly.
That helps.
I can help out with that.
Okay.
So it's been a while, Gator. Okay.
It's been a while.
All right. I can't remember either, man. I'm trying to think. And I give my kids baths, but I can't remember actually using it myself, Gator, either.
Well, we're doing some renovation project at our place up north.
Getting rid of the bathtubs?
Getting rid of the bathtubs.
There it is.
Yep.
All right.
Gary better not make an appearance when I'm up north skiing.
Doug, you might actually need your bath, dude.
I'm telling you, man. Get the sprays, yeah.
All right. Which spurt?
Perfect. Perfect.
Which sport has the best movies, like total body of work?
All right. I got my answer.
Okay.
Yep.
Give me your answer.
It's baseball. I watch more baseball movies than any other sport, whether it be Major League or Bull Durham or For the Love of the Game. And I don't watch movies. So take my opinion and toss it out.
I mean, the thing is, baseball's got a lot of quality there. I think it's probably boxing.
Boxing? I didn't.
I mean, you got the Rocky saga. Raging Bull is great. There's a lot of great boxing movies. I always felt like football got corny.
It got too out of control.
Yeah.
Like it was like
it's just not
that
good.
wouldn't happen.
I think the best football movie made is probably just like it actually feels like football instead of being a comedy like the original Longest Yard. But like Friday Night Lights, the movie is really good. But beyond that, I think it is boxing. I'll go boxing. I was thinking hockey's got some fun, but it's more boxing.
I'll probably go with baseball as well, Doug, but it's because you can recreate baseball easier than I think you can the other sports. I feel like basketball, that's unrealistic. Like they usually have 5'8" guys out there playing power forward. Right. You know what I mean? And then football, you just mentioned, Gator. It's not real. It's
Any
just
Given
too
Sunday's
fake.
terrible.
Yeah, like it's like
the program is terrible.
So
the Water Boy is terrible.
Well, Adam Sandler can't play middle linebacker?
No.
Okay, let's get one more in.
All right, here we go. All right, if you had to get a tattoo on your face, what would it be?
What is this?
It's gotta be not the neck either. It's gotta be the face somewhere.
Somewhere on the face, like on the
forehead,
cheekbone
cheek,
or forehead,
nose, chin. I don't know.
I'm ready with my answer.
Go for it. I think
Old English D.
Really? Where?
My name's Doug. Put it like I guess under an eye. Right here, Old English
I'm
tea.
not going to step to this guy.
No.
You going to step to a guy who's got Old English tea on his cheek?
Yep.
No. What's that stand for? Doug. I mean death.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, you go for it, right? I mean, if you're gonna go for the face, you might as well try to. I mean, you're gonna have to try to be intimidating, right? Be some kind of a dagger.
He's got dagger
You're like Brock Lesnar, but on your forehead.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a terrible.
It's a horrible question.
Yeah.
Two guys that are probably never, ever, ever, ever considering getting a tattoo. You're
At
asking
all.
us, hey, so let's say you get a tattoo on your face.
What would it be?
What about you, Kang?
I get foghorn leghorn.
All right.
I mean,
I don't know. Maybe I can get a beard finally. I don't know. Can't grow any facial hair, so.
the hell with it. We got time. Let's do one more. Big old tub of pretzels. Question of the day.
All right. Here we go. Man, I really did fold these up, man.
Good job.
True or false? You should only use your towel a maximum of 2 times, then it must be washed.
False.
But should it be true?
That's a great question because these are the kinds of questions I don't want the answer to. I don't want to know that the towel I've been using for the last month plus there's a problem with it. I said to my wife when we met, I said, I change the sheets once a year whether it needs it or not.
Is that laminated?
Yeah, I think you can absolutely use it more than twice.
Do you think about like the last place you dried and the first place you use it the next time? Or
it doesn't bother
dead
me.
skin cells?
No,
it's
and
me.
that's why I don't need to change my towel. I don't think about it.
Because when I'm getting out, I'm clean, so I don't know if that matters so much. But
Plus, I got to wait for my tattoo to dry.
got to heal up. Yeah, I probably on every 4 to 5 days, I think I switch out a towel.
I'm like you guys too, but I'm starting to think maybe I should change it more. Like,
Why, do you
it's
think
not
you
like I'm
smell?
short
You
on
think you're not
towels.
as-
No, it's just the dead skin cells, things like that. I don't know. There's probably stuff that we like science stuff that none of us
Nobody
even think
wants to
about.
research
No,
that.
no, it's funny because
Nobody
I
wants
actually
to Google
saw
any of that.
a social media post about
Hey,
how
Grok.
often you should change your towel. And I said, I better not read this
Yep.
because I'm going to
Yeah.
be disgusted with the first entire my whole life up until that point.
Yeah, don't do that.
All right, send your questions over at Doug and Gator 971. And I'm sorry, that's our Twitter account. Although you can send them there. Text them to Kang, though. He sorts through and keeps them 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so Dave Burkett put together a story, off-season plan, and there was a lot in there. It was a 5-step plan, free press.
Yes.
One thing that was really interesting, he wrote, I'm not going to go too far into the weeds of who the Lions should restructure as I lay out my plan below for free agents, because the reality of the NFL is that a team's budget plays a bigger role in dictating how much that team spends than its actual cap room, and there are future potential consequences at every move. For instance, big final year cap number could make it difficult to franchise tag a player down the road if the tag even exists under the next CBA. I will say I will restructure the contracts of Goff, Penei Sewell, and Amon-Ra St. Brown in that order. But if I go through the exercise as if Goff is the only conversion I make, leaving me about $40 million in cap room open for the 2026 lead year, and knowing I'll have to save some of that for the draft. $40 million in cap room with a restructure of Goff. Now he has a sense for how this works. So now you can be a player in free agency or take on a contract. Let me ask you a question. Are the Lions a better team if they go all in with Crosby, 2 firsts and a player for Crosby, if they pay the $20+ million for Trey Hendrickson or $20+ million for Tyler Linderbaum? But Dave brings up the possibility that for the same price, you can get Biadasz at center and Jalen Phillips at the edge rusher. What makes you the better football team? Giving up 2 firsts, so no first-round pick this year, next year, giving up an Aleem McNeil or a J-Mo or whomever, I don't know, it's probably not right, but it's going to be a starter. The Raiders aren't going to do it for some bench piece. So giving up 1 starter, 2 firsts, getting Max Crosby, does that make you a better football team? Signing Trey Hendrickson for $20+ million where you don't have to give anything up, does that make you the best football team? Signing Tyler Linderbaum for $20+ million, does that make you the best football team? Or signing Jalen Phillips and Tyler Biadasz together, what makes you the better football team?
I would think that Biadasz and Jalen Phillips, I guess. I don't know how much of a drop-off there is at center. There's a drop-off for sure. But it's still better in my mind, Biadasz at center than having Glasgow at center. Again, Glasgow should have been, he's a guard. He's not a center. So there's going to be an upgrade there, and that's the upgrade that the Lions need. They needed a center. As much as I'd love to say, just go get the edge rusher. I don't like trading assets to do it. And we're talking about the trade deadline in the NHL, how crazy this is.
Mm-hmm.
In the NFL, giving up 2 first-round picks and a player.
Those should be 2 starters. A player's a 3rd starter. You're getting Max Crosby, which is great. No question. They have a scary pass rush. But this is also sort of all the eggs in one basket, which Green Bay did last year. That guy got hurt. That's part of the risk. Now, given Lions have another edge rusher, but then you have to ask yourself, so do they need Crosby in the first place?
Now, here's something he brings up in the article is something that I've touched on.
Well, hold on. Are you moving on from this?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to ask Kang. Kang, would you rather make the trade, 2 firsts and a player for Crosby, and that's a big ticket item in your budget? Sign Hendrickson, big ticket item on your budget. Sign Linderbaum, big ticket item on your budget, or sign Jalen Phillips and Tyler Biadasz, so you get an edge rusher and a center.
Oh, probably the last option.
Yeah,
because I think, and my second option following that one would be Linderbaum. I need a center, and that one I get a center and I get Jalen Phillips. Now he's no Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby necessarily, but he's better than what you had. And I think with the rotation of Muhammad, if they bring him back, I like that alongside Hutchinson. The center's important, though, and I think he's a good enough center and upgrade, at least from last year.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it in those terms, I wonder how many people in Detroit would say, wait a sec, I'd rather have the 2 starters at the 2 positions of need than the big ticket item. Jalen Phillips is a bit of an interesting player in that his biggest impact until the very end was against Detroit. He had a really good game against Detroit when he got traded to Philly, and then he had a really good game against Buffalo at the end of the season, but they were They won that game. Yeah, he did have a impact in that game, but he ended with 2 sacks in Philadelphia, which is not what he was. He was brought in there to do more than that.
Yeah, I don't love Jalen Phillips. I liked him as a pickup at the trade deadline. Now that thinking about him as after he saw what little he did, I'm not sure if that's. I don't like the price tag that's associated with him, and that's a hefty price tag that they're projecting for him. And it feels like you can get would I rather have Al-Qadim Muhammad at half the price than Jalen Phillips? And we know that Muhammad knows what this defense is about. He's played in the system, and yeah, he had some games where he's definitely more prevalent than others. But
yeah, I'd probably do that too, because now you're talking about finding another starter. It's easy to pass on the big ticket item when you look at the other things you could do with the money. All right, what was it that stood out to you other than that?
So Dave mentioned it, and this is something we've kicked around a little bit too, and I know the guys in the afternoon show have talked about it, and that is you don't have to be in a rush to re-sign guys. There's nothing that says that you absolutely have to positively give an extension to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's entering year 4 of a 5-year thing. So all you do is you could pick up the 5th year, and then you could put the transition or franchise tag on him for a year after that. That's a lot of production. That's way down the line. So why give him the extension now? Now, the upside of giving an extension now, I guess, is it would have very little effect on the salary cap initially and immediately. The impact is felt later on. But I kind of like the idea of kick the can down the road. You don't have to, he's one of the top running backs for sure. And then if you get to the point where you have to franchise tag him, okay.
Do you worry at all about the player being upset by this?
No, I can't. It's a business. I can't be worried about that.
Because the Lions have gotten into a position where people want to play for this organization. They have a very good reputation. It's completely flipped on end, right? And part of that is certainly some of the contracts they've handed out to their own, but this is people like the GM, they like the coach.
Yep. And that goes with Jack Campbell as well, who's also could get the extension. And even maybe more importantly, Brian Branch and Sam Laporta, who are entering their last year of the contract here, both are coming back from injuries. So what's the hurry to give them the extension if you don't know what they're going to look like when they come back? I mean, particularly with Branch, because you don't know when he's coming back. Is it middle of the season or not? That's a serious injury he's dealing with the Achilles. Laporte is coming back from back surgery. I haven't heard any reports is he ready to run routes or whatever, but maybe he's ready to start with training camp and it's not going to be an issue with him. But again, nothing says you have to sign these guys right away. And with those two in particular, if you've got good relationship with these players and the team is successful, at the end of the season, you can give them the extension then.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have happy campers and just say, yeah, we're going to do this after the season because we're trying to win now.
Yeah, because
we need the money now. We're trying to win now.
Exactly.
You're going to have a Super Bowl ring at the end of this year.
We're trying to save money and find ways to get other people in the mix. You'll get paid, likely, but we're going to delay that.
We really need to hear restructuring news soon, because the weirdest thing is all this free agent shopping and everything we're talking about, it's like Vegas saying you to bet your chips and you have no idea how many chips you have. We got to find out after restructures, but it's about time they get that done. I would hope in 3, 2, and 1. Gator, there is a mid-round back that I'm starting to think would be a good selection, a mid-round back for the Lions to replace David Montgomery. We'll get to that at 102 here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Adam Schefter says terms in the DJ Moore deal are official. The Bears get a 2026 second-round pick from Buffalo, who gets Moore and a fifth-round pick this year. The Bears save nearly $17 million in cap space. If Chicago wants Max Crosby, that $17 million is now all the cap room they have, which still puts them $18.5 million shy of the $35+ million cap hit Max Crosby will have next year. Victor Wembanyama has been arguably the best defender in the NBA this season, and an ESPN metric says it's not even close. According to ESPN's net points metric on defense, Wemby is plus 123.35 points this year. That's a staggering 44 points better than Chet Holmgren, who's in second place. For context, he's 44 points better than the 32nd ranked player on the list. Jalen Duren and Asar Thompson are Detroit's highest ranked players in net points. They're 16th and 17th in the NBA, respectively. Detroit's going to need a good defensive effort tonight against a San Antonio team that drilled 18 threes when they met 10 days ago at Little Caesars Arena. That was, of course, an 11-point win for the Spurs. Wemby had 6 blocks in that game. Our pregame coverage tonight begins right here on 97.1 at 7:35 as the two teams will tip off at 8 o'clock. There will be 2 other tip-offs going on at that same time. Michigan and Michigan State as the Wolverines face Iowa on the road, while the Spartans host Rutgers in East Lansing at the Breslin Center for senior night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I got a hunch. Got a hunch with Lions in free agency.
Okay.
My hunch is that edge rusher Cameron Jordan will be a Detroit Lion.
I love it. I think it makes all sense in the world. I don't think it'd be too costly if he is, and forget it, but it's a guy who's always healthy, still produces, older than dirt, but whatever. They don't mind that. 1-year contract, NFL Man of the Year kind of guy. They love that stuff.
Knows Dan Campbell.
Yep. I'm down. Done. Let's do it. All right, I got a draft pick in the 4th round with the pick they got from Houston. The Detroit Lions select running back Emmett Johnson, Nebraska. Tough runner, good runner on a limited offense last year, had a great combine. And I saw this little note. According to Dane Brugler, the draft insider for The Athletic, 319 prospects showed up at the combine. 6 of them, only 6, did every drill and every interview and everything they were asked to do. Emmett Johnson was one of them. Again, fits the mold of the Lions. They need a running back. Don't want to use anything higher. And maybe he's not available in the 4th round, but that would be something that I would think makes sense. Gator, a wild story breaking today. And I mean, I kind of had a front row seat to one of the epic crash outs in college football history recently. But how about this one? The men's basketball program at Cal State University, Bakersfield. The athletic department has been upheaval since an anonymous tipster alleged that an assistant coach was also working as a pimp across 4 states.
So what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. A pimp is an assistant coach on a basketball team.
Cal State Bakersfield.
Yep.
Sorry, man. I was late. I had my other job.
Side hustle.
Please excuse the tardiness, but I was working late last night.
The problem is across state lines, then you get into trafficking. Now this dude is looking at like 11 criminal and misdemeanor charges, felonies such as pimping.
Wow. It ain't easy.
No. That is something.
That is something. I did not expect to hear that today.
Yes. Couple other things here. We mentioned this earlier. Michigan's at Iowa. Rutgers is at MSU. I think one of the weirdest places to be in sports, great place to be, but one of the weirdest challenges that never seems to be easy is continuing to play games after you've clinched a title. I think Michigan could be in trouble tonight at Iowa. They've clinched the Big Ten. There's no doubt that there's a ton of buzz about the game that's going to take place on Sunday and their aspirations of as far as postseason success. Iowa's a team that's in and probably going to be fine when it comes to a tournament bid, but they're pretty good. And they've got an NBA player in their guard who can really, really stroke it. Bennett Sturtz, I think is his name. Did I get that right? Sturtz.
Sturtz.
Thank you.
STRTZ.
Yep. He's pretty damn good. Tavian Banks is really good for them. Anyway, I think that's a game that is far more challenging than it looks on paper. Iowa's a tough place to play. They're different than the Iowa teams were under a previous coach. His team plays defense, fewer possessions, but as good as Michigan is, it seems like more often than not, when you clinch a title and have a tough opponent, you don't know what you're going to get out of that team.
You mentioned Tavian Banks. Wasn't there a running back at Iowa named Tavian Banks?
I'm pretty sure there was, and I'm not sure. I've been meaning to look up if they are related.
I think the first name might be spelled differently, one with an A and one with an O.
What do you got? I got Tavian Banks, a football player. Let me see if it says anything about his family. I'm seeing nothing there. I'd have to look up. Anyway, Michigan State's senior night. Michigan State has Rutgers. Rutgers is pretty bad. I was looking at like what this game means for State, and basically it said the only potential impact it has on State's season is if they lose. They could drop off the 2 line and back to the 3 line, but they're not going to lose to Rutgers. So, any thoughts on senior night in East Lansing?
It's always fun to see the players get honored. Towards the end of the game, they come down and kiss the S, and the fans go nuts for it, and that's pretty cool. It's when you think about the basketball aspect of it, with Cooper and Kohler, the 2 big names that are there, 2 guys that start. Michigan State's going to have to replace some players. Those are 2 guys they're going to have to replace because Jackson Kohler's been up and down this year. Carson Cooper's been up and down this year. They're up. Their high is really good, but replacing both is going to be difficult to do. I'm curious what they end up doing in the offseason. Would they go to the portal for this or not? But in the meantime, it'd be really nice to see these guys go out with a win. Of course, you want everybody to go out with a win on senior night. It's a game against Rutgers. They struggled with Rutgers earlier. I hope they're not going to struggle here. Let's see the good Michigan State for the rest of the time here.
Did you hear what Mick Cronin said, the UCLA coach, about what he'd like to see change with college basketball in the portal?
People not speaking so loudly at him?
He said that he thinks there should be bird rights for college players. Schools are allowed to now, they have revenue sharing where each school has the same amount of money to give to players, but schools should be allowed to go above and beyond that with their revenue sharing money to keep their own players. If they have a written real offer from another school, you can go above what is the capped amount that athletic departments can give for players to keep that guy.
Oh, good for him.
You don't like the idea?
No, I don't like the idea.
Why not?
Because I don't like. We're already talking. Now we're talking about having a cap, and now we're already looking for ways to exceed the cap.
Yeah. Well, it's to lessen player movement, which I know you don't like.
I don't like the player movement, but I also don't. I don't like the whole thing. And I don't like him.
Fair.
So I'm trying to weed all this out. Okay.
But now that we are here.
No, I don't want bird rights and stuff. No, here's what I want. I want a hard cap, and everybody has to stick to the hard cap. And if somebody's going to offer you more money, okay, then they've got to figure out a way to make that happen for their roster. And now you've got to replace it.
And just watch. Then the SEC goes right back to the top.
Well, okay, but you're asking me what I wanted. What I want is a hard cap.
I got his hostile caters.
Yeah, I hate NIL. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. Because it leads to player movement and all this. And
this is a way to cut down on the player movement.
I don't want this way to cut it down.
Okay, so you just leave it the way it is.
I'd like it to be policed the way it's supposed to be. So if you're opening the door for other teams to do something illicitly, then go ahead and pound those teams and say you can't do that.
I know I probably should explain what bird rights are. In the NBA, bird rights are you can go above the cap to keep your own free agents. And Mick Cronin is suggesting that in an NIL world where schools have a certain amount of money they can give to players in rev share. Then they also have independent deals that they can strike off to the side. But those schools will be allowed to go above what is currently the cap for schools to pay to keep their own players in-house. So if a school comes in with an amount of money, NC State for Trey Holloman, for example, Michigan State could say, we can give you 25% more, and maybe he'd be on the roster this year. That would limit player movement. It would allow the players to make some more money. And I think it'd be good for the fans because it would keep one of the challenges now is your team changes every year, which you either can get used to or not, but you're against it.
I'm totally against it. I want hard and fast rules, and I want the teams to have to abide by those rules. And if there's improprieties, I want those teams to get penalized for cheating. That's what I want.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, but I want to let the Big Ten work here for a while because the new rules have definitely helped Big Ten schools.
Well,
and
I get it. That's not what I want. I want we 3 national championships for the Big Ten in a row. That's great. Okay.
Plus the basketball power now.
We've always been a basketball power. I'm never worried about that. But I'm not.
When's the last Big Ten national championship?
Well, but you know what I'm saying. This is the Big Ten has always been considered a very
it's been
good
considered
conference.
good, but it's been
ACC
too
is the
long.
best, and then whatever. You're asking me. I'm saying I don't want this to completely resemble professional sports, which is where we're going. You start bringing in bird rights, the first thing I think of is profession, and I know that it is what it is right now, and I don't like it, and I don't like adjusting to it. This isn't about rolling with the changes. This is a massive change. We're talking about there is no more college athletics. It's all professional.
Well, that's already happened.
I know, and I don't
here.
like it, and I don't want to continue going down that path. And now, we have general managers of teams and all this. I don't like it, and nothing you're going to say is going to make me feel better about accepting this thing. It's like the whole Mississippi thing, state of Mississippi, where they just passed,
well, that's
or they're going to
completely different.
but it's not completely different because it's going to have an effect on other states that now will look at Mississippi and say, well, Mississippi is going to allow for athletes to accept their NIL money and not have to claim it on taxes, not be taxed on it.
Yeah, that's a political thing.
Right.
That has been proposed.
Just
so people know, it's a political thing proposed in Mississippi so that NIL earnings are not taxed,
right.
which I think is what happens when out of control sports parents get into political office.
And we all know how ridiculous that is because you got hardworking people that are teachers, they're firefighters or doctors or whatever. But, if you're in a state where there's an income tax, you have to pay an income tax, which Mississippi is. But Mississippi wants to bypass that for the athletes, which is ridiculous. And now I think you might see some other states trying to do the same thing because, hey, what an appeal that is. Just like it is to live in a state of Florida where they don't have state income taxes or Texas where they don't have state income taxes.
Well, the politician who proposed it is probably going to get reelected for making Ole Miss and the Dogs better. But in the meantime, you can always create money to pay your players by being a pimp on the side. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. When insurance companies deny or delay, they aren't respecting you. They demand that respect, and they get the results to prove it. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right, if you had to make a prediction, trade deadline, move made by the Red Wings, what would you predict the move is?
If I had to predict the move the Red Wings make at the trade deadline, I think it's Ristolainen.
I think it's Ristolainen as well, and I think they'll probably get a forward too, but it's not going to be one of the high-end guys. It's not going to be Rob Thomas. It's not going to be Trocheck.
Might be McMahon.
From Toronto, who sat last night.
Yep.
Yeah,
But I don't know if that's a big splash. That's certainly not a big splash.
It's not.
But is it an improvement over somebody on their bottom six forwards?
Our station's Kenny. If you had to make a prediction, what do you think is going to happen?
So I love the idea of Ristolainen. Sounds like a great idea. I've been scarred by this team enough times the past couple of years when you include things like, what was it, Craig Smith last year and Peter Mrazek when we were all expecting a big splash. Mm-hmm. My expectations, I'm tapering to very low. I say maybe a middle six forward, maybe a middle six defenseman. I'm not sure I want to put a name on it yet, but if they came away with a deadline like last year, how surprised would you be? Because I don't think I would be.
I would be surprised because I think this is a better team than they had last year, and I think that they know more about what they have in the minors, and they have more draft capital to offer up. So I'd be surprised if they did the same thing as what we've seen in years past.
My point, though, is I've been surprised like that the last several years because I thought if they're going to go for it, this is the year where they should, not make an earth-shattering trade, but do something that guarantees you a playoff spot, and they haven't done that yet.
From an unnamed texter, this is why you don't wait until the deadline to make deals. High prices. I mean, you got one of the most competitive teams in hockey waited to the deadline. They made their deal, and it is a high price, what Colorado just did to get Nicholas Roy from Toronto, a first and a fifth-round pick. I sent my source in the league. I said, look, these prices seem ridiculous. And he said, sent back same as every year. So Roger in Huntington Woods, trade Larkin while he still has value. He clearly needs a change of scenery. Okay, Roger, then you're committing to a rebuild. You're starting over. If you're trading Larkin, the team that's trading for Larkin is a team that's trying to win now. So they're sending you back what? Draft picks and prospects? Roger, you're starting over. You're committing to a full-scale rebuild. What? This is a team that's how many points out? Are they still 6 points out of the top seed in the East? And you want to start a full-scale rebuild? Look, I can understand that if you don't think Larkin is all that, that's fine. But what you just did to the team by trading Dylan Larkin, they're 7 points out of being the top seed in the East, is starting the clock all over again. And then you may as well trade everybody.
I didn't think those people were still around. The trade Dylan Larkin. Mm-hmm.
And if you don't think
they were still there,
if you think that you need a player better than Dylan Larkin to compete, fine, go find one. Additionally, they're war chesting. They've got a lot of cap space moving forward. This year might be a year step forward and win a round, maybe get to the second round of the playoffs. But then when you have all that cap space and you add Quinn Hughes as an example, which we're going to fixate on, unfortunately, for the next year and a half. But yeah. It is what it is. But you've started a full-scale rebuild if you're trading Larkin. You sure, Roger? I'm a 50-year-old male, writes Brandon in a car. I love taking baths. I take one at least once a week. It's good for the body.
I guess the bathtub in my house is not one that I want to take a bath in. I'm too big for that thing. I mean, if you were a person that liked baths, I feel like you have to go out and purchase the perfect bath for you. I don't think that comes in a house you just purchased.
I love that. Whoever sent this is the most guy text ever. When you dry your hair and the smell of the towel makes you gag, you have 2 uses left. Oh, that's so great.
In my bath, I've got a towel rack that can hold 2 towels on. I've got a hook right next to the shower, and I've got a hook on the back door of the bathroom, leading to the john. So I've got 4 towels at any given moment in there. It's perfect for me. Being a single guy, I can, hey, ready to roll. Let's move on to the next one. Fine. I take the one towel that I know is dirty or past its prime, throw that right in the hamper or clothes basket, and let's go grab another one.
I too have had Gary over. I don't like Gary. That's from an unnamed texter.
Gary's a problem. Gary doesn't like to leave right away. Gary's going to stick around for a little bit.
Oh, that's why I'm getting the bath. Anyway, 248-539-9797. This Bills trade with Chicago, the details are out.
Yeah,
it's not a mid-round pick.
No, it's not a mid-round pick at all. It's a mid-round pick and DJ Moore.
It's a 5th round and DJ Moore to Buffalo for a 2nd rounder, which is a pretty decent return if you're Chicago. You just created cap space. They still are kind of under. I think they're still underwater with the cap, or they're just above. But you've also created a hole, but you've gotten a 2nd round pick.
Well, a hole for a guy that I don't think the team was thrilled with at the end of the season.
Probably not. Probably not.
Not finishing out a route that they, may or may not have cost him a game, but it's a 2nd round pick that my immediate thought is, okay, so the Bears, if they wanted to go get Max Crosby, they can offer up a 1st and a 2nd and a 1st. If they don't have the player that the Raiders want, how about we just give you more draft capital? We just got a 2nd round pick for DJ Moore.
They're still several restructures away from being able to afford Max Crosby, but so are the Lions, and it doesn't stop the talk here. So,
which I keep waiting any second now that restructure will happen with the Lions.
Yeah.
Or any one of a dozen other teams.
Do they have to have it done before free agency starts?
I'm not sure how that works. I would think you would have to.
Like new league year stuff?
Yeah. Makes sense, but I'm not sure on that.
Yeah. And as Dave Burkett did in his story today, he created $40 million in cap space with a simple restructure. The other thing about the restructures is you have to save some for down the road too. Like you can restructure guys next year, which creates cap space next year. So just got to figure it all out, and we await word on that. Speaking of the National Football League, we will swing around the entire league here shortly. A reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anytime, anywhere in America. The Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. Streaming through our website, 971theticket.com. Champ and Chump are posted there every week. I think last week's is still on the front page. Birchie Kid and Evan responsible for great content. Also streaming with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And you can participate in the streaming chat there. Sometimes we post back. Sometimes we read your posts on the air. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and then sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, so Scott, when you think of people that throughout the course of being a sports fan, that you've gone from really, really disliking to in the end, you kind of like them? Like you totally 180'd on a guy.
On players?
Players, coaches, personalities.
Yeah. But I've also found that when I do that, then there's the wait for it, here comes another 180-degree turn and go right back where I started.
Really?
And it often is the case. But yeah, there was I think some of it is just like a trade, like a guy who's a rival and then comes to your team. And like Chris Chelios was hard for me to accept.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand Chris Chelios with the Blackhawks because he was just punishing. He would punish Steve Yzerman, and anybody that went in front of the net or behind the net, he would hammer you. He was so good for Chicago. And by the time the Red Wings got him, he wasn't that player anymore. He was still an effective player, but he wasn't that guy. So it took a while for me to warm up to it, and then I started to like them, and then I started covering the team when he was on it, and I'm like, I actually quite like Chris Chelios.
Yeah. Mine just passed away in Lou Holtz. I couldn't stand Lou Holtz when he was the head coach at Notre Dame. And then when he got out of coaching and I started hearing players tell stories about him, and I started seeing some of his motivational speeches, I found that I started to like Lou Holtz. They had I saw a replay of a speech he did for the Texas football team where he had a newspaper, and he did a magic trick. But he was talking about how, the people are going to say things about, people are going to write things about you. He started ripping up the newspaper. Don't let this pay attention. Don't let this change who you are. Let them say what they want. And he ripped the whole newspaper up, and then he did the magic trick where he pulled it and it was all back together. And the Texas football team went crazy. And Lou Holtz passed away yesterday. The longtime coach at Notre Dame. He'd been a coach at Arkansas, coach with the Jets. Was on ESPN. Minnesota, that's right. Was on ESPN. Couldn't stand him. And then as time went on, I really started to like him, and God, his players loved him. So I really changed on him. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention him with his passing.
Well, yeah, Lou Holtz was one of those guys. I mean, whether you're a Michigan or a Michigan State fan, I mean, at Notre Dame, you had to face him.
Mm-hmm.
And
his teams are damn good.
Yeah, he was always yelling, spitting, a lot of spittle with Lou Holtz and the whole speech pattern and all that. But he also seemed to garner a lot of respect. And I remember my dad used to tell me, like, "Did you see what Lou Holtz had to say?" I'm like, "What?" And would point me to an article.
Your dad was a Lou Holtz guy?
Yeah, he liked Lou Holtz a lot because of a lot of what you said. It was the motivational speech stuff, and he was that kind of guy. So I get it.
Kenny, do you have anybody you disliked strongly and now kind of liked in the end?
So this is going to be controversial. I used to despise Peter Forsberg, obviously playing for the Avalanche, but now having retired and watching his body of work, it popped up on my social feed, and I was like, man, what a player. What an absolute legend. What a stud. Yep. And I hated him. As a Red Wings fan, growing up in that era of Red Wings hockey, you hated the guy. You absolutely hated the guy.
I think, going in that vein, that's not hockey, but now the player is coming to mind who I just did not like initially from the rivalry was Larry Bird. With the whole Magic and Bird thing, obviously Magic and Michigan State guy, so I was all on board with the Magic train, and I couldn't stand Larry Bird. And then the Pistons had to go through Larry Bird, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
But then I felt like it was when Bird was on the Olympic team, and then you got to see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff of how hard it was for him to even walk or play basketball because his back was so messed up, start to respect it more. But now, if I see some sort of Twitter story that has any link to a Larry Bird thing, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Because Larry Bird is literally Larry Legend. The stuff you hear about him now that did not come out 30 years ago when he was playing, but how he played one game, he told everybody, you know what? I'm just going to play left-handed today. And he did. And he scored like 29 points playing left-handed. And it shows the highlights of him every time he's got the ball and he's just going left-handed. It's stuff like that. Or he just, you just go out and embarrass people just to do it. He would tell you he was the biggest trash talker in the league, and it's unassuming because it's the hitch from the hick from French Lick.
Yep. He had a howdy doody quality.
And now I love the guy.
Yep. It
Can't
looked like
get
he
enough
was
of Larry Bird highlights.
part of the cast of one of the Huck Finn movies or something, right? And he was one of the best players ever. Yeah. McHale did that for me in one fell swoop with one gesture.
The high five or whatever.
Where I couldn't stand those Celtics. And McHale, for all the reasons why that you wouldn't like McHale. He's goofy looking and ugly and all that. And then the Celtics always got the better of the Pistons. And then when the Pistons finally beat him, he grabbed Isaiah, gave him a high five, and said, "Now go beat the Lakers." And I'm like, oh my God, why'd you do that? I went from can't standing you to think you're the best. Anyway, interesting stuff. Feedback coming in regarding the Lions. We had all that Lions stuff from Colton Pouncey and Dave Burkett reported today. From A2 and Tecumseh. I like Spencer Fano and the safety Dylan from Oregon. The edge that I like won't be there, but he doesn't say who it is. So
Thieneman. Dylan Thieneman is
he said the edge that I like won't be there.
Right, but he said the safety Dylan from Oregon. So
Dylan Thieneman. Is his last name. Yeah. As far as the players that he likes, only Dylan Thieneman was on the list that Colton Pouncey thinks is likely in play at 17, or guys that he thinks could be good fits for the Lions. Could it be that Messidor was making Bain better? All the talk is Bain, and that Bain made Messidor better. Au contraire, mon frere. Messidor is big and bad. That's from Homie on the Roof. I don't know. Bain's arms are too short. 3rd round pick. Rico Beard just walked in.
How you gonna disagree with the Homie on the Roof? It's raining outside. It's cold. I'm believing what Homie on the Roof has to say.
I wonder what Homie's doing on a roof.
Don't matter. He's
I think
Homie on the Roof.
I think it does. I think if
he's putting in work.
His arms are too short. Is that the new latest guy whose arms
So
are too
apparently nobody has been drafted and since like 1991 with arms that short at the edge rusher position, and the list of successful edge rushers with arms that short is short.
Yeah, you know what? I guess sometimes you just got to look at the body of work, and if somebody gets it done, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, it wasn't that long ago we were saying that a certain quarterback's hands were too small.
I know.
We don't hear that anymore.
No, and I mean it's going to matter to some people. I don't know who, but some people are going to drop him.
See quarterback, get quarterback. There you go.
Yeah, if a guy had short arms and he was playing in a non-competitive league against offensive linemen that weren't anything special, I'd say, okay, I'll look more into that. I mean, this guy played one of the top programs in the country,
right?
Facing against pretty good talent. So I'm not terribly concerned about that, Ruben Bain.
Short arms, maybe if you're a wide receiver for your catch radius, but that's the only one.
Issue
that I
for
would care
tackles.
about.
Tell the Patriot
Offensive
fans that the short arms didn't matter with Will Campbell in the Super Bowl,
or the fact that he was playing in the wrong position.
But that's the thing. Maybe Ruben Bain isn't an edge rusher.
Okay.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We'll get a little bit of talk about the Wings and the trade deadline, and also.
You think something's going down during your show?
No.
I've
just it's almost like the Tigers. Until it happens, I'll believe it. Other than that, expectations are low.
So based upon the prices today, Gator made a shoot the boot guarantee at the beginning of the show that they would make a trade.
I heard that.
And listening to what players are going for now, I went from a 5% chance he'd be drinking beer out of a shoe to I'm up to about 22, 23% now that he'd be drinking beer out of a shoe. It keeps going up, yeah.
Enjoy
Worried.
that shoe.
Oh,
do you think it might be the case?
Yeah, but he's a tough guy. Gator can handle it. And then after that, with DJ Moore being traded, Chicago freeing up cap space. Looks like they're the leader in the clubhouse for Max Crosby. Do we have a little Windy City envy here?
We may. Well,
I mean Hammond.
Hammond, that's right. Hammond.
Hammond City. Yeah. Hammond, Indiana. That's where they're going to be playing football. More than likely, right?
Okay. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Jeremy Otto from downtown. All right. We got a lot to do.
It was a who's who last night.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah.
You really?
What?
We are really going to start this way?
No, I just said Bath was the sideline reporter. All dressed up like, wow.
No. Listen, Otto has to be there. That's a side gig. Shabath is hustling. Fine. He wants to be the Doris Burke. Whoops.
And they lost their game by 1.
Just hate to see it, Kenny. Okay, so you were there last night.
Yeah.
Who else was there?
Steve Smith was there.
Cookie Moore.
Cookie Moore.
The Jokic brother who can't play because he was a U of D alum for like 10 minutes.
Yes. The bad Jokic brother.
His other brother, I just want to hire as personal security. Strahinja or whatever his name is, the dude with the mohawk.
Yeah.
That guy looks like a blast. All right, so you had a big night. Titan Club? New and improved Titan Club.
It's under construction. And Mike, you know what? Here's the thing. You, my friend, you got a running invitation. I walk in and they point, hey, tell Mike that's going to be ready soon, and he's got a seat up there.
It's under construction. The season's over.
What do you mean under construction?
They had it all year, nothing?
It's in the corner. It's like in the upper deck in the corner.
Coming soon. Premium seating. Monty's going to be... Yes, we do.
We've heard that story
Monty's
before.
going to be gone by the time it opens.
Let's see.
Aha. Okay, so this
they blew him out by like 20. I left. The game was over. So
he had important things to do. Okay, so we're going to start with something. Not Rico's night at Callahan. A gala event. Jeremy Otto on the call. Shabat on sidelines. And an under construction Titan Club during the postseason.
What
are you doing?
Poor Otto.
Otto was very dapper.
He calls the game.
I know.
And he's not here till Tuesday now.
Oh, that's right.
He
was not very dapper. His tie wasn't even all the way on his shirt.
Oh, jeez. Leave him alone. Come on.
He threw to his own call yesterday. We're allowed a couple
He
of
did.
hot shots.
He did a very celebrity thing. Did you catch that in the 5 o'clock update?
Yeah, I did.
He went to his own play-by-play highlight.
Yeah. And then looked at what? I'm allowed. Yes, you are, Jeremy.
Yeah, if you want to sound like a horse's ass. You threw to your own highlight. Oh my God. Okay, I've had my fill. Can we please get to real news?
Okay.
This is important. Red Wings blew a game in March. Tell me if you've heard that before. What?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Todd, you don't want to be asked about March? Don't do that. They blow a 2-goal lead to Vegas. Now, here's what's interesting. We're going to do the trade bistro with Kenny. And I will tell you, I think the thing, at least I'm a little surprised by, it's a little bit of sticker shock of seeing what guys are being dealt for. Wah got traded out of Toronto, and he was one of the pieces of the Marner deal. They got a 1 for him from Colorado. He's their 4th-line center. So when we take Kenny through this, people are going to have to understand you don't get to trade your 18th best prospect and get good players on term.
That's not how it works?
It is not. We're not going to do Rip Hamilton for Kevin Garnett 22 years later. So here's my point.
I love those shows.
They were amazing. Amir Johnson for Kobe, straight up. So here's the problem. Not only that the Wings blew a 2-goal lead and turtled, and I mean the cross-check on Larkin, all of it. In the playoff picture in the East, they have the worst record of any team in the graphic over the last 10 games, and they're the only team with a negative goal differential. All I want to say to start this segment is there is no team that should have more motivation to make an impactful move than the Detroit Red Wings. Not just the playoff streak, but playoff viability. Because right now, let me tell you what you look like. You look fake as hell. You look like a team that's going to make it and then dine on the bullet. And that, to me, I'm not celebrating that 7 years in. So I'm leaving this to Kenny now. Now, I don't know if we have funny music. I don't know if we're going to have more Jeremy Otto play-by-play. But, Kenny, I want you to go through the copious amounts of trade rumors. I need you to grade out these entrees, and we need to get to the bottom of what does Kenny Cott want. Because yesterday, you calling Tyler Myers a 6'8" piece of was ridiculous.
All right. First of all, it's not entirely accurate. David, you can hit the music if you like.
Let's do this. I'm Ron Barr for EA Sports. All right, the Kenny Cott Trade Bistro.
We'll have David throw these names out. I will react and see what exactly is going the hell on with this hockey team.
About 24 hours from the deadline, right. 3 p.m. tomorrow. David.
This is my favorite part because I don't know how to pronounce this name. This is going to be great.
Right. Ristolainen.
From the Flames, Yegor Sharanakanovich.
Sharankovic.
Are you speaking in tongues?
Shabba dabba dabba doobie. All right, go ahead.
You went full Holy Ghost.
Wow. Shabba shamalama.
Shabba not going to be a Flame for much longer. I'm all in on that guy. I mean, he's a middle six winger. But again, well, you said it to start the segment, Mike, is sticker shock. Whatever you think he's worth to you, and by the way, I am no trade value expert. I have had charts up, and they still don't make sense. And it seems like I want to start this off by saying it seems like every deadline, there's at least 5 to 7 trades that's like, they paid what for who?
What was I wrong with my reaction for Wah?
Not at
That's
all.
a fourth-line center, and the Avs are clearly the best team in hockey. They gave up a 1.
But the problem is that's what you run into is teams that are trying to win right now.
What's trying to win, Dad?
Can you explain it to me? Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Well, let me ask you this, because one of the rumors I'm seeing, this is one of the proposals: Lombardi, Wallander, and a second-round pick. 2028 second-round pick is what I saw.
If that's the value for it, I wouldn't be against it, because what are we trying to accomplish this season? We're trying to win, and we're trying to make the playoffs and make not just the playoffs and be an early exit like you said earlier, Mike.
Right, win a series.
Win a series. This is a win a series move.
Or you put yourself in a spot where you get to a game 7. You play meaningful hockey where you don't get the I was here award. You at least
there's no participation trophy here.
Don't put that on the refrigerator.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you would do that deal.
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead, David.
A bigger name is what I'm seeing here from all the rumors. Robert Thomas out of the St. Louis Blues.
The lead singer of Matchbox 20?
They're saying he still has an 80-point caliber type player. So
he's been hurt a bunch this year.
Yeah, but he is, like David said, an 80-point, like basically a point-a-game player. Very valuable. Also, I believe he still has a ton of term left on his deal.
25, 26?
Something like that, yeah. He has plenty of term on his deal. You'd have him for a while, so it's not just a win right now move.
He'd slot in as your second-line center?
100%. Somewhere in that range. Just get ready, though, because...
What's the ask? It's got to be a first plus a couple players, right?
It might be a first and maybe your favorite players. I've heard Danielson being brought up, which, I mean, this is a mystery box situation to me where you could have Robert Thomas right now, or you could have a player that could turn into Robert Thomas, or maybe Marco Kasper. Doesn't matter. So, yeah, I would trade that value for that, 100%.
Okay. David?
If you're looking for help on the D-line,
Ristolainen.
Braden Schneider.
Lukewarm. It would depend. Do you have an ask on that?
I do not have one on that one, no.
I mean...
And by the way, Hockey Elite, feel free to dial in as we're doing this. This is important work. Kenny is doing the work for America right now. Go ahead.
So yeah, no, it's a place filler. It's not exactly the most sexy name.
Don't want it.
Okay,
Next.
Mike says he's Tyler Myers from yesterday.
I'm tired of place fillers. I want someone who's going to be here this year and at least next year, and who's going to be top 6 forward or a top 4 defenseman.
So you're not looking for add in the margins. That's what this move.
No,
to
I'm
me
not.
was.
I'm looking to get better as the only team in the Eastern Conference playoff picture with a negative goal differential and a team who's largely hit the skids the last 10 games. Yeah, I want something impactful. Next.
Well, maybe this does it. Vincent Trocheck.
Oh, boy, look out. David, look out back there. Kenny's popping a boner.
There it is.
This is his guy.
The table has shifted from above me. Yes, absolutely. And by the way, he is regarded as the highest value player that's available right now.
Two-way guy.
So get ready to break open the wallet, because a position like that would be probably a first and your favorite prospect at the very minimum. And yes, I'm willing to do that.
And he's signed at least through next year, correct?
Yeah.
What about David Falks, the kid from St.
That
Louis?
is also on there.
Defenseman.
Justin
Two-way
Falk.
defenseman. Justin,
Falk.
sorry. I know he plays power play and PK, so you're getting a player that's going to help you because the Wings are god-awful 5-on-5. At least we'll make the special teams elite. Any interest there?
He's 33.
Yeah, and he'll probably take a spot like I don't know what side he plays, but I know that there's replaceable players like Ben Sherratt and
how dare you,
the other guy Bernard Docker on the third defensive unit. So there's room for defensive improvement on either side.
Quickly.
I got a name for you, Kenny.
Okay.
I'll give it to you next.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. It's very simple. We're 24 hours from the deadline. What the hell you want the Wings to do? Because they've started March with a bang. All right, listen, if you're in an accident, you feel like you're on your own, the insurance company is decidedly not your friend. The paperwork is a complete nightmare. Why don't we simplify this? Call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action now. Crisis counselors to keep life moving in the right direction. Medical and forensic experts lock down your case before evidence disappears. It's smart. It's fast. It is built to win. Get David, get paid. It's not just a tagline. It is your playbook. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Now, aside from the fun of just having Kenny comb through some of the proposals, the real meat on the bone here before Rico puts another name out there is just simple. There is no team in the East that should have a higher level of urgency to take a step forward at the deadline than the Red Wings. And I want to explain something, too. This isn't radio hyperbole. Unlike most teams, you have your first-round pick. A lot of these contenders that are gunning for things don't have their first-round pick. Second of all, you have cap space where the words salary retention don't play a role. You're one of the very few teams that can do deals, even Steven. I'll trade you my bike for a ham sandwich. There's no salary retention. And third, Lord knows we've had to hear about it, and I'm convinced some of you wear jams with pictures of the prospects on them. You have a farm system that is overrun. You are the only team in the playoff picture with a negative goal differential. You have the worst record of any team in the last 10 games in the playoff picture in the East. And you have a playoff drought that is amongst the worst, if not the worst, in franchise history. I just, if not now, when? So that's just the backdrop to this. I leave the who, hey, go for it with Kenny. Certain guys I know, certain guys' profile fits, like I mentioned Ristolainen. I mean, that's, again, you're talking about a physical presence. You pair somebody on the second pairing, mix and match. Playoff hockey is going to require a little bit more physicality. But I'm not going to sit here and go yelling and screaming about Rob Thomas, okay? Never was a Matchbox 20 guy. Kenny, am I wrong to say it before Rico throws a name at you? No team should have more urgency than the Wings. True or false?
Absolutely accurate, especially considering where this team, in the context of the quote-unquote rebuild, or whatever you want to call what this has been, this is a team that desperately needs to make the playoffs, A, but B, we need to tack playoff games on guys like Lucas Raymond, Mo Sider, even Dylan Larkin. We need to tack playoff games on guys that need to learn how to play playoff games if we even have any hope of winning a Stanley Cup.
Because here's the other problem. You know, we talked about Brett Holmes yesterday, how the longer it goes where he's not participating in the same way that Les Snead or John Schneider or Howie Roseman are, where it feels like he's a scout. Steve has a little bit of a tell here, too. He doesn't like bidding wars. And it's like he only wants it his way. He thinks it's Burger King. Well, guess what? Other people want the things you want. I mean, go to free agency. What free agent bidding war has he won? He hasn't. What trade war has he won? He hasn't. And what do we always hear about? The cost was too high. The term was too long. I just think you get to a point where it's like, look, man, this is where the league is right now. And you either participate with that or you're going to be left on the sidelines.
And that's how you end up with a Craig Smith, Peter Mrazek trade deadline like last year.
Well, we're thankful they got Craig Smith because now he's doing overnights over on 1270.
Overnight board up.
Craig Smith, overnight board up on BetQL. Rico, you had a name to throw out there, please.
Kenny, what would you say for Blake Coleman, Calgary Flames?
Yeah, I would like it, but the problem is the Calgary Flames are notoriously that tease team that has a guy that you might want to trade for, and they're like, we're gonna trade him, and then they just don't end up doing a heck of a lot of anything. But yes, I'm in on that. Yeah, but again, remember, guys, sticker shock. It will happen, regardless of whether you're talking Blake Coleman or even a name like Rob Thomas or even a name like Vincent Trocheck. Any level of these trades, they're going to cost you more than you want to trade.
But that's business.
Of course, absolutely.
And as long as it's not for an expiring player, I'm not going to get upset by it. I mean, to me, if I get somebody who's here for a playoff drive now and in 2027.
You got to come off of a first-round pick.
Because think of the teams that you're bidding against, though. Like Colorado giving up a first for their fourth liner? What are we talking about? That's a crazy trade to make in a vacuum. If you just look at it on a trade value basis, you'd think, man, that's a crazy trade. But no, it's not, because these teams are trying to win now, and these are who you're bidding against, is my point.
Text communications, David. I want to see if people can behave themselves to start.
The Wings need defense. Sider, Evanson, and Sherratt are only NHL D, man. Everyone else sucks. We need someone else, including ASP. He's awful as well. Trochik. Grab a Trojan and chew it and do it. Get him now in Detroit. Just turn on the radio and the first thing I hear is Kenny's popping the boner. It really is March, isn't it?
Listen, we're 24 hours from the deadline. The Wings blew a 2-goal lead by turtling last night. Oh, once again, the captain just gets launched into space and thrown in a garbage can, and nothing happens. And Kenny's upset. And we factually speaking, they have the worst record over the last 10 of anybody in the East who's in contention. And they have a negative goal differential. They've got to do something because the question, I'll own it. I don't care. Two things could be true. I could be a deflator, but also spot bang on. These are facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. Here's a fact. Your team stinks, okay? You haven't made the playoffs in damn near a decade.
Deep breakdown, Mike.
Your team stinks. No, I mean, the Wings are fine, but they feel like the fakest of the playoff teams.
That's true.
The negative goal differential is something I have a hard time working around.
It feels a lot of smoke and mirror. Can this really last? Or somebody pulls on that one thread and it all falls apart.
And by the way, what happened to Larkin is a microcosm of why this team can't win in playoff games. Boom. Is because he gets cross-checked in the kidneys, in the ribs, in the back, whatever you want to call it.
Upper body
injury, and in Detroit. And it's crazy that nobody, if you're a playoff team, do you think Brady Tkachuk would have allowed you to do that?
No.
Absolutely not. He's running you. He's running your show. It's over. That's every reason. So when people say we got to get tougher, we need a Bob Probert. We don't need a Bob Probert. We just need a little bit more sandpaper.
That's great. Why don't we get Rob Ray while we're at it? 248 Mick Vukota, 248-539-9797. Let's go ahead, Dave. Finish these out, and then we'll get to the callers.
I don't know. Prove me wrong, Steve, but it seems like if it costs anything, he won't do it. Newsflash, good players cost something.
Yeah, when the price goes up, this is what happens. This is a result of that.
Which is why I said what I said. This ain't Burger King. You don't get to have it your way. The market dictates the value, not you. And all he's done is recoil in these moments. And I just don't see how you get to do that here. Now, and again, I'm not panicked that they're going to miss the playoffs. It's more 7 years in, if they make it, get butchered, is anyone celebrating that? I mean, I'm sure there'll be a couple of goofballs celebrating it. But don't you want more? It's taken longer.
It just feels, when you look at the standings, and you mentioned this, Mike, they are 4-4-1, and everyone else in the picture, when you look at that picture, is winning. They're like 8-2 and 6. Like,
we've seen teams get
it's
worse.
happening again.
We've seen teams get worse and then get better and then get worse and then get better in the amount of times it's taken for us to, get to where we are now.
And the other thing, look, let's be clear. When you have 4 right-hand shot defensemen move yesterday, that is a need for the Wings. And it's not like they're out here looking for a top pairing player. You need a second pairing guy, preferably with a level of physicality. Because Evanson's the only guy you got back there anybody gives a damn about physically.
Right.
So, okay. Hey, Steve, you're on the clock. The needs are there. Like, for me, I like where Kenny's at.
Well, it's interesting.
You acquire a second-line center and a second pairing guy, all of a sudden, I don't think the Wings are anybody you're excited to face. They have 5-on-5 problems.
And God forbid one of them has any monicum of toughness. That would be kind of cool.
Oh, no. Well, you were saying that Steve doesn't like the bidding war. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're 2 for 2. Brad was a scout, and Steve doesn't like bidding war.
No, it's like he's a trade bully. He wants it his way only. And it's like, well, great. Then that's why we're here.
He makes you the offer you can't refuse until you refuse it.
There were reports out that he was notoriously difficult to deal with. I'm starting to believe it more and more each passing trade deadline.
Yeah, but he's got 24 hours to show us otherwise. And I swear to God, if it's some D-list garbage, that's going to be very upsetting. Because then it's going to be another person we got to make room for over at AM 1270. Absolutely ridiculous. Greg show up at work last night. 248-539-9797. All right, college basketball nonstop, big games. Enrico up till 2 a.m. FanDuel giving you a way to turn the big games into a big payout with a college basketball parlay profit boost. I don't know. Were you up in that Titan Club slinging parlays last night? Okay, bring on the totals, the props, and notably the frustration of the tournament. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable boost builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. To the people. Trade deadline 24 hours away. Wings blow a 2-goal lead. Absolute turtle job last night. Yeah, it's March, and I'm sorry for Todd McLennan. He doesn't want to be asked about it. Don't do things like that. No team should be more urgent at this deadline than the Wings. My question is, what do you expect? Hope is not a strategy, but that's all I have. I just have to hope Steve does the right things, because otherwise I don't understand what I'm supposed to say to the audience tomorrow. I mean, imagine tomorrow at 3 o'clock and they do nothing. What message am I supposed, and this is following multiple collapses. This is following last year, the captain essentially calling Steve out. Mm-hmm. And this would be a team that has the cap space, the prospects, and honestly, the needs, the very obvious needs. And if they don't do it, what's the point? Yeah. What's the point of any of this? 7 years in. Let's go to Eli, 97.1. Eli, how you doing?
I'm good. How's it going, guys?
Good. Good.
So I'm a New York Rangers fan, so this one is kind of easy for me. I think Steve should be a no-brainer and go get Vincent Trocheck. He is a center you need to have on your team if you want to have at least any success in the playoffs. I feel he's a player that'll be around too.
But Eli, here's the question, and this is what we can't pin down. What's the pricing on that look like? Okay, you're the Rangers. Go ahead. Kenny's going to make the approach. What do you want for Trocheck? What do you want?
Well, knowing the Rangers, they're going to take nothing for him. Look at the Panarin deal; they took nothing. But knowing the Rangers, they're going to get some more.
But it's also Panarin only wanted to go one place, so it changes the marketplace when it's like, yeah, L.A. or nothing.
True. I would at least be asking for a second-round pick and best-looking prospect from Grand Rapids, probably.
So, Kenny, go ahead, make an offer to Eli. Pretend he's Chris Drury. Let me hear this.
So what we're talking about is it's going to be a first-round pick at the very minimum, and one of your favorite prospects.
Name one.
Give me Nygaard, or maybe even ASP, because they're in full. You got to remember, they're in full. They're blowing it up. They're imploding.
No, they're terrible. They're a horrible team.
They might be the most unathletic, slowest team in hockey. They look like they skate in mud.
They couldn't score against the 12U teams. They're a different story.
Yeah, Eli, listen, it makes sense, but you understand our angst here is that there have been a lot of deals that seemingly make sense. We've made none of them. There are signings that make sense. We've made none of them.
The big problem, I feel, is Steve. Is Steve going to actually go out and do it? That's what you have said. It's been the problem for the last 3 years. It's the same thing that happens every March.
Yeah, and if it does, and Eli, if it doesn't happen now, I really think it begs even the most ardent Wings supporter. It begs the question: if not now, when? What is the point of any of this? If you can't be active at a deadline when you've taken another step forward this year,
7 years in,
right? Then what's it all for? Go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Rico getting in on the hockey talk. Might have to add you to Hockey Elite.
That's right. Hey, listen, it's like TSA pre-check. You just got to fill out some paperwork. It'll be all right.
That's it? Okay.
No, for sure. So I'm of the opinion that this team does need to make a deal. I had called in a few weeks ago about Robert Thomas, and it looks like the Blues wanted Owen Power from the Sabres, who was a first overall pick, as well as, multiple first-round picks and another medium-type prospect. So it came out to be around 4 first-round, top 15 pick valued assets. Now, I would be willing to do that for that type of player. And I believe that it's time to add to the core of the team that can potentially win a Stanley Cup. But, some of these deals going around are a little bit tough to give up for me. I want to make the playoffs, but cost does matter a lot. I think that the player who you go after will determine whether or not the cost is valid or not.
Yeah, and again, if you accept that the costs are going to be elevated, that's one thing. But no one, and Ryan, I always run into this. It doesn't matter what era of my career it's been. You get to this place where you say, listen, I really want him to do something, and then you have to deal with phone calls of like, oh, what do you want to do? Sell the future? No one said that. No one's asking Steve to do something egregiing. That's not what we're talking about.
And I'd just like to say really quick, too, Robert Thomas being negotiated for by the Buffalo Sabres is the exact same thing that Lions fans are angry about when the Bears are negotiating for Max Crosby. The Atlantic cannot get better while the Red Wings stay put. It needs to happen so you can stay in the race with the rest of the Atlantic, as it's already so tight. But if the Sabres, the Canadiens, the Senators make a move and the Red Wings stay put, that is an inherent failure by Yzerman, and it needs to be looked down upon. And criticism is valid at that point.
No, I'm with you. I don't know that many will ride with us on that. But yes, Ryan, I stand with Ryan in A squared, because If I'm tired of everyone getting better around us.
Because in the Atlantic, especially in the Atlantic, this is not a trash division. If you're not adding when other teams are adding around you, you're falling behind.
I'll tell you the one scenario my head would explode. I mean, like full implosion. If Buffalo makes the playoffs and we don't, that would be the final frontier for me. That would be it. That Buffalo ends their heinous streak.
14-year streak.
The Wings finish a collapse in March again. That would be my break point. I don't think that's going to happen because I do think the Wings are going to make it. Question mark.
No. But I would like you to stop talking, sir.
The worst thing about it, though, Mike, let's just say your worst fears happen.
No.
It's like there's no repercussions because Steve has an endless runway.
It's true. I shouldn't have said it. Kenny's right. I shouldn't have put that in the universe.
Don't put that out there, man.
It's
what
my
are
fault.
you doing?
All right. Shout out Sbarro. Okay, let's go to Tanner, 97.1. Tanner, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, boys. Regarding the trade deadline, I don't think a player like Robert Thomas is worth it. I mean, I was hearing that Boston and St. Louis were talking, and St. Louis wants like 2 first-round picks, Fraser Minton, and like one of their top prospects, James Higgins. I mean, I would sure hope that Yzerman wouldn't throw all that crap out there for a guy like Robert Thomas, who's like 60 to 70-point player at best.
Well, but here's the question. So this is what I struggle to reconcile, Tanner, because I'm not arguing with you. Don't take it this way. It is pretty clear that is one of the hottest names at this deadline, and that there are teams willing to offer substantial amounts. Whether you want to get in the business of outdoing it or not, I listen to what Kenny's saying. The marketplace for a 25, 26-year-old with term who's a top 6 forward is currently X.
He's year 3 out of 8 in his contract.
There you go. So 5 years of term, mid-20s, premium position, and he slots in, if we're talking about the Wings, perfectly. He's not a threat to Larkin, but he's a huge upgrade on the second line. And again, Tanner, if you don't want to pay the freight, it's absolutely a conversation. The problem is, at some point, Steve has to pay someone, or we're just stuck in the mud. Like, do you feel like this team, from a metric standpoint, 5-on-5, or take the overall goal differential, do they really seem like a high-level playoff team? I think we all know the answer is no. No,
not even close. They lack grit. I mean, your best grit player is maybe Sider, Evanson. I mean, they're missing that Sam Bennett, Tom Wilson. I mean, if there's a guy to go get, I feel like an Oliver Ekman-Larsson from Toronto. That guy plays nasty. I mean, he'll get underneath your skin in the playoffs. That's a good guy to have at the D.
You need a couple agitators, but you also need somebody to stick up for your captain once in a while too.
Exactly.
Not just him, whether it's Sider, we've seen
a good player like that.
Yeah, again, Tanner, I think we are all sitting here, and I wish I could tell you I had confidence. That's not what it is. I mean, Rico's right to make fun of me. I'm just in hope phase, and that's all I have. I just have to hope, because if we're sitting here at 3 o'clock tomorrow and they haven't done something substantial, what the hell? What do you even say?
There's nothing to say, because at that point you realize there's no pressure, there's no sense of urgency. It's almost like there is no timetable. Like, is the goal to win the cup or not? And it feels like no.
That's year 13. You got to check the manual.
My bad.
248.
You're rushing ahead a little bit here, Rico.
Yeah, why don't you just be patient, okay?
Okay, we're on the Buffalo Sabres plan.
Guy goes to Callahan Hall once. He thinks he's got it all figured out. Hey, March is here. College basketball is about to take over, so we're all going to be watching. It is the tournament. It's Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. And March isn't just about basketball, but how about projects? So whether it's upgrading the man cave or outdoor, landscape audio, patio TVs, lighting, Paulson's not only sells it all, but they design it. They'll design it ground up, then they will install it. They don't outsource anything, so their people do the work. They also have the Music Matters event coming up March 18th from 5 to 8 p.m. Top audio brands, food and beverage, as well as great deals. It's paulsonsav.com. Space is limited. Check it out. New season, new projects. It's Paulson's. Let's touch table on some football, shall we? David, music selection. And I want to say for the record, Rico was giggling like a schoolgirl as you hit the button. You have something to tell us?
You know what? We'll start with that. I was going to end with it, but let's just start with it. Our friend Max Crosby. The original question is, will he even get traded, or will the Raiders kind of do a Raiders type of thing, tease everybody, but in the end, they work out something for at least another year with Max Crosby. But I updated the Vegas odds. The Bears are now minus 150. Is this pretty much he's going to the Bears? Or no, and the Cowboys have the second best at plus 225. The Raiders are third.
As we sit here today, I would say yes, because the DJ Moore deal has financial ramifications that assist the Bears, as well as receiving a second-round draft pick to grease the skids. Now, they still have to move Tremaine Edmonds. Week ago, they said you can go seek a trade. They'll either cut him or trade him. They'll have more than enough to acquire Crosby. They have the picks. It seems like, feels like, sounds like Crosby will be a Bear as we just sit here today.
But it just somehow or another,
it never happened.
Is he going to end up back with the Raiders?
I don't see it. And then the articles have already come out that Max Crosby can't stand Tom Brady's little vitamin friend, Alex Guerrero, and how Guerrero's presence has really soured him on the Raiders.
Gotcha.
Just throwing that out there.
David?
The Dallas Cowboys are the interesting name to me that have seemed to pop up.
Yeah, plus 225.
Half a day here. Yeah. But I still think he's going to Chicago. I think that's happening.
Okay. Does look like Chicago's cleaning house. Since we brought up his name, DJ Moore to the Bills. Is this the move that the Bills needed to make?
No. I actually think it's quite stupid. The only redeeming quality would be Joe Brady was DJ Moore's OC in Carolina. I don't understand taking a receiver $25 million a year this deep into his career. I mean, I get it. Like, you're desperate for weapons, but to give up a second-round pick while you're taking on all of that cap, he signed a 4-year, $100-and-something million deal. Mm-hmm. If I'm going to take that player off your hands, I'm not giving you a second-round pick. But, look.
It should be the other way around. You were giving me an extra pick.
I just think the Bills kind of got taken advantage of.
Yeah, on surface, and things could change. Maybe they've restructured the deal somehow, and we'll know this by Wednesday. But right now, doesn't look good because I don't think he's a number one. So you have Shakir who's not a number one. You have DJ Moore who's not a number one. They still need a number one.
Yeah, that's very well said. And that doesn't mean I'm running to the altar with A.J. Brown either. But I didn't love this move. And for the Bears, let's be clear. Colston Loveland had kind of moved ahead of DJ Moore. Luther Burden's going to be a superstar. Hell, even Rico's guy, Roma Dunes. They have the weapons they need. Why am I paying this cat $25 million a year?
True. Speaking of wide receivers, DJ Moore going to the Bills. What does this do with the market for A.J. Brown?
I don't know what the market is. Aging, expensive, attitude. I don't know. I know that's not a great answer for sports radio, and I don't have a soliloquy to go on.
Because I thought the Bills were going to be like the team for him to go to, and now they don't need him.
I mean, again, the money would be a huge issue. Your team makes a lot of sense. Baltimore makes a lot of sense. There's a need, like Zay Flowers is a prime example. I love Zay Flowers, but he's not a lead dog. You need the physical profile, the inside the 20-yard line, 50-50 ball, red zone guy, that prototype receiver. I think the Niners need the same thing largely, especially with Kittle being gone. Right. So, but that's me just throwing out situations. I don't want to give up a lot of picks and stuff and take on an expensive player who might be reading Shakespeare on the sidelines when he's not happy.
See, and that's the thing. Some insiders speculated that now that DJ Moore gets a second, does A.J. Brown get a first? Well, why would you want to do that with the money that you still have to pay him? And then on the Eagles side, they trade him before June 1st, which is what they'll do to get draft picks. $43.5 million will be the dead cap hit. So then on either side, it's like, do I want the contract? No. Do I want the dead money? Probably no, but then I don't want the player. So it's weird.
What's more valuable, You're the Cincinnati Bengals now. Snow being removed or the fine.
It's pretty terrible.
Let's stick with wide receivers. What is the value, if any, for Stephon Diggs?
For me, 0. I think he's a nutcase. He also can't keep it in his pants, so you're guaranteed another child out of wedlock in the news while he plays for your team. I'm out. I want nothing to do with him. And I think the Patriots saw everything they needed to see. See you later. I'd say nothing. You can give him to me for free. I wouldn't have him in my locker room.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's been on so many teams. He was with Houston, and they were successful.
Breaking news here at the 97.1 compound. Steph Diggs has just gotten someone pregnant.
Okay. I guess I'm thinking, is this one where he could go to a coach and a coach could rehab him or assist him or
it's
a
called
team?
a doctor and a vasectomy.
Okay.
That's actually Steph Diggs at the opening press conference.
What are your thoughts on this season?
Welcome to New Orleans, Steph Diggs. All right. Questions, please.
Okay. I'm regretting asking that one. Best option for Kenneth Walker III. Kansas City Chiefs, Jacksonville Jaguars, Denver Broncos.
I might surprise you with this one. Probably the Jags. Liam Cohen showed a lot. Not only with Trevor Lawrence's performance, but really launching that Bayshon Tutin, ATN kind of combo meal. I'd say there. The Chiefs thing, it's any offensive player you go, oh, he's great with Andy Reid. The Broncos one, I'm sorry. I'm not a Bo Nix person. So I'll just say that I think the Jags are super interesting there.
Okay.
But keep an eye out on the Giants. Not that it's the best landing spot. The obsession connecting the Giants to K9. It's not me doing it.
I'm going to go with the Broncos. I like that with Bo Nix and the passing weapons that they have, along with the defense that they have. It just feels like Seattle-like. He can just go there, have the run game, do what they need to do, don't turn the ball over, help your offense, and then your defense will win you a Super Bowl. That's what it feels like.
From NFC to AFC West. Okay, gotcha. All right. That's your NFL Blitz 97.1.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Talked a little Red Wings deadline in hour one. Odyssey.com rewind if you want that. We wanted to spend a little time on the Lions today, but in a little different way, because I want to juxtapose two things. And I'm going to say this up front. This is not a vis-a-vis comparison, right? I understand free agency hasn't started for a vast majority of players. If you're a veteran, you get released early, you can shop your services. You've seen it with Biotish. You've seen it with a player I'm about to mention. But I just, when you're sitting as a fan and you're driving to or from work or you're at the office listening to us, and you juxtapose the two things I'm about to say, you're living in real time. So understand, this isn't like a smear campaign. And I'm not saying the Lions aren't going to do anything. But when you look at what Chicago did today, it's really nothing to do with DJ Moore. It's everything to do with they are very clearly laying the groundwork for a big offseason that looks like, or as Rico and I like to say, seems like, sounds like, feels like, will include Max Crosby. But remember, this deal triggers a ton of cap savings. They are going to move on from Tremaine Edmonds. Maybe they're in the Linderbaum sweepstakes. Maybe they're in the Jalen Phillips sweepstakes. Maybe they get both. The point I'm trying to make is the Bears, oh, by the way, already had Biotish at their facility, who graded out as the number 11 center in football last year.
Same day their center retired.
Correct. Cutscene, the Lions are going to have Jedrick Wills here on a visit. And you go, geez, Mike, why do you hate that guy so much? Well, because honestly, I need a DNA test. He may be related to Marcus Davenport. He didn't play last year, but wait, there's more. He only played 8 games in 2024. But wait, there's more. He only played 5 games in 23.
So the Brad Holmes special.
Let's bring in a tackle who's dead for 3+ years. So here's my question. And I know this is tough to say. And one move could change it all. But as we sit here right now, you a little bit jealous of the Bears? Are the Bears secretly who you want to be? Because I got to tell you, Dave Burkett's piece that we'll get to a little today, the 5-point plan, it's almost like I wrote it for Dave and filed it. He doesn't want to sign Gibbs right now. Oh, okay. He'd restructure, tell me if you've heard this before, he'd restructure Goff, ASB, and Penei Sewell. Weird, I swear I said that. And he lists people like Linderbaum, Jalen Phillips, getting insurance for Terry and Arnold in that murky situation. We'll get to it. As we sit here today, the only thing we've heard from the Lions, again, with time comes different information. We are here today. Rico, here's what we've had from the Lions. From Dave Burkett reporting, they're not going to be aggressive in free agency, and Tate Ratledge is your center. Cutscene, the Bears just traded DJ Moore because they have an abundance of elite offensive talent. They're the betting favorites to go land Max Crosby. They've already had a very good center in their building, maybe to replace Drew Dahlman. And we're bringing in Jedrick Wills in a wheelchair. Now, I'm not going to lie to my audience. I'm jealous of what the Bears got going on. I am. Because it feels like the Bears, hey, they may fall short, but it feels like they're going for it. We know the Rams are going for it with the deal they made yesterday. When do we get to feel like we're going for it? We sit and wait and hope that they make some moves that we get to be excited about. I just want to hear from the people on it because to me, the Bears are clearing the decks for the offseason you wish you were having. That's what it seems like.
And the bad part about it is, Mike, I could be in the minority here. I don't think that the Bears window has opened up yet. I think they're preparing. I think that they're getting ready. I think that this year could be the first year where you could actually consider them maybe a Super Bowl contender, but a low-end Super Bowl contender. Because I still think that a lot of their players are young. They're building up the reserves that in 2 years, yeah, they're going to be that team that you're going to mention amongst like 3 or 4 other teams, and you include the Chicago Bears. They're rising. They're making moves right now. And Yeah, the fact that, one center leaves and another one's already in the building, like they probably waved at each other in the parking lot as they crossed paths.
I'll say it again. It's March 5th. League year official, March 11th. Where are the Lions' restructurings? Where is Goff's deal? Everyone's known for months you have to restructure that deal. Where is it? ASB, Sewell, where is it?
I guess, you know how they do things. It'll all be in one day.
That's
where
fine.
At noon, and Goff. And then here's St. Brown, and then here's Sewell. And they all restructured their deals all in one day, that Friday before it's supposed to happen.
And I want you to be right, man. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. I
look at what the Bears are doing, and yes, you should be. And take away from the fact that Ben Johnson is there and he's running your old offense. They are just getting better, and they're being very aggressive, and you're not. And that should concern you if you're a Lions fan.
248-539-9797. I know it's not a great strategy to ask you to say nice stuff about a rival, but look, we can say we hate it. But when you look at what's going on right now, it feels like it's trending towards Max Crosby coming to this division in the same way that Micah Parsons came to this division. And as we sit here today, the news we're getting from the Lions is not ideal. No. Basically, offensive tackle Marcus Davenport, Ratledge is going to be your center, and they're not going to be bold in free agency. And every time we hear anyone report about the Lions, quote, they have some contracts in-house they want to take care of. Yeah. No one with a brain can argue the Gibbs thing with me. No one's tried. And I'm actually very pleased Dave Burkett agrees, because you'll probably appreciate Dave versus you'll yell at me.
You feel like you're not on an island.
And no, I feel like someone who's smart, plugged in, logical, and not emotional like myself comes to the same conclusion. It is stupid to sign Jahmyr Gibbs this offseason.
You gain
stupid.
No, you gain. The only person who's happy about that is Gibbs and his agent and his family. Other than that, he would still be under contract. He would still have to do the same things. I think the problem is, Mike, I think fans will get angry once they see Gibbs' new price tag and see that his productivity goes down. Not because he's not as good, but because you're auditioning 4 of the 5 people on your offensive line. That's a problem. And now if Crosby comes to the division to go along with Micah Parsons and the other people here, and your O-line is still in construction stage, that's not a good combination. So I think that, he signs that big deal and his numbers actually slips and goes down. They're going to be like, well, why did we sign Gibbs? And it's like, well, we tried to tell you.
Yeah, and again, you could structure it and tell me the deal doesn't trigger for another couple of years. The whole point I'm making is you're saying the in-house deals are holding you up from doing out-house business. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. So, I'm interested, okay? I am interested to see where you guys are at. I'm not asking for any yelling and screaming. You don't hear me doing it. But does it bother me if Max Crosby ends up a Bear? Yeah, I think it's patently absurd. I think it's ridiculous. We will have sat here for 2 straight years having 2 of the 5 best edges in the sport show up in your division. All the while, the Lions are a team who absolutely should be taking a swing to get into that Super Bowl, and they do nothing. And if the reporting's accurate so far, we're all going to be pretty disappointed with this offseason. If the reporting is accurate. And all we can do is today, opinions change as information changes. I hope we're doing a very different show, and soon. But seeing the Bears trade DJ Moore, get a second for him, clear up $20 million in cap space, it's clearing the runway to do the Crosby deal. It's just blatant. And even if the Bears don't end up with Crosby, but they end up with Biotish and Jalen Phillips, I mean, wouldn't you be happy with those 2 players? Don't you have the same needs? Mm-hmm. That's the problem. 248-539-9797. David, thoughts? Kenny, thoughts, please. Feel free.
Yeah, so jealous of the Bears. You know what I'm jealous of more than just a team named the Bears? I know they're in division, obviously, and that sucks to hear us talking about them in such a way. I'm jealous of the attitude, the idea that this is how we get better. These are our plans, and if we have to adjust those plans, we're fine to do that. The Lions seem very rigid, very strict in there. We're going to do this. We're going to bring in another injured guy. Like, I'm tired of the rigid game plan of offseason after offseason. It feels like I'm talking about the Red Wings again. Yeah, I'm a little bit jealous of the Bears.
Here's the thing, and I want to talk directly to those Lions fans that are texting or calling in and talking about how the Bears are in the worst cap situation than the Lions. So how can I be jealous? Let me just tell you, what are the Bears paying in contracts right now? Think about their offense. The offensive line, sure, you went out and spent some money last offseason. Your receivers are cheap.
Rookie deals.
Because you just traded DJ Moore, who had the most money in your receiver room. Your quarterback doesn't have his deal yet.
Rookie deal.
Your running back does not have a deal yet.
Rookie deal.
So everything is cheap. And so
your tight end,
they're going to go out because they have that space and get Crosby. They're going to go out and get defense. And you're going to sit there and say, well, we got Jedrick Wills.
No, I do want to be fair. What? The Lions off season, clearly they'll sign people. Let's get that straight.
Sure.
I'm making a point. The only way they can get in the deep end of the pool.
You got to go all in.
Well, Dave Burkett put that in his piece. I gave it to you guys 6 weeks ago. The restructuring of your big three gives you in the range of $80 million in cap space.
Correct.
Now, we're sitting here and we haven't seen it yet. It doesn't mean it's not happening, but again, we're living in now, right here. And Dave Burkett, I think, I don't know if Dave was foreshadowing, but he said, I personally would restructure all three of these guys. For the sake of this exercise, we will only restructure Goff. Makes you wonder. I don't know maybe this is the other thing. What are the Lions afraid of? Because I know what I think it is. I'll tell you about it next. Doesn't mean I'm right. But it's just a theory. I know. I wasn't even at Callahan last night, and I'm sharp as a tack.
That's that MSU journalism tease right there.
Yes, very proud. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. It's Circa Resort and Casino, right in the heart of Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com. All right, so I'll just give you the delivery on the tease, but also I'm just telling you, if the Bears land a combination of a high-level center and Max Crosby, my head will explode while we sit here. But I asked the question, what are the Lions afraid of? Because so far, all the reporting is suggestive of same as it ever was. Here's my opinion. It's just until they do things that alter this opinion, I don't feel that it's wrong to have said opinion.
That's what we get paid for. Go for it.
I think they're scared of looking in the mirror and realizing they're the Detroit Lions. I think they're scared. They're like, they grew up poor. They finally got a little money. They're afraid of being poor again. They operate as a team that is afraid of risk because with great risk, while there is great reward, if it doesn't go right, you find yourself returning to being the Detroit Lions. Everything Brad Holmes has said publicly, almost everything, we want to be consistently good over the long haul.
That's interesting. So you're saying, I never really thought of it like that, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Fine, I don't.
But it's like the you hear it all the time. The person with body image problems, they could drop 150 pounds, but in the mirror, they always see the fat version of themselves.
That's the Lions. Because if they take these risks,
go ahead and leave. You right now, anything else that you say, that was so deep and profound. No. Go home. Take the rest of the day off. David, me, you, and Kenny got the show. No, honestly, I never see. I thought you were going to say they're afraid of success. I thought you were going to say they're afraid of actually having expectations put on them with Super Bowl or bust. But I never really thought of it that way.
Yeah, because think about it. All Holmes keeps talking about, and even Dan has had to answer for it, well, we think in the long term. Man, what are you thinking in the long term for? The NFL isn't long term. And by the way, even if you're thinking short term, let me give you something. And I want to credit, because I bust his chops, but I was talking with Cookies last night. I want to just share something we chatted about, if I may. Okay?
Ram stuff.
Yes, the Rams have traded 9 of their last 10 first-round picks. I am not suggesting that. I am making a point that they are an all-in franchise, right? They've made the playoffs seemingly every year. They've gone to multiple Super Bowls, multiple NFC championship games, all in this 10-year window, all while maxing out the cap and trading every first-round pick, except the year they took Jared Verse. Yet they're still here, and guess what they did again? They took another bold swing. Mm-hmm. They are not afraid of rebuilding. They are not afraid to returning to the darkness. Mm-hmm. I think the Lions have gotten a taste of being popular, and they want to protect that at all costs, instead of chasing the ultimate prize, which does come with risk. That's just how I feel. And I hope they begin to do some things here that allow me, that give me the ability to change that opinion.
No, you're right, because the Rams are always relevant. They're always one of those.
They're always going for it.
Right. They're one of those 3 to 5 teams that every year you could just rattle off and say, yeah, that's a team that could win the Super Bowl. And I don't know if they're going to even take their first-round pick this year, because I could easily see them trading that and saying, you know what, give us your first-round pick next year. You could have ours this year, the same way they did with the Atlanta Falcons last season. But yeah, they're set up where they have still younger players. They're still paying a bunch, and they also know we got Stafford. We don't know when he's leaving, so we're going to maximize this as much as we can, and when it falls apart, it'll fall apart, and we'll bounce back in a year, and we'll be right back.
So here you go.
Most real teams, Mike, I'm sorry, but most real teams know. And this is why I keep preaching. Your window in the NFL is about 3 to 5 years, depending on how well you structure the contracts. And then everybody has to take that gap year, just bite the bullet. We're not going to be good. Let's get back into the draft. We'll make some more deals. And you tell your fans, but we'll be back in like 2 seasons we'll be contenders again.
Here's the specific thing Cookie sent. Okay, so Trent McDuffie deal. Rams have traded their first round pick 9 of 10 years. In that time span, they've won a Super Bowl. They've had 10 playoff games, 4 division titles, only 1 losing season. Because they're not scared. And what did I say to you yesterday? Les Snead is a GM. I'm worried Brad Holmes is a scout. The GM is the guy who has to answer for it. The bold swings, the trades, the player acquisitions, the free agency, right? Those are all things Brad Holmes doesn't want to do.
Well, it's funny because using your analogy, it's almost like the dad sending his son off. Okay, you're going to go be a GM. I'm going to give you a couple first-round picks. I'm going to set you up. Go ahead and do what I did. And he took what he did and buried it under a tree and said, no, I'm going to save all of this.
This is what it feels like. To the people? David, are you okay? I mean, you are rubbing your forehead like I have done something horrible.
No, you've done something great. What Rico just said is just, talents.
Yeah, it was. He said, son, here you go. First round picks and a quarterback. Go do what I did. But he didn't.
To the people?
To the people.
We go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing?
Oh, man, Mike, you and Rico have hit this thing out of the park. This is real Lions football talk because we're getting to the nitty-gritty. Brad Holmes is the guy that go up and that stands in the batter's box and looks to get a walk, Mike, instead of getting a hit. I'm so sick of them just wasting time. We should have took a swing last year. We didn't. And guess what? We missed the playoffs. So what? Oh, winning season, whatever, man. Listen, he could have took a swing last year. He could have let Davenport walk last year. He could have got rid of some of these guys, passed out last year, and took a real swing. He didn't. And now look at where we are. If he don't take a swing this year, it's going to get worse. If he don't take a swing this free agency, Mike, it's going to get worse. We saw what happened when Dallas gave us their defense, when they gave Green Bay their defensive end. And now you're going to let the guy from the Raiders go to the Bears? Yes, I'm jealous of the Bears. I'm absolutely jealous of the Bears. And I want to see Brad do something or just disqualify himself. Oh. I don't want to be good, Mike. I want to win.
I know.
I want to win a Super Bowl. I don't want to be good.
No, and Brian, I listen. And I hope you and the audience doesn't take it this way. This is no like rose petals. I'm making a point when I've carped about this for the last few years. You are going to get sick and tired of being good without the end result. And I always comped it to Buffalo fans and Baltimore fans. Those two teams are like the gold standard of good. They're always good, but they don't get it done. And you will end up unhappy in that space. And that's exactly where you are. And it's okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Now, in the case of those two teams, they had regime change. I'm not calling for that. I'm making a point that, like, you can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. So this offseason has to be different. And I'm giving them full runway to do it. But as we sit here today, I go, damn, the Rams have made their all-in move. It sure looks like the Bears are about to. And we've got Jedrick Wills on a gurney.
And watch Brad raise ticket prices on us. And don't do a bold swing. I'm talking about don't do nothing. And watch them raise tickets even more.
Well,
you know why? Because he got everybody's head floating. We're the bobblehead. Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good. We got Panay. We got Amon-Ra. Yeah, we're good. No, man. And they better not sign Gibbs to an extension.
It's going to happen.
Better not. Better take that money and let's take a swing.
It'll happen.
Let's take a swing.
Brian, I'm telling you, brace for it. It's going to be 4 years, and there's going to be an 8 in front of it. I don't know if it's going to be 81, 82, 80. It's like the birthday song. How old are you? Are you 1? Are you 2? It's going to be 80-something, and my head's going to explode. But, yeah, Brian.
We're going to go back. We're going to go back to the laughing stock of the league in 2 years.
Nah, I'm not ready to go there.
In 2 years, we'll be going right back to
Brian, here's the thing.
Let's have the offseason play out first before we make that remark.
I don't think the laughing stock